on the behalf of MIT Institute of Behavioral and Allied Sciences, welcome the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. It is the honor to IBAS to welcome you in this national conference. At the same time, I also welcome all those plenary speakers who will be joining us through online from national or international platforms. Large number of participants, contributors to the national conference, I welcome them also on this occasion. भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा हमारे बहुत ही दिल के, दिमाग के और हमारे संस्कारों के करीब है। हम सबका जो उद्भव है, जो हम लोगों का मनोभाव है, उस भारतीय संस्कृति, उस भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा से हमेशा प्रभावित होता रहा है। भगवत गीता में भी इस बात का उल्लेख है, यतो धर्म ततो जय, यानी कि जहां धर्म है वहां जय है। और धर्म का मतलब राइट कंडक्ट, धर्म का मतलब सम्यक विचार, सम्यक आहार, सम्यक विचार, सम्यक विहार। सब चीजों में यदि हम सम्यकता ले आएंगे, जो कि भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा के स्रोतों से हमें मिल सकती है, तो हम अपने, चाहे फिजिकल हेल्थ हो, चाहे मेंटल हो, चाहे इकोनॉमिक हेल्थ हो, कोई भी किसी भी प्रकार का हेल्थ हो, उसका हमने अपनी थीम में भी कहा है कि भारतीय ज्ञान परंपराएं हमारे सभी प्रकार के स्वास्थ्य के आयामों के लिए रामबाण है। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं पुनः आप लोगों का बहुत हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं, स्वागत करता हूं और उम्मीद करता हूं कि हम लोग इस आज की नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस से बहुत ज्यादा लाभान्वित होंगे। नमस्कार।
Thank you, sir. Your inspiring words have further clarified the direction and purpose of today's conference. It is now my privilege to invite a distinguished academic leader, Professor Dr. R.S. Tomar, the Vice Chancellor of Amity University, Gwalior. He has served as the Vice Chancellor of IES University, Bhopal also. He was founding campus head of Amity Gwalior campus. He was the director and head of Amity Institute of Biotechnology, Dean Life Sciences, and Dean Academics, Amity University, Madhya Pradesh, Gwalior. Professor Tomar has more than 33 years of teaching, research, and administrative experience in higher education in varied disciplines of science, including life sciences. Professor Tomar is actively engaged in teaching, research, and innovation. His research interests include nanobiotechnology, microbiology, herbal medicine, cancer biology, animal biotechnology, and environmental biotechnology. He has to his credit more than 150 research papers published in various national and international journals of repute. He has filed 27 patents, of which 23 have been published in the Patent Journal of India. 2 patents have been granted and another 4 are under the process for grant. Professor Tomar has published more than 35 book chapters published by national and international publishers. Recently, a book entitled Nanobiotechnology, Concepts and Application in Health, Agriculture and Environment, edited by him with co-editors, have been published by Apple Academic Press, USA. He has delivered lectures in more than 70 national and international seminars, symposia, conferences, and workshops. He is member of various national and international scientific bodies and reviewers and editor of national and international journals. Recently, He has been elected as fellow member of the Royal Society of Biology, London. Sir, your exemplary scholarship and visionary leadership have been a constant source of inspiration for both faculty and students alike. May I now request you to kindly grace us with your opening remarks and set the tone for this national conference on Indian knowledge systems.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. The chief guest of today's national conference, Professor Dr. Satish Chandra Kumar, the former HOD, Applied Psychology and Counseling Center, Mumbai, Pro-Chancellor, Dr. V.K. Sharma, Aviation Retired, Pro-BC Research, Professor Dr. M.P. Kaushik, Director IBAS, Professor Dr. Lautar Sharma, HOD, Dr. Rajendra Sharma, esteemed delegates, distinguished speakers, and most important, the participants of the national conference and my dear students. You know, this particular conference has been selected for this day to address the Indian knowledge system, and that too with regard to health issues. So this particular title itself is very apt in today's context because NDP 2020 also demands the incorporation of Indian knowledge system in our curriculum, and we are gradually trying to find out where or how we can incorporate this Indian knowledge in our curriculum in various disciplines. The biggest challenge before us is the availability of resources. Not many resources are available on Indian knowledge system, and that is why, due to unavailability of some good references, we find it very difficult to incorporate with references. But anyways, the academicians are working hard on this, and whatever is there in our various scriptures, our Ved, our Qurans, that is being explored by the academicians, and gradually we shall be having a lot of knowledge that we incorporated in our curriculum. So the same is here also. That is the panacea to alleviate health issues with regard to Indian knowledge system. Now the question is, panacea. Panacea means in Hindi we say रामबाण. तो रामबाण क्या है इसके अंदर? पहले हम समझे रामबाण क्या होता है. तो एक चौपाई है छोटी सी कि राम नाम के बाण सयाने रावण के 10 शीश गिराने. अब यहाँ ये राम रावण की युद्ध की बात नहीं हो रही. Here the thing is about the medicine. That what kind of medicine or what kind of system should be developed so that all kinds of our problems can be alleviated. Now, problem are our vices. When we say 10 C's, so 10 C's doesn't mean 10 heads. They are 10 vices. और बड़े लाइटफुल मूड में हम कहते हैं कि जब तक अनमैरिड है तो 5 vices हैं. After marriage they become 10 because 5 vices more added to this. So you're that काम, क्रोध, मोह, लोभ, अहंकार हर इंसान में होते हैं रिस्पेक्टिव ऑफ जेंडर, मेल हो या फीमेल हो, सब में होते हैं. तो शादी के बाद कितने हो जाते हैं? 10. तो प्रॉब्लम बढ़ जाती है. So how we can address this? This can be addressed by our Indian knowledge. So here we are all gathered to address this issue. And in Hatiyog Pradipika, there is one important saying that if mind and mercury can be controlled, impossible becomes possible. आप सब जानते हैं कि माइंड ऑफ बॉडी, माइंड ऑफ मर्करी कंट्रोल करना संभव नहीं है. कर ले तो impossible becomes possible. So only mind can control the mind, and for this a lot of patience and practice is required. It's very important that we must focus on this. So our Bharatiya Gyan Parampara, sometimes we mistranslate the Indian knowledge system with Bharatiya Gyan Parampara. Exactly, if you just translate Indian knowledge system, that becomes Bharatiya Gyan Pranali. There is no such system. It's only Parampara, tradition. So it's Indian knowledge tradition actually, the right word to say, to explain it in the right manner and incorporate in our curriculum. And I want to touch upon some points regarding Indian knowledge system. and they are holistic integration of mind, body, and spirit. There are three things: mind, body, and spirit. Body is visible to you. Mind, when we say mind, mind doesn't mean brain only. Mind is that particular invisible part of a brain that you cannot see, but is controlling each and every part of your body. And how it is controlling, you all know that whatever we think, so we become. So everything begins with your thinking. Thinking means your thought, and thoughts comes into your words, and words into actions. And that is how your whole destiny is decided. So beginning with the thought means a thought comes in your mind. Where is mind? People say it is cerebrum. It is some other parts. Some people say it is beginning is the emotional, the amygdala, the hypothalamus. So there is parts. Still, there are a lot of confusion that where this particular spirit is located. Spirit is the location of spirit is not known, but it is also true that without spirit, we are dead. So soul is there, undoubtedly. But what the location of the soul is still scientists are exploring, and they will keep on exploring because they can't find it. हमारे बहुत सारे एग्जाम्पल्स ऐसे हैं वेदों पुराणों में कि ऋषि चरक और बहुत सारे ऐसे हमारे वेद हुए जो हमारे विद्वान थे और वैद लोग जो थे उन्होंने ऐसी कोशिश की और कि पता करें तो उन्होंने एक्सपीरियंस तो किया लेकिन दे कुडंट एक्सप्रेस इट. तो इट जस्ट लाइक जैसे अगर आपसे पूछे कि आपने गुलाब जामुन खाया तो उसका टेस्ट कैसा है तो क्या बोलोगे आप? बहुत बढ़िया है. अब कोई फॉरेनर हो और उसको आगे आप रख दो गुलाब जामुन और बोलो कि इसका टेस्ट बताओ, मैं बताता हूँ टेस्ट कैसा है इसका. आप फॉरेनर को बता रहे हो टेस्ट बहुत बढ़िया है इसका. अब उसको क्या पता बेचारे को कौन सा टेस्ट आप बता रहे हो, पिज्जा बता रहे हो, बर्गर बता रहे हो, क्योंकि उसने जो खाया उसका टेस्ट को आता है, इसका टेस्ट ही उसको पता है. तो इसका टेस्ट किसको पता लगेगा? जो खाएगा उसको. तो ऐसे ही रियलाइजेशन है ये. कुछ फॉरेन साइंटिस्ट ने ये जानने की कोशिश की क्योंकि हमारे जो ऋषि मुनि थे उन्होंने एक्सपीरियंस तो कर लिया लेकिन उसको एक्सप्रेस नहीं कर पाए. लेकिन साइंटिस्ट लोग कहाँ मानते हैं, उन्होंने कहा ऐसे थोड़ी, we will explore it. So they kept a body in airtight jar where nothing can go out, and they kept the body on a weighing machine. तो वेइंग मशीन पे वेट रखा तो आफ्टर डेथ क्या होगा कि अपनी बॉडी का हाथ थोड़ी कम हो जाएगा, पैर कम हो जाएंगे, बॉडी तो वही रहेगी. तो फिजिकल बॉडी वाज देयर एंड द पर्सन वाज अबाउट टू डाई, एंड व्हेन ही डाइड नो चेंज टुक प्लेस, although change was there, but that change also they could not report because change may be in 0.0001 gram or you can say microgram or picogram. अभी तो मेजरमेंट भी नहीं हमारे पास. अभी हम जब बात करते हैं माइक्रो की, एंगस्ट्रॉम की, अपन पिको की बात करते हैं, अभी फेमेटो आ गया है 10⁻⁻50, तो उसके आगे और भी बहुत सारे मेजरमेंट्स आएंगे अभी. तो सोल का मेजरमेंट कैसे करेंगे? इट्स नॉट नोन, बट वी शुड थिंक अबाउट दैट. इट्स देयर, so we should accept it. So this is how the holistic integration of mind, body, and spirit is required. You must understand from our ancient text and psychological wisdom. I told you that Atma is there. So Bhagavad Gita itself advocates that dhyan and mental equanimity, that is Isthit Prajna, these are required to develop resilience to emotional upheaval, teaching detachment and steady intellect to maintain mental composure. There are some aspects like mind control and emotional regulation. Practice such as pranayam, you say controlled breathing. Controlled breathing is nothing, is simply deep inhalation and deep exhalation. And the words which we say inhalation and exhalation, they make one breath. But remember, there are other terms also for this. They are called, inhalation means inspiration and exhalation means expiration. So with every breath, we are getting inspired and getting expired. Is it expired? Yes, expired. Because when you take the oxygen in, the oxidation of your different kind of food component takes place, and whatever the waste material is that is given out in the form of gases or through the materials, and this is expiration. It means that with every breath, we are getting inspired, as well as we are getting expired also. And that is why it is said कि सांसें बहुत कीमती हैं और सांसें गिनी चुनी हैं. ये कोई छोटी मोटी बात नहीं है, इसको आप ध्यान देंगे अच्छे से तो समझने की कोशिश करें. इस एनिमल वर्ल्ड में, because I am from life science, I know the animal world very well. In the animal world, those small creatures like insects and others, which breathe very fast, their life is very short. And the best example is insect, house fly. इनकी लाइफ कुछ दिनों की होती है. क्यों? Because in a minute they breathe more than 100 times. It means that the longevity has some relation with the breathing. And this is realized by your rishis. And by that, they have increased their longevity, the lifespan. If in 1 minute I take 7 breaths and I reduce it to 1, it means that in 1 minute I have taken only 1, so I have increased my life by 7 minutes. And this is how the rishis and sons, they were surviving for more than 100 or 200, 300 years. अब राम जी का तो इतिहास है, अगर आप पढ़ेंगे तो देखना कि he lived for 1000 years. कैसे रहे होंगे पता नहीं. ये सब हैं, but gradually with the passage of time and in the process of human evolution, our life has become shortened and shortened. And now life has become so short that those who have nurtured with good kind of food, air and water, they are living up to 90 or even 100 years. And those who have not get good kind of nutrition, everything, and get bad exposure to the pollution, etc., they are shortening their life. It is very widely acceptable thing in the Delhi itself that if you live in Delhi for 25 or 30 years, their life will be shortened by 3 or 5 years because of lot of pollution. And it's not for Delhi only. It is any place, any habitat in which we are living. If it is polluted, if we are consuming polluted water, if we are getting adulterated food, they are all affect our physical body. Not only physical, our mental health will also get affected. So it's very important that we understand that how we can actually come over or alleviate the health issues. When we say health issues, it means that the human health issues, because health issues are with the animals also. There are many health issues with the animals. So here we are, remember, here we are not addressing animal health issues. We were talking about the health issues of human beings. So all these things, yoga, pranayama, and they all together, they are all being practiced in our ancient culture, and still they are having relevance. And if we can do that, then certainly we can elevate our health. The studies also emphasize yoga and meditation-based interventions for psychological empowerment and hope, demonstrating cross-cultural applicability. United Nations also identified one of the goal in its good health, that is SDG 3, that is good health and well-being, ensuring healthy lives and promoting well-being for all at all ages. So there is no physical health without mental health. आप सबको मालूम है कि शुरुआत हमारी फिजिकल हेल्थ की मेंटल हेल्थ से ही होती है. इसलिए अगर हम माइंडली हेल्दी हैं तो फिजिकली हेल्दी हो जाएंगे. और इसलिए बहुत ज्यादा कंफ्यूजन्स, बहुत ज्यादा डिलीरियम्स, बहुत ज्यादा ऐसी अगर कॉम्प्लिकेशंस दिमाग में चल रहे हैं तो उनको हमें कहीं ना कहीं ओवरकम करना चाहिए. नहीं कर पा रहे हैं तो they will certainly affect your health, and this will result into your physical any kind of diseases and all this. The Dalai Lama also said that the world today is facing a serious crisis of emotions. People think destructive emotions are a natural part of the mind. Advice from ancient Indian psychology can show us they are not, and that we can tackle and eliminate them. We need to ask ourselves how to find happiness. It's not in money and power. We need to discover not only that disturbs our mind, but also what the antidotes to those factors are. So we must be very careful about it. So with the help of provisions detailed in the Indian knowledge system, we can get mental health and peace, I'm sure. The primary objective of this national conference is to explore the ancient Indian wisdom embedded in Indian knowledge system. So let's ignite the flame of healthy discussions. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir, for your invaluable words of wisdom that inspires us to strive for greater heights. Every great conference has a moment when the gathering pauses to listen, not merely to a speech, but to wisdom distilled through years of scholarship, leadership, and lived experience. Today, that moment is upon us. It is both an honor and a privilege to extend a heartfelt welcome to Professor Satish Chandra Kumar, a towering figure in the field of applied psychology, whose influence spans academia, research, counseling, and beyond. Professor Kumar currently serves as a professor and former head of the Department of Applied Psychology and Counseling Center at the University of Mumbai. His deep-rooted commitment to psychological education and practice is reflected in his transformative leadership roles, be it as the chairperson of the Board of Studies, the editor of Sambhashan, or the former coordinator of the Mahatma Gandhi Peace Center. With 27 years of academic excellence and 11 years of corporate experience, he brings an unparalleled blend of scholarship and practical insight. Professor Kumar's prolific contributions include over 60 research publications in prestigious national and international journals covering domains as diverse as organizational justice, mindfulness ethics, employee motivation, and psychological responses to global challenges. His certifications from REBT, training at the Albert Ellis Institute in New York, to MBTI and FIROB practitioner credentials underscore his interdisciplinary prowess. Notably, his involvement in ethics review boards and university selection committees speaks to the integrity and thought leadership he consistently upholds. We are deeply honored to welcome a stalwart in the field of psychology, Professor Dr. Satish Chandra Kumar, to deliver the keynote address and to lead us into the heart of today's intellectual journey.
Thank you very much, my young colleagues from the psychology department of MIT University. Respected Professor Honorable Thomas, respected Honorable Vice Chancellor Lieutenant General V.K. Sharma. I've seen him many times on television also, that is in the past few years back, that is some decades back. Honorable Professor Vice Chancellor Kaushik Ji, from I heard from him that he belongs to Defense Institute, DRDO, and thank you very much for being here and associating with me. And last but not the least, the chairperson, Professor Navratan Sharma Ji, for inviting me for this conference, and I had a very close association during Professor Bhagwat's time, that is some 3 decades back. He had come to Mumbai University as a young scholar at that time. Also the professor and head of the department, Rajendra Sharma Ji, and distinguished other guests, esteemed colleagues, dear students, both online and offline. Last but not the least, Brigadier Saab, others, I may have been meeting so many people, but it has been very great meeting him, interacting him, because that gives you the space of the university where the knowledge flows in. And the seekers of knowledge, that is very important, who have come here from any walk of life. The reason behind I was very much associated with this, as the speaker said, I am the editor of our founding editor of our journal, Sambhashan, and one of the issues we took out was on Indian knowledge system. And as Professor was saying, that material is not there, so we are coming out with one of the books, most probably in 2026 it will be out, which will cover huge amount of articles from different fields. It is not the Indian knowledge system is only for psychology, but it applies to every sphere of life, including to fashion technology, including to food part, include you name it, you will get this wisdom, which will be there. And associating it, it revives you and it leads to a very good discourse for which we are here for. It is with heart-brimming, and I am really thankful because this invitation was given to me by Professor Navratna Sharma 20 days back, or maybe 1 month. So I could concise it in the short period of time what I would like to speak about it. It is with a heart brimming with gratitude and a mind stirred by deep reflection that I stand before you today. As someone who has spent nearly half a century immersed in the study, teaching and contemplation of psychology. Psychology is one of the top 5 profession of the millennium. Top 5. Genetic engineering, space technology, medicine and economics are the other 4. It doesn't mean the other fields are not this thing, but psychology will enter inside in any field, and that is why there are 55 specialization of this field from 1 to 2. So that it can integrate, and whether it is psychophysics, whether it is psychomathematics, it is psychophysics, or it is psycholinguistic, like that it can go on and you can merge up with any of the field for the new innovation. I will find this moment both historical and hopeful to witness a nation not only remember but reawaken its ancient tradition and system of thought is deeply fulfilling. Today, I wish to speak not only as a psychologist, but as a lifelong student of culture, a teacher of generation, and an Indian who has earned for the day a knowledge system would be reclaimed, re-examined, and reborn in the hearts of academia. The topic before us, the Indian knowledge system or IKS, or the Panacea for the health, because health is very, very important from micro to macro, as Professor Vice Chancellor sir was also speaking that he combined it with the animal. I can go from the individual to the social health. So health is not only limited to individual, from micro to the social, it can be macro, it can be individual health, it can be group health, it can be organizational health, and later you can go into the social health also. So Indian knowledge system is not an academic thing, it is a civilization call. It beckons us to look within to rediscover what was our long before colonial ink rewrote our syllabus. Before laboratories and surveys, before even the coinage of the term psychology, Indian knew the mind. That is why many of the time people say that this psychology which you are talking about, which psychology you are talking about, because Western psychology began with the study of the soul. They could not study the soul, they gave up the soul. And then the psychology came up with the psychology is the study of mind. They could not study the mind, they gave up the mind also. Now, psychology is the study of human behavior. So sometimes you can take a critic view, it is a study without a mind and a soul. And that is why Vice Chancellor sir spoke about personality. Definitely, yes. We are only speaking about the external personality. We are not talking about the internal personality. And that is why he brought out very nicely about the 5 kleshas between the before marriage and 10 kleshas after the marriage. Because during the marriage, we see external personality, not the internal personality. And forget about the eternal personality. Now, which personality we are talking about? Are we talking only of external? Or are we going little deeper inside and speaking about the internal? Or still much deeper and eternal? And there can be incongruity on all 3. And that can be the reason of disease. Walk the talk and talk the walk. It cannot happen. And authenticity doesn't come. You can explore it and we can go ahead with it. India knew the mind. We studied it not as an isolated organ, but as a layered fluid, sacred reality. Mind, consciousness, and spirit were not divided, they were harmonized. That is why the whole concept of health, are we speaking about health as a disease or health as management, prevention? Because when we take disease model, then you are attacking the disease, not the human. So when you move from a disease model to the health model, the approach will be totally different. In the Vedic worldview, the mind is a tool, not a tyrant. It is to be sharpened, not obeyed blindly. We find early exploration of psychological construct in the Upanishad, where the dialogue between the teacher and a student dives into the nature of thought, perception, and reality itself. This shows that Indian civilization has always treated introspection as an indispensable part to the knowledge. Let us begin with the root. Let us come down to what is India. India is not a mere country. It is an idea, a sentiment, a pulsating continuity. It is the raga sung in the early dawn and the fire ritual that marks a wedding or a prayer. India is pluralistic, multilingual, and multicultural. We are home to philosophies that challenge and complement each other. We are tapestry of lived tradition, oral stories, regional customs, and universal insights. Let us go to the knowledge, as the professor has also brought it. In our traditional knowledge, Jnana is not information, it is an experience. It is wisdom cultivated through discipline and humility. It is realized, not just recorded. System. A system is a structure that holds together this knowledge, that allows them to be transmitted, interrogated, applied. An Indian knowledge system, therefore, is a web of living traditions, spiritual, philosophical, medical, psychological, artistic, ecological, that informs how we live and think. Very rightly, Professor has brought out of Delhi. Even in Mumbai, if you see, the cancer is also spreading like at a much faster rate. And one of the major causal factor is the environmental. And that is why SD3 goal becomes very important. Why now? Why this renewed emphasis on Indian knowledge system? The new education policy 2020 and many such documents before and after it signal a crucial shift. They reflect the urge to decolonize education, to make learning relevant not only to jobs, but to life. They seek to build a Bharatiya Drishti, an Indian way of seeing that is not in opposition to global thinking, but that adds to it, enriches it. Indian with global mental health crisis on the rise, burnout, anxiety, and disconnection have become modern epidemics. Today, mental health is the most important of the top diseases, followed by cancer, and later on other diseases follows. The Indian knowledge system has much to offer here, not only as an antidote, but as a preventive framework grounded in balance, awareness, and purpose. Here it is important to recognize that IKS, especially in the context of Ayush, consists of both philosophy, ideas, and technology, skills, and competencies. Its scope for health and life management is vast, and its principle is woven seamlessly into cultural fabric of India. The philosophical dimension provides the moral compass, worldview, and conceptual clarity, while the technological dimension translates these ideas into lived practices, daily routines, and measurable outcomes. For example, the ashrama system, the Brahmacharya, Grasthara, Vanprastha, and Sannyas offers a life stage map that aligns personal growth with societal contribution. There's a concept known as Santosh, contentment. And I will tell you, you should read the work of Professor Jitendra Singh from DIPR, Defense Institute of Psychological Research. He has done only research on Indian concepts, and Santosh he has picked up and he has written an article on it. It is very well reflected. Serve as an anchor of emotional balance. Preventing the turbulence of unending desires. Practices such as tapa, discipline, swadhyaya, self-study, and Ishwar Paridhan, devotion or surrender to higher principles, serve as a time-tested methods to cultivate mental resilience, moral strength, and humility. Mindfulness, awareness, and witness-like attitude. Actually, this concept of mindfulness is an Indian concept picked up by MBCT, that is Mindful-Based Cognitive Therapy Oxford model, picked up by MBSR, Mindful-Based Stress Reduction, Massachusetts Institute of Technology. They came here, they professionalized it, integrated, and which is there, but the roots you find it in the Indian context, and they came here and to study it. So there are many roots. You'll find that the knowledge was picked up from India, and many of these things were developed and worked on Indian context. Rooted in Indian meditative tradition, train individuals to respond with clarity instead of reacting impulsively. Principles like ahar, that is diet. Very, very important. I live in Mumbai city, fast food, fast life, fast death. Very concept. That is why in 20s and 30s you will get a heart attack. Mayanagari hai. And in Mayanagari you will find, you will have. But the very important model is the ahar model. Morning breakfast should be like a king. Lunch should be like a prince. Dinner should be like a pauper. This is what ahar teaches you. Fresh food, fresh mind. Stale food, stale mind. Fast food, fast mind. So you'll get all this. Aha. You come down to vihar, lifestyle. Most of the diseases you'll find, doctors you'll go, a lifestyle disease, whether it is cancer or whatever. So manage your lifestyle. Early to bed, early to rise, keep you healthy, wealthy, and wise. Now, very important to have that skill. But today people don't sleep. Sleeping disorder is one of the biggest problem of human being, and which is there. So you'll get it. Achar is your conduct and vichar is your thoughts. Encourage sustainable living in harmony with nature, pressing necessity in today's ecological crisis. Take for example, Purusharthas. Dharma, Artha, Kam and Moksha. Very important. Sadly, what has happened, because Dharma and Moksha should be the first two wheels of your life, but it has become the rear wheel of your life. Earth and Kam has taken over. Now, this is the major crisis of human being. That is, the wheel is only reversed, and Earth and Kam becomes most important. There is a chances that you will fall down now. And it is chances which is very, very important, has to be there. And many of the time, distorted self-perception is the outcome of this thing. And one of the major mental health related problems, you find it because things have taken and there is no clarity on that. Ensuring material success is balanced with moral and spiritual aims. IKS also offers nuanced insights into the causes of unhappiness. Through identification of psychological affliction, I have not seen any model better than a happiness model which this IKS provides it. Take for example, happiness research, Diner. If anyone is doing a research on happiness, you'll find a great name, Diner. He came to India, went to the slums of Calcutta, and he found why these people are happy. And he came out with the things which you can correlate with it. So psychological affliction, I will not go into the detail, but this is a very, very powerful model, and it gives you the solutions also, because which is there, because happiness is the philosophy of life. You ask any person what he wants to be, he wants to be happy. Now, question is how he wants to be happy, what will make him happy. You have Maslow's theory, you have variety of theory, but this will give you a very good model. It starts with kleshas, cause of unhappiness. And the biggest cause and root cause of kleshas is the avidya. Avidya is not ignorance. Ignorance is bliss. Avidya is wrong knowledge. You grow an apple tree and expect chikus from it. You want to go from Gwalior to Delhi and you travel from Gwalior to South. Fundamental problem, and you come across fundamental problem because information is there in the market. Now, whether it is which information it is there. And now with the rise of, technology coming in and artificial, many things will happen in it. So that is why self-knowledge is the biggest knowledge which will be very important before a learner starts learning. So avidya is there. It is believing in something which is not true as true. Simple. Based on this, the other four kleshas will come out. I will go down to the biggest kleshas, that is fear. Fear is the cause of everything. And one of the cause of fear, which is Abhinivesh, anatmasu as atmasu, what I am not, I considered it as I am. You go to Asmita, Anitya as Nitya, that is transient as eternal. So these four, if you go into the details, you will get the causal factors. You will get that these are the causal factors which leads to a lot of distortion of self and leads to unhappiness. And disease happens because you are not at ease. You divide the word dis-ease. It is you are not at ease. It can be physical, it can be mental, it can be moral, it can be spiritual. By placing great emphasis on disciplined habit and balanced routines. Now, these are two very important words, routines and disciplines. And that is why I feel And actually, I feel that every student should join an NCC. Because हुकुम का कोई जवाब नहीं, मौत का कोई इलाज नहीं. This is the first word I learned it in a NCC, National Cadet Corps. You have to follow it. हुकुम का कोई जवाब नहीं, मौत का. Because then and from there I came to know that psychology is also discipline. What you do, indiscipline causes you a lot of challenges. Discipline of thoughts. People don't have discipline. The thought goes anywhere. Discipline of emotions. People are not, you go to shopping mall, your emotion goes anywhere, it becomes indiscipline. And many times students also say, sir, क्या करेगा आप बोलते हो वो बरोबर है, but दिल है मानता नहीं है. You know, major problem, दिल मानता नहीं है, दिल creates a lot of problems. So you have to मनाना पड़ता है. And the third part is behavioral discipline. Unsafe behavior and safe behavior. You see, the whole crux is nothing but discipline. And discipline will come when routines will come in. Now, these two are important things. These are very, very basics of this, and which our Indian knowledge system talks about. It unites thoughts, emotion, action in coherent way. The three yogic part, Jnana, which is cognition, Bhakti, feelings, and Karma, action, integrates the intellectual, emotional, and volitional aspect of human nature. Even frameworks like the Enneagram and Chakra system, I'm combining Western and Eastern. They took knowledge from here, they packaged it in a system. If you take the Enneagram approach, it is a chakra system approach. Because body also has energy system, which Sigmund Freud has talked about. And energy flows, which will be there. There are 7 chakras, energy method is there. Contextualized within IKS, act as a holistic health, mapping, linking breath, body, emotion, mind, and purposeful work into one connected system. Together, these practices and philosophy demonstrate that IKS is not a static relic of the past, but a living, evolving guide for health, psychological well-being, and life management in the modern age. Psychology as a discipline in India passed through 3 decennial phases. The first phase was colonial modern phase. Psychology started in 1915, if you would say, from Calcutta University, and if you club up to 2025, you will see 3 phases happening. The first phase, all psychologists studied abroad and they ccame to the India with N.N. Sengupta in Calcutta University setting up. So our early psychologists were trained in West. They returned and set up laboratories model on those in Leipzig and London. They brought them with the rigor of experimental psychology, yet they struggled to make sense of Indian reality using Western tools. Our students were taught about Pavlov dogs before learning about Patanjali's mind models. Okay, so they came from the first world. It is important to recall that pioneers such as N.N. Sengupta, for young scholars, history is very important, and G.S. Bose were among the first to raise question about the applicability of Western theory in Indian context. Bose in particular sought to blend Freudian psychoanalysis with the ideas from the Bhagavad Gita, opening the door to cross-cultural synthesis long before it became fashionable. The second phase began post-independence and moved through the decades of Nehruvian nation-building enterprise and onto the cusp of globalization. Psychology departments multiplied, research expanded, there was greater diversity in methods, but the concepts still bore a Western imprimatur. There was little space for the rishis or the guru. Concepts like karma, dharma, and atma were seen as religious or mystical, not psychological. Then came the third phase, a phase we are now in, where globalization has ironically reconnected us to the local. The search for indigenous model, the pressure to decolonize, discipline, the urge to bring back context, all have contributed to rising interest in Indian knowledge system. But let me pause here and issue a word of caution. Indigenizing psychology is not the same as romanticizing the past. We do not seek to blindly adopt every traditional belief. Rather, we wish to evaluate, reinterpret, and employ in which it is timeless through the tools of today. And micro to macro, Western model has been disease management. Eastern model is always an health management. Let us take health and well-being. The Ayush model, Ayurveda, Yoga, Unani, Siddha, and homeopathy offers as a multidimensional approach. Ayurveda teaches us that health is not merely the absence of disease, but the balance of energy, Vata, Pitta, and Kapha. Yoga tells us union between breath and body, mind and soul is healing. These are not metaphors. They are structured, detailed system with thousands of years of practice and refinement. Texts like Charak Samhita describe not just bodily ailment, but also emotional disturbances, prescribing herbal, behavioral, and meditative remedies. The Sushruta Samiti offers psychological insight on trauma and pain. These works are not relics, they are resources. That is why the saying goes, money is lost, nothing is lost, health is lost, something is lost, even character is lost, everything is lost. Similarly, our philosophy is the six darshanas of our model of mind, emotion, ethics, and transformation. Nyaya and Vaisheshika give us tool to logic and categorization. Sankhya gives us a dualistic model of Purushas and Prakriti. Yoga offers 8 limbs of self-discipline, holistic health, yamas and niyamas, physical, asanas and pranayam, you get mental. Then you go to the pratyahara and dharana, dhyana and samadhi, you get all the 4, physical, mental, emotional and holistic health. Similarly, Buddhist tradition also has 8-fold paths. Slight variations will be there here and there. Yoga acclaims and Vedanta teaches us the ultimate unit of self and cosmos. That is very important. That is why when personality is taught, it is also to be taught that external personality is one, internal is the another one, and the third is the eternal. And counseling, when a person does counseling, there are many human problems which has no solution. So you have to rely on something which is cosmos, which is something which is soul driven. In fact, the Bhagavad Gita Vedantic test is arguably one of the earliest manual of cognitive restructure. Arjuna and Krishna dialogue with him showcase how cognitive reframing, dharana orientation, and inner stillness can resolve psychological paralysis. The world today celebrates International Yoga Day on 21st, but for us, yoga was never a mere exercise routine. It was a path to physical health, moral strength, mental peace, and spiritual realization. Similarly, the practice of dhyana, meditation, was not a passing fad. It was a means of self-purification, a technology of inner clarity. We must also acknowledge those Indian psychologists who labored for decades to bring Indian framework into psychology. Dr. Sinha reminded us that India is not a monolith, but a land of contradictions. Uday Parikh developed scales rooted in Indian culture. J.B.P. Sinha pointed out double standards and contradiction in Indian social behavior. B.N. Mukherjee famously said psychology has to go to native if it has to be creative and relevant to the society. Indian nervous system are relevant across the entire APA classification of psychology, all 55 divisions. From developmental psychology, we can explore the rites of passages and sanskaras. To health psychology, we study Ayurvedic and pranic healing. From social psychology, where karma and dharma influence behavior, to organizational psychology, where leadership is informed by Bhagavad Gita and Chanakya. In personality psychology, the Triguna theory of tamas, rajas, and sattva offers an indigenous typology. In counseling psychology, Guru Shishya tradition model, mentoring relationship built on trust and self-inquiry. These are not symbolic metaphors. They are empirically observable patterns ripe for research. But we must not ignore the challenges in India's complex society. As many scholars often noted, we are often contradictory. We value both hierarchy and equality, but collectivism and individual. We speak of non-attachment, yet are deeply attached to traditions. We must recognize this contradiction and critically engage with them. Furthermore, integrate IKS into curricula must be done with care. We must resist homogenization and variety of challenges can be there. We must also recognize tribal knowledge, oral histories, regional philosophies, and gender perspective. Among our tribal communities, healing often happens through community song, dance, and ritual tools that promote catharsis and bonding. In matrilineal tradition of the Northeast, emotional literacy and communal caregiving offer alternative models of psychological resilience. This must be preserved and integrated respectfully. We must not let IKS become tools of majoritism or nostalgia. They must become instrument of pluralism, inquiry, and freedom. The spirit of the Vedas is neti neti, not this is not that. It is a spirit of questioning. Let us keep the spirit alive. In closing, let me say that psychology is not just the study of the mind. It is one of the top 5 professions, and I'm very passionate of it because I feel that it is in every sphere of life. It is the journey of the self and the transformation of self to growth, organization and society can take place. And in that journey, India has much to offer. Let us walk the path with humility, curiosity, and courage. Let us not merely teach Indian psychology, let us live it. Let us question, let us co-create it anew. And I wish the organizer of this conference, you have a good session, have an interactive session, thought-provoking sessions, and maybe much happier will be there, come out with a document of something which can be preserved and which can also contribute to the Indian knowledge system. Wish you all the best to the conference organizers, to the students, and to every one of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for delivering such an insightful and thought-provoking keynote address. I have the distinct honor of introducing Lieutenant General V.K. Sharma, Ati Visist Seva Medal, Honorable Pro-Chancellor of Amity University, Madhya Pradesh. Sir is an alumnus of the erstwhile King George School, Shimla, and a graduate of the National Defense Academy and Indian Military Academy. He served the Indian Army for nearly 40 years, retiring as a three-star lieutenant general, participating in major operations including Rakshak and Vijay Kargil War, and served extensively in Jammu and Kashmir. An accomplished academician, he holds BTech, MTech, and Master of Management Studies degrees, standing first in all courses. He has also led military delegations abroad and was awarded the Ati Visist Seva Medal for his meritorious service. Sir has been in the field of higher education for a period of more than 30 years and continues to contribute towards national growth in the field of higher education. He has been the founder, Vice Chancellor of Amity University, Madhya Pradesh, Gwalior from 2011 to July 2023 and is now the Pro-Chancellor and Senior Vice President RBEF, the umbrella organization of all Amity institutions and universities in India and abroad. Under his able leadership, Amity University Madhya Pradesh has seen exponential growth and has been declared the best private university in Madhya Pradesh continuously for the last 3 years from 2020 to 2022. Let's warmly welcome Sir to enlighten us with his words of wisdom.
Professor Dr. Satish Chandra Kumar, the HOD of Applied Psychology and Counseling Center, University of Mumbai. Professor Dr. R.S. Tomar, the Vice Chancellor of the University. Professor Dr. M.P. Kaushik, the Pro Vice Chancellor, Research and Dean Research. Professor Navratna Sharma, the HOI of Amity Institute of Behavioral Allied Sciences. Professor Dr. Rajendra Kumar Sharma, Colonel Harshdeep, who is also here with us. All the participants, online, offline, all the faculty members, and dear students. The topic has been discussed much and in-depth talk has been given by the previous two speakers. I would like to mention here that for the average people who do not know much about psychology and who are not experts in psychology, who have not studied the Indian knowledge system, but who are staying in India and who have learned the traditions of our country through our parents, through Shruti, what people have been telling, what their religious gurus have been telling. From all that, let us understand a few things very correctly. First of all, there are 4 things which are inevitable in everybody's life: birth, death. The two things on which we got little control. In between, there is a journey. And what is the length of this journey is not known. Because the time of death is not known. When it will happen, how it will happen, not known. The life itself, length of life is different, and yet achievements are different. Like some of our sages whom we follow today, like Swami Vivekananda, like Shankaracharya ji, like Rajhans, Paramhans, Yogi, so many of them, they had their life only less than 40 years. And yet, they achieved their life mission. They knew that they were having diseases. They knew that there was only that much of time. And Shankaracharya's, if you see Bhaj Govindam, where he says that the time is very short. There is no time. So therefore, Bhaj Govindam, that I must do my bhakti towards God. Vivekananda, very short life, just 36 years of age. But yet, the mission was achieved. Disease is something which can be avoided to a certain extent, but in some cases it is inevitable. It will come. The information about disease is written in our genes. It is there that at what stage the genes will fructify it into cancer. They'll make something in some cases, not in all. By and large, much can be controlled with our lifestyle and things that we have. Holistic lifestyle to include yoga, to include happiness, to include diet, naturopathy, good environment, try and control our emotions, try and control our thoughts, try and control our actions. That is what we can do. That all can be done through discipline, which is first discipline your body, discipline your actions, discipline your emotions, discipline your thoughts. And then gradually you will need to control yourself on various aspects. Excess of everything is bad, and even deficiencies are bad. To follow the middle path is what Gautam Buddha taught us. Gautam Buddha, after all the enlightenment, and when he was about to almost leave the body, at that time, when he got the enlightenment, it is believed that there was a girl who came and offered him key, and then he realized, and when he was asked, he said that he saw somebody with a guitar which had 3 strings. One string was very tight. When somebody tried to play that, the string broke. The second was very loose. You tried to play that, no music came. The third one was lightly tight and played melodious music. So that is what it is. They all teach us about the center path to be followed, which means do not make life too miserable by too much restrictions on yourself, and also do not go all the way, all out, and try to avoid everything and be on your own. That is also wrong. So the gist of the whole thing is controlled environment, controlled thoughts, controlled actions, and controlled behavior. So ultimately, what has been talked here, that the psychologists started initially with the search for the soul, which they couldn't find. Then it started with the mind, which also they couldn't explore properly, and finally it came to behavior. And that is what it is all about. Otherwise, very complicated to decide. And people are talking about death, about prolonging life. Death is not the end. This now has been very many scientists and psychologists abroad also, they also believe, although there's no proof, that life is only a comma and not a full stop. And life, the definition of life itself is not known today. It's not fully said that anybody can define life. A few hundred years before, it was thought that plants don't have life. As per science, life was thought to be anything which is growing, which is multiplying, and which is capable of movement. Then the definition was changed. Okay, movement is not necessary. Only growing and then taking birth and then dying. Movement, so that came to plants. Now, they say plants, you cut them, they don't feel pain because they don't have a nervous system. They don't have a nervous system. So you cut a plant, it won't feel pain, whereas animals will feel the pain because they have got the nervous system. To say that Earth is probably the only planet where life exists, it is a shortcut because we do not know the definition of life itself. So the life may be existing anywhere else, and life essentially will be made out of the elements which are existing in that environment. We do not know about it. So not knowing about a thing does not mean that it does not exist. And believing in a thing also does not mean that what you believe does not exist. For thousands of years, mankind kept believing that Earth is the center of the universe, that the Earth is flat, that everything, the whole universe revolves around the Earth. That was the belief. They kept on like that with that, some of the Western countries, not in India, of course. Later on, it was discovered that you are only a speck of dust in the galaxy, and there are millions of galaxies which are there. There is a universe whose dimensions we do not know, and there may be other universes which we do not know. So the things which we do not know does not mean that they don't exist. Knowledge is limited here, and that is why research is happening. If the knowledge had been complete, there would have been no need for further research. Knowledge is totally incomplete. And as far as human mind and psychology is concerned, something our rishis have been trying to think about and trying to study what is truth, what is right, what is wrong, what is illusion, what is existing. All these things are not known. Coming to mental health and physical health, of course, they are the most important aspects because any success which has to be achieved can only be achieved if you are physically fit and mentally alert and mentally healthy. If you want to enjoy life, can only be enjoyed if you're physically fit, mentally healthy. All these things, but you cannot say there's no template for all this. We have seen in our own country, just see, I'll quote two personalities of former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee and a very good actor Dilip Kumar. Both these personalities, if you found, the last few years of their life, they became almost vegetables. They did not know what is happening. Why that happened? We don't know. We don't know. Very difficult to find out. And they had all the resources. Not they were short of resources. They were reasonably living happy and healthy lives. But yet this thing happened. These are just two examples. There are many more examples which would have happened. We don't come to know about it. So therefore the best is to follow the middle path and keep control over all the things that you can control, and then relate to the Indian knowledge system, which is great and which all of us inherently have in our sanskars, through the way we have been brought up, through what has been told to us by our parents, our scriptures, our religious gurus, and the very fact that we were born in this great country called India, which inherently has got knowledge with us. So therefore, let us understand the sanskars which have been given to us by our parents. Let us understand the way of life that we should be following. We all know that fast food, etc., they are bad. We all know that drugs are bad. We all know that alcohol is bad. We all know all this. Not that it's not known, but yet we do indulge in all these things. But then if you are indulging, you must limit itself, and that is the right way to live life. So, sir, thank you very much for the excellent talk that you have given to Professor Dr. Satish Chandra Kumar. And there are other speakers also who will be talking about the Indian knowledge system hereafter. And I am sure the audience will benefit from their talk and incorporate some of these aspects into our daily lives. And of course, research needs to be done, new knowledge needs to be created out of the Indian knowledge system, more needs to be dealt, and it needs to be taken into the scientific domain. Unless the knowledge is taken into the scientific domain, it will not get accepted by the scientific community, which is very much required, and it will not get due recognition which it deserves. So thank you very much. I wish this conference all the very best. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir. We are honored by your words, which have not only enriched our understanding, but also inspired us to view our journey and renewed purpose and passion. I request Honorable Pro-Chancellor, Lieutenant General V.K. Sharma, Ati Vishisht Seva Medal, to express their heartfelt appreciation with token of gratitude to our esteemed guests. Thank you, sir.
Now, as we move towards the concluding moments of this session, it is time to formally express our gratitude to all those who have contributed to making this national conference on Indian knowledge system a success. For this, I would like to invite our respected professor and head of Department of Clinical Psychology, IBAS, Dr. Rajendra Sharma, to deliver the vote of thanks. Sir, may I request you to kindly come forward and extend our collective appreciation.
So, once again, good morning to all. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the inaugural session. So, first of all, I would like to respect Honorable Pro-Chancellor Sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, Honorable Pro-Vice Chancellor Sir, Research and Director Sir, esteemed keynote speaker, distinguished guests, faculty members, dear students, scholars, delegates. On behalf of the Amity Institute of Behavioral and Allied Sciences, Amity University, Madhya Pradesh, it is my proud privilege to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks on this inaugural session, National Conference on Indian Knowledge System. First and foremost, we express our deep gratitude to Pro-Chancellor Sir for his gracious presence and inspiring words, which has set a visionary tone for this event. We are equally grateful to Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir for his constant encouragement and unwavering commitment to academic excellence, which continue to guide our endeavors. Our heartfelt gratitude to Professor Dr. Nauratan Sharma Sir, Director IBAS, for steering this conference to execution. Now, not last and least, a special word of thanks to our keynote speakers, Professor Dr. Satish Chandra Kumar Sir, for his thoughtful, provoking, and enlightening address, which has provided rich insights and perfect intellectual foundation for this four thoughts ahead. We are honored by the participation of esteemed delegates, scholars, and resource persons from diverse universities and institutions across the country. And your presence is an indication to collaborative spirits of academia and enrich this conference greatly. Lastly, I extend my deepest thanks to organizing committee, faculty members, non-teaching staffs, and students, volunteers. With this words, I once again convey my heartfelt gratitude to each one of you. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your enriching thoughts and broadening our perspectives with renewed enthusiasm. With the summation of this enriching inaugural session, we now invite our esteemed guests, dignitaries for group photographs. Also, I request everyone to assemble after 15 minutes.
इसमें है ना वो लेके पैक कर दो है ना बड़ी जल्दी आ गया उसने
क्या बेटा किसका है क्या बोल रहे हो?
ये वाला जो प्रेजेंटेशन है इसमें वॉइस है साउंड है और वो साउंड प्ले नहीं कर रहा
इसमें साउंड है, साउंड की फाइल है उसमें क्या है ना, देखो जो हमने लिंक किया ना फाइल को, सोर्स फाइल वो भी तो होनी चाहिए ना, तो साउंड कहाँ से बजेगा?
पता ही नहीं बेटर रहेगा कि है ना इधर का वीडियो प्ले कर लेंगे
ठीक है। और ये क्या है, ये सेशन ऑनलाइन है कि ऑनलाइन में ये पूरी स्क्रीन शेयर करना रूम में? तो तभी जो आउटसाइडर है वहाँ जाएगी, नहीं तो सिर्फ यहीं दिखेगी। कैसे करते हैं देख लो।
शेयर
तो मैं क्या कर
नहीं एंकरिंग मैम
एंकरिंग मतलब नहीं, कंट्रोलिंग भी होती है। एंकरिंग होता है, कंट्रोलिंग यार इसको शेयर कर दो बेटा।
हाँ ये तो
और
पता है।
और नहीं विद साउंड करना है, क्योंकि मैं एडवांस में जाके वो भी जाएगा, साउंड भी जाएगा।
वीडियो ऑडियो
या अगर वीडियो फाइल है तो वीडियो भेजना, ठीक है। वीडियो ऑडियो सब जाएगा। और बाकी हम तो बैठे हैं, बट इनकी सगत नहीं है तो ये प्राची बहुत एक्सपर्ट हो गई है, तो उसको क्योंकि ये क्या सेशन सारा ऑनलाइन चल रहा है। आप अगर कोई भी पीपीटी ओपन करें तो उसको भी शेयर करिएगा, ऐसा नहीं यहाँ ओपन कर दिया वो सिर्फ यहीं दिखेगा, बाहर नहीं।
शेयर करना पड़ेगा।
ये
हाँ सर हाँ सर ओके
और आपको एक प्रोजेक्टर रिमोट दिया बेटा,
अभी कुछ नहीं करने को वैसे तो कुछ नहीं है, मेहनत साइट है होगी सिर्फ शेयर करना स्क्रीन।
बाकी नेक्स्ट
बैनर नहीं, ये बैनर शेयर कर दो, आउटसाइडर उनको दिखेगा।
बैनर बैनर नहीं है इसके व्हाट्सएप
नहीं है,
अगर व्हाट्सएप में तो व्हाट्सएप भेजो मैं डाउनलोड
क्या टेम्परेचर इसको ही आप शेयर कर दो इसको, तो वो दिखेगा।
आईडी नहीं है ना थोड़ा।
इसको उसको
ये जो मैन स्लाइड है ना, इसको ही शेयर कर
अच्छा,
दो,
हाँ, ये तो-
जो आउटसाइड जो ऑनलाइन वाले तो देखें, उनको तो कुछ नहीं दिख रहा होगा ना।
स्क्रीन अभी इनको ऐसा वीडियो फॉर्म में देखेगा।
ये इनकी तरफ सबसे ओके नहीं हुआ, ये शेयर कर दिया है।
मैं शेयर कर दिया मैंने, सिर्फ पोस्टर देखेगा अभी।
हाँ
और वैसे भी जो
हाँ, ऑफलाइन तो वाले देख रहे हैं, ऑनलाइन वालों को ये तो ऑफलाइन तो हम लोग देख रहे हैं।
हाँ 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 वही ऑनलाइन वाले बैठे रहेंगे क्या हो गया। There is a remote का remote है प्राची remote
मेरे पास दो है।
नहीं उधर पे सिर्फ उनका शो हो रहा है बैनर।
देखो वहाँ तो बहुत मुश्किल है। और आप यहाँ से बात नहीं है। यहाँ हम ये ये स्किल्स की बात सर वो सबसे एक आज तो जैसे इंटरनेट पे आ गई और भी और है वो भी ऑनलाइन ही जुड़े हैं डायरेक्ट, तो उनका पीपीटी नहीं है ये सर कैसे क्या 500
यार बच्चे बैठे हैं यार तो अरे नहीं यार तो वो कर रहा था ना लड़का उधर
डाल दीजिए आप।
इसके बाद तो इतना टाइम नहीं होगा साथ में
सर फोल्डर कौन सा ये रहा ये लास्ट प्रेजेंटेशन है ना कोटले अच्छा अच्छा इनको दीजिए सर पीपी उसमें जस्ट एक बार खोल लीजिएगा ठीक है कहीं बार चेक फॉन्ट इशू समटाइम्स फोल्डर बना लो ना हाँ मैं बना रहा हूँ एक फोल्डर बना लो जो पीपीटी है उसमें से आई बस हाँ
ये वाला और भी जो भी है गेस्ट उनका यही नहीं
जी सर मैं पता
एक बार सर का चेक कर लेते हैं यस
रात ही बनाया
ठीक है सर नेक्स्ट स्टूडेंट है सर अपने हाँ
इन्हें क्या शेयर किया था कहाँ गए थे?
कौन
कोई वीडियो शेयर किया था इन्होंने
अरे वो अभी जो लगा हुआ था
अभी स्टॉप शेयरिंग कर दूं मैं अच्छा, कर देते हैं बोल देना जो है ना
वो स्टूडेंट को पता है ना क्या करना है।
वो ये व्यक्ति परफेक्ट व्यक्ति चाहिए
हाँ वही
ये बीसी
वही कि हमारे पास में बच्चे लिमिटेड है
जी मैं चल रहा हूँ ये हट गई ये स्क्रीन बड़ी वाली आ जाए
जी
बस अच्छा लग रहा है
अच्छा अच्छा
ये
हाँ
अब ये तो प्राची तुम्हारी ठीक है
हाँ
स्टूडेंट प्राची है ना
हाँ हाँ
बच्चे ट्रेन है अब एक दो ऐसे बच्चे हों तो बड़ा
हाँ।
मतलब स्टेज एग्जीबिशन बहुत अच्छी से हो रहा है नहीं तो
Definitely.
वो बुला रहे हैं अब जैसे
कल मैंने
ये
पूछा
कॉमन
था
सेंस है
कर सकते
जैसे
हैं
आपकी हाइट कम
जी 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 हाँ
सब
कोई
height है।
अरेंज करते बट कोई है ही नहीं
नहीं
हाँ
वही तो दिखना पड़ता है जैसे ये खड़े थे था मैडम बट अगर हम लोग तो फिर खड़े हैं कोई दिक्कत नहीं ये पेन ड्राइव उनकी नहीं दे देना
हाँ हाँ है
ये पेन
कौन
ड्राइव
बुला रहा है
हाँ हो जाएगा ऐसे तो
Well, but Sunday is present.
देख रहे हैं यहाँ पे फोल्डर तो नहीं है कुछ जिसको मैं यूज कर लेता, लेकिन सब अपने अपने फोल्डर ले गए। ये चल क्या क्या
मैं प्ले करूँगी जूम में आवाज आवाज
हमें अपना टाइम पर लौटना है ऑडियो दिखाना तो ये कैमरा वाला तो ऑडियो भी दिख जाएगी अभी अपने गया था
We now arrive at the plenary session, a platform designed to bring together leading voices in the field to address themes of shared importance. In academic gatherings, plenary sessions set the intellectual tone, offering broad perspectives that resonate across disciplines and inspire deeper inquiry in the sessions that follow. This is where scholarship meets dialogue, where distinguished experts share insights that challenge our thinking, broaden our horizons, and spark meaningful conversations. Today's plenary session is no exception, as we have with us a panel of eminent academicians and practitioners whose work continues to shape research, policy, and practice in profound ways. Today's sessions is chaired by Professor Dr. Rajendra Sharma, HOD IBAS, Dr. Vikas Srivastava, Professor AIB, Dr. Vikas Sharma, Assistant Professor, IBAS. As we continue our journey of knowledge today, it is my pleasure to introduce a celebrated academic whose work bridges continents and cultures. Hailing from Dine College in Saley, Arizona, Professor Dr. Sachin Jain completed his Master's Clinical Psychology in India and PhD in Counselor Education and Supervision from the University of Wyoming. He is a certified counselor, K-12 mathematics and physics teacher. He has received the Influential Teacher Award from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, Outstanding Dissertation in Counseling from the Academic Educational Research Association, Outstanding Contribution to Scholarship awarded by University of Idaho, Advocacy Award from the Association for Multicultural Counseling and Development. Before joining the University of Providence, he taught in counselor education programs at the University of Providence, Oakland University, University of Texas, Rio Grande, University of Idaho, and served in the Michigan Army National Guard. He has received 40 grants, including from Humanities Council at Michigan, Texas, Idaho, and Wyoming. Please join me in warmly welcoming Professor Dr. Sachin Jain, sir.
Okay, good morning all. Thank you for joining. This morning. Counselor burnout is a significant issue in mental health profession. Decades of research have mostly focused on risk factors for burnout while overlooking protective factors such as resilience that may help to address this universal dilemma. Resilience is the capacity and dynamic process of adaptively overcoming stress and adversity while maintaining normal psychological and physical function. The next slide. Nature's biggest gift to us is our body. In this presentation, I'm going to share research-based strategies I have found helpful in enhancing well-being in my life. Please use this presentation as a case study. Hopefully, you will get ideas and examples to enhance your well-being by strengthening resiliency. Let's move to the next slide. On this slide, I have listed some of the quotes around the different life challenges which we all come across. Just like when moving to advanced levels while playing video games, our skills improve. Similarly, life's challenges present us an opportunity to improve our skills in life. So life is full of challenges. It's how we respond to them that makes a difference in our lives. Let's move to the next slide. Research have shown 5 different components to strengthen our resiliency. I try to engage in activities on all the 5 components on a daily basis. So on the physical component, engaging in some sort of a workout. Again, like workout have to be age relevant, running. And with this busy life and busy schedules, if someone doesn't have a time for a full cardio or a full strength training workout, recent researchers have shown the effectiveness of Tabata. Tabata is a 4-minute high intensity workout. So if you think there is a time crunch where you cannot devote enough time for physical activity, please download the app of Tabata, and that way you can still get some benefits in that short span of the time. In fact, some of the researchers have shown that a 4-minute high intensity workout can provide equivalent benefits as almost 45 minutes of cardiovascular. Again, like it depends on the age, it depends on the lifestyle. For the emotional and social aspects, I try to spend time with friends, kids, checking in with colleagues, social clubs like Rotary, Lions Club, or even volunteering at city councils. For the spiritual aspects of the resilience, I try to engage in meditation, praying, yoga, fasting, reading scriptures, discussing existential issues with teenagers and mentors. And I have found, like, when we try to interact with different age groups during the same day, that gives us a way better perspective of the life than limiting our discussions with a particular age group. Also, the reason I put yoga in the spiritual aspects is when I practice yoga, my heartbeat goes down. So it's almost like, so I feel like any activity which helps our heart to relax is more spiritual, and any activity which helps our heart to speed up, that can go in the physical activity. But yoga can go either physical or spiritual activity. And the last aspect which I engage on a daily basis is the creativity. So it could be free writing, just like whatever thoughts come in, just like journaling, and not filtering those thoughts, just write them down, or even type them on phone on a daily basis. Traveling, practicing any musical instrument, like I practice flute because I feel it's very easy to carry anywhere I go. You can just put it in the backpack and take it with me. And if you don't have enough time for a musical instrument or other activities, you can even just download the app called Duolingo, where you can try to learn a new language. So it could be just 10 minutes of a new language on the Duolingo app that could help boost the creative aspects of the resiliency. I strive for 1% daily improvement. So even though on a daily basis it doesn't look a big number, but then maintaining it throughout the year, at the end of the year, we actually make 350% improvement on our resiliency. Let's move to the next slide. As Friedrich Nietzsche said, he who has a why to live can bear almost anyhow. It is very important to reflect on our core values which guide our life. These are the 5 core values that guide my life. In the next few slides, I will go over how each one of those enhance well-being in my life. Let's move to the next slide on lifestyle. Even though our brain prioritizes instant gratification over long-term gains, but training my brain for delayed gratification have helped me secure resources for any emergencies. Evolutionary instant gratification makes sense, but not as a modern human being. Even though financial freedom is not my primary purpose to adopt such a minimalist lifestyle, but it has been a byproduct of such a lifestyle. Financial freedom also made it easier to implement my other values in life. Early in my life, I learned the benefits of concentrated effort. The Pareto principle holds that 80% of results come from 20% of effort. So 20% effort with 100% concentration have helped me to accomplish a lot by spending a limited time and energy. I plan my work in 25-minute cycle using Pomodoro technique. The Pomodoro technique is a time management method developed by Francisco Cirillo in the late 1980s. I use this method to break my workday into 25 minutes chunk, separated by 5 minutes break. After about 4 such Pomodoros, I take a longer break of about 15 to 20 minutes. During the breaks, I mainly reflect on the work I accomplished in the last 25 minutes, engage in some physical activities such as stretching, walking up and down the stairs, meditation, and most importantly, drinking some water. Dehydration causes us to believe that we need to eat when we really need is water. So drinking water at regular intervals make us feel full for a longer amount of time and reduce our calorie intake, apart from many other benefits of drinking water. Gradually, with this practice of training our mind to focus on one task, help us improve our concentration and reduce attention residue. Now, as attention residue is when unrelated thoughts intrude while performing a task. Those lingering thoughts use up important cognitive processing power that can't be devoted to the task we are currently working on. In a 10-year McKinsey study, top executives reported being 5 times more productive in the states of flow. I love being in the states of flow and completely immerse myself in the activities that help me rejuvenate physically, emotionally, and spiritually. I always joke with my high school students when I teach them maths that magic only happens in Disney movies. If we are not taking intentional steps to stop automatic negative thoughts, it will be tough to overcome those. In my life, I used cold water showers as a strategy to overcome automatic negative thoughts. So if I woke up with a negative thought, I just earned myself a 5-minute cold shower. And if all one is doing is working without recovery, it will possibly lead to depletion of innate genius. So massages, acupuncture, personal counseling, meditation, sleep are all part of my deep recovery cycle. So high cycles of concentrated efforts and followed by deep recovery cycle. Okay, so let's move to the next slide on vitality. Vitality for me is the optimal environment for fostering inner healthy mechanisms of body, including gut health, cellular level, resulting in high energy levels. If one is not taking care of themselves, they can't take care of anybody else. Combination of good fitness and slots of time with concentrated effort using Pomodoro technique helps me to slow down, to focus and enjoy different aspects of the life in that moment. It also gives me enough time
Can others hear Dr. Jane?
No.
Okay.
No.
So let's move on the next slide on service.
Okay.
I educate and empower individuals on how to advocate and reach out to different organizations working in the area of the cause they are in need of help. Just like Jamie Escalante, the mathematics teacher in the movie Stand and Deliver, I try to empower the individuals to be strong advocates and mentor them so that they can have access to higher education. I'm also obsessed about living an environmental friendly lifestyle. If we love nature so much, how can we do anything to hurt it? Clean environment could be the best gift for future generation. One way I infuse social justice in teaching is by making an effort to use textbooks through open sources when available. The other ways I have used is like even when we are at Starbucks. So now that have earned enough points to be a gold member, I always get a free refill for someone like who just asked me to buy them a drink. So if there is a homeless person and they ask me to buy them something, I said, okay, just go and wait in the area. I just buy my drink and then go back and get a second drink, which can be used as just as a refill. So there are a lot of ways in integrating social justice initiatives in our day-to-day life. Let's move to the next slide on perseverance. Human and animal brains prefer immediate gratification. Such an action helped humans to survive like any other animal, but operating with such a paradigm is not conducive in modern society. As our brains are wired to do that, we have to rewire our brain to teach it to follow perseverance. Most of the times, unhealthy or bad habits give immediate reward, and good habits are exactly opposite. To create a balance, I see long-term costs of bad habits in the present moment. For example, long-term effect of eating fast food every day. Such a visualization helps me to feel the pain. Similarly, I visualize the long-term rewards of good habits in the present moment. With every goal, I create a plan, try to break it down to minor details, putting both short-term and long-term deadlines. And after I created a tentative plan, I then refocus on the process, stay in the moment, and occasionally check on the goals to make sure I am moving in the right direction. I believe that small daily improvements, when done consistently over time, leads to stunning results. As Steve Martin advised, be so good that they can't ignore you. I see that as a core part of my life. So let's move to the next slide on willpower. I define this as almost delusional in my life. Just like perseverance, I almost deny myself considering the alternate option of being a pessimist. Research have shown higher level of optimism are generally associated with better immune functioning and protect health during times of heightened stress. The other side of being optimistic have been a little draining while dealing with difficult stressors. The choice opted by pessimists in such scenarios is by disengaging, but I tend to deny myself even that is an option. So I love where I am today, but I always feel I can do a little bit more. So as I shared in the previous slide, just 1% daily improvement helps me to keep strengthening the resiliency on a daily basis. Let's move to the next slide. Just like how we work out to strengthen our physical body, I engage in following practices to strengthening the willpower. So deep breathing have always shown a huge improvement in helping us to calm down or creating a state change in a positive direction. But what research have shown that we have to take at least 6 deep breaths to create a state change. Studies have shown that 3 days of brief cold exposure changes the level of cardiolipin in the mitochondrial cell membrane. Cardiolipin helps mitochondria to work better and allows us to make better electricity. Brown fat, which is mainly on the upper spine, gets more stronger and bigger. It has more mitochondria, but the rest of the mitochondria throughout the body also shifts in their level of cardiolipin. So we are getting more mitochondria for the brown fat and more and better kind mitochondria at everywhere else. And the mitochondria that cannot generate enough heat will get replaced. So these are some of the benefits of cold water showers. And apart from the science behind the physical benefits of cold water shower, it helped me a lot in stopping the automatic negative thoughts too. Again, like staying hydrated. So as I shared earlier, using the Pomodoro technique and making sure I'm drinking some water every 25 minutes, that helped me to stay hydrated. meditation and praying. So I usually try to engage in 50 minutes in the morning and 50 minutes before sleeping. Knowing our body. So some of the strategies for body scan or Yog Nidra or Kaya Utsarga, these are different terms, but the whole purpose is getting more awareness about the different sensations in our body. And that helps us to be in more relaxed states when we are connected to the different sensations happening in our body. So if you can just Google like John Kabat-Zinn, who is a professor at University of Massachusetts, body scan, and you can actually do a guided body scan facilitated by Dr. John Kabat-Zinn. Most experts say adults need 6 to 8 hours of sleep per night to function at the best abilities. Some nights, even if we get less sleep, the key is waking up enthusiastic. Research also show that not every night we are going to get 6 to 8 hours of sleep. Most probably 5 to 6 nights we can get good sleep, and then there will always be 1 or 2 nights in a week where we may not get enough sleep. But where is the difference is when we wake up, even if it is like a 3-hour sleep, we wake up enthusiastically, and that certainly help us to move in our day throughout the day and stay in more optimistic states. And before sleeping, I always try to just forgive everything what happened during the day or in the past, and then look forward to the next day as like a blank slate. Now, it's not going to be easy, or these are not just the best strategies, but we have the control of our body and our mind. And if we have the will and to implement some strategies and follow through, we can certainly create those changes. Let's move to the next slide on reducing physical fatigue. Fatigue is generally defined as the feeling of lack of energy and motivation that can be physical, mental, or both. Sleeping can help reduce our feeling of fatigue. As I shared earlier, some nights, even if you get less sleep, the key is waking up enthusiastically. During the basic combat training, drill sergeants always told us, fake it till you make it. So even if we are struggling to wake up enthusiastically, if we can fake the enthusiasm, I'm sure like gradually that will become our natural states. Work as much as possible in comfortable positions, just like Winston Churchill. He tried to finish most of his work during the morning while staying on his bed. So if we are working on a chair, just check with us, am I using the leg muscles which are not required? Are the leg muscles in the tensed or relaxed states? So whichever muscle, so check yourself 4 or 5 times a day and ask, am I making my work harder than it actually is? Am I using the muscles that have nothing to do with the work I am doing? And as the third point on the slide, eyes consume 1/4 of all the nervous energies. So some of the ways we can reduce it, let's say if you're riding on a passenger seat, we can like just close our eyes, that gives us a break. Or if we are on a flight, just close. So the more we can keep our eyes relaxed, that certainly helps us to conserve our energies in the nervous system. Let's move to the next slide. On the next slide, I have a small activity for you. So it will be great if you can either write it in your notebook or just type in the chat box, what are some of the activities you engage in for these 5 different components of resiliency: the physical, emotional, social, spiritual, and creative aspects on a daily basis.
उसको आसान शब्द में सिखा नहीं पा रहा। देखिए एआई और चैटजीपीटी से लोगों के
Thank you, sir, for your Thank you, sir, for your insightful lecture. Your expertise will greatly inspire us to build resilience and enhance our well-being. I feel deeply honored to invite Colonel Harshdeep Singh, a distinguished officer of the Indian Army who has served the nation with unwavering dedication and distinction. With an eminent career in the armed forces since 2007, he has applied and practiced the principles of human resource management and organizational psychology in diverse leadership contexts. Sir holds a master's in business administration in human resource management from Amity University, a master's in psychology in organizational behavior and is presently a research scholar at IBAS AUMP Gwalior. Today, he will share with us his insights on Kautilya's renowned scripture, The Arthashastra, exploring its timeless relevance and practical application in the realms of leadership, strategic thinking, and organizational psychology. Let us extend our heartfelt welcome to Sir. And I also respectfully request our esteemed Dr. Rajendra Sharma sir, Professor and Head of Department IBAS, to kindly present the Abhinandan Pad to our distinguished guest and honor him.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me at the back? Yeah. Can you hear me? Very nice. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I extend a heartfelt welcome, heartfelt thanks and gratitude to IBAS, Amity University, all the organizers and all the students present here for inviting me for this talk. My talk is this talk on Kautilya's Arthashastra. It's a ready reckoner for organizational psychology and leadership, but I will refer to it later. Kautilya's Arthashastra was introduced to me when approximately 10 years back, when in the armed forces, because it's a very beautiful document with respect to war fighting. It's a document which also talks about tactics, strategy, how to fight, how to win a war, and how to bring glory to our nation or to a state. But when I studied it deeper, and when I also became a student of psychology, and when I correlated the two, I realized that this document is not only about war fighting or statecraft or foreign policy. This document contains insights into human behavior. Now, why I refer to this as a ready reckoner for organizational psychology is if we all of us are students of psychology, what is the center point of psychology? Anyone? Let's make it an interactive session. So anyone who can tell me what is the center point of psychology? There were a lot of speakers spoke in the morning. What is the center point of psychology? The center point of psychology is the individual. Now that individual can be placed in any setting. It could be family, it could be a sports team, it could be an organization, it could be any form. It could be a friend circle, the social structure. But at the heart of everything is the individual. How that individual behaves in that setting decides the structure of that team, organization, nation, the world, and I can go as far as possible. So with that as a background, I will start this presentation, that why Kautilya's Arthashastra, which is primarily considered as an economic, tactical or a strategic document, why it is so important in organizational psychology, and I'll be covering those aspects. So who's Kautilya? anyone tell me who's Kautilya? Okay, okay, Chanakya, and who else? Okay, so we'll answer all these questions. So I'll be covering my presentations in these parts. Who was Kautilya? Why and when he came into relevance? What were his works? And how relevant is the work, the Arthashastra in particular, relevant in our scenario? So as one of us has mentioned, he's known by 3 names, the Vishnugupta, Kautilya, Chanakya. So we'll be using these names throughout the presentation. So they're all the one person. So brief introduction to Kautilya. Kautilya was a Brahmin who was born to a teacher who used to teach at the Takshila University. Takshila University now is in Pakistan. It's somewhere close to Rawalpindi. So this is what is happening in 4th century BC. He was born to a teacher. He was a very brilliant student. So as he was in the academic settings, he was a very brilliant student. So he was enticed by teaching and learning. And at a very early age, he himself became a professor. At that time, the subcontinent was being ruled by the Nanda dynasty, and the Dhanananda was the emperor. So he went to him and he became his advisor. When he became his advisor, he taught him a lot of tactics, strategies, how to deal with people, how to improve the well-being of the people, how to enhance the territory. But Dhanananda was not the king that he thought a king should be. And he was more selfish than being a people's king. So he left him. And when he left him, the king dishonored him. He humiliated him. And when he was humiliated, he took a vow that I will bring down your dynasty and I will reinstate a just and a good kingdom that you are not able to produce. Then when he went back to the university, he was looking at some children playing where a boy called Chandragupta was playing. Chandragupta was the son of a royal family whose family was dethroned by the Nanda family. He saw a lot of talent. He saw that Chandragupta Maurya was a born leader, but he needed to be groomed. So he was the one, since the childhood of Chandragupta, groomed him. He groomed him and he made him a leader. When the Alexander attacked India in the 4th century BC, then they capitalized on the attack. They created an army, and then as he took that vow, through his statecraft and through his teaching to Chandragupta, he made the Chandragupta empire and they defeated the Nandas. So this is the history and why is Chanakya so much in prominence? Why is he prominence and why his works are so prominent? So a total of 3 works that Kautilya wrote. First is Kautilya's Arthashastra. This is the most extensive book. It has got 15 books in itself, which has got around 150 chapters, and it has got 6,000 sutras. Sutras is like the chapters, 150 sections and 106,000 chapters. Then he wrote the Chanakya Niti. Chanakya Niti is a small book of 17 chapters. It has got verses. आज क्या कर रहे हो उसके बारे में सोचो, जो कल होगा उसके बाहर होगा. तो it is relating, ऐसे करेंगे तो वैसा होगा, वैसे करेंगे तो ऐसा होगा. तो it mostly relates to people, how people should behave in a society. And then is the 3rd book, which is the Chanakya Sutrani. This is also a small book, and it purely focuses on the administration within a state. So today we will only focus on the Arthashastra and how it is relevant in our realms. So this image that you see on your screen on the top left is the actual manuscript, which is now kept at the Orient Library in Mysore, and lot of books have been written about it. The book was initially written in Pali, then it was finally translated into Sanskrit and all languages in the world, and almost everyone, there's no university in the world which has not done research on this. So it has stood the test of time because this is based on the psychology of human beings in various settings. This is where today's class or today's lecture is based on. First is the book 1. There are a total of 15 books. I will not be telling about all the books. I'll be mentioning about only 6 books which are important in the organizational psychology context. So first book is about the topic of learning and training. In this book, it actually tells about how an organization should be and or how. So you can actually hide this. Yes. So how people in all aspects of organization should get trained. Book 2 talks about the activities of the head of the department. This is the major book. It has got almost 20 chapters in it, and it talks about what are the duties that a leader should do, how a leader should behave, how a leader should treat his employees, what are the rights of an employee, what are the rights of an employer. See, all this is being written in the 4th century, which is today's management and today's leadership aspects. Then there's a very elaborate book on judges, which is enforcement of law and order in the society. The 4th book talks about the criminals and how law has to be enforced. Book 5 is about spies, how a state employs spies and how the psychology of spies and how they use the psychology of the common man to suit the overall goal, the goal of the nation. Then is the circle of kings as the basis. Then is the 6 measures of foreign policy, how a state should act. Then is concerning the topics of calamities. Now, as you see till 15, there are topics in which after 10th book, it becomes how to fight a war, how to deal with the oligarchs, how to deal with a weaker king. So these are the aspects which deal with war and strategy. So if we see all these 15 chapters, the Arthashastra is divided into 3 distinct parts. As you can see in the viewfoil, the first part deals with the training, governance, leadership, and administration. The second part deals with law and justice. And the third part deals with war fighting, statecraft, and foreign policy. But the objective of all these 3 parts is only 3 prone. It only is aiming at creating wealth in a just society which is growing. So that's the idea of an organization that Arthashastra promulgates. So this is a line from the 2nd chapter which has been translated in English. I would like to highlight it, which says that a stable and a prosperous state can be secure if it has a just and efficient administration that sets out proper conditions for the accumulation of wealth and augmentation of territory. Now, I'll not be covering all the aspects that were covered in all these books. I'll be covering what is relevant in the field of psychology and the field of leadership. Doesn't move. Yeah. So the first theory that I'm going to talk about is the Saptang theory. The Saptang is the organization. So in today's organizational psychology, this is the first thing that is taught to us. What is the definition of an organization? What does it encompass? What are the objectives of an organization? So this is what Kautilya talks about, where it has got 7 constituents. The Swami, the king, in which today's reverence we can call it as the CEO or the chairman of an organization. Then we have the Amatya or the ministers. These are the people who advise. So this could be the board members. This could be the senior management of a company. Then is the Janapada or the territory, the land and the people, the domain in which an organization is functioning and all the employees of that Janapada. The Durga or the fort is where everyone lives. So it is the infrastructure that a company or an organization has. The Kosha, the finances, the treasury. Danda, which is law. It is law which governs the rules, the regulations, and the SOPs that govern an organization is Danda. And then is Mitra, the allies, the collaborations, the deals that we have with the other organizations. This is the organization that the Kautilya promulgates, and this has been adopted by most of the Fortune 10 and the Fortune 20 companies in the world as a basis of organizing their structure. Arthashastra also talks about the human behavior. What I've done is that I have culled out how a person behaves in different situations and how Kautilya has explained it in his scriptures. So man in a work situation, man the variable. This is what Kautilya refers to as. So what does he say when he says that? He, the superintendent, it's part of chapter 2. He says that he should constantly hold an inspection of their work. Man being inconstant in their minds. This is a very important aspect that we should listen to do. That man being inconsistent in their minds, therefore should be cognizant of the worker, the office, the place, and all that. So this is the various roles that a man is playing, being inconstant in his mind. So the inconsistency and the variability in a man's mind has been discussed by Kautilya in chapter 2, where he talks about the man in various situations and various variables. Then we come, man is the shaper of his own dignity. हम कहते हैं हम अपने जिंदगी के खुद मालिक हैं, हमारा future हमारे हाथ में है. So this is how he refers to as the object slips away from a foolish person who continuously consults the star. For an object is the constellation an object? What will the stars do? So he very clearly says that we are looking to the stars to help us do what we want to do. But here he says, if an object is looking at an object, what are the stars going to do? So that's a very important aspect, that man himself shapes his destiny. Then are the other aspects of man in a social context, where it says about righteousness, that if the law does not prevail, the stronger fish will swallow the weak. So there has to be law that has to prevail. Then is man in the weaker moments, somebody who is like a fish while in water, is drinking water. It's an analogy that they've drawn, that officers so appointed for carrying out works cannot be known when appropriating money. So it's about human nature that he's talking. So there he brings out in his organizational structure that how all superintendents needs to be checked and their superintendents needs to be checked. So the structure has been defined well in Arthashastra. Now I will, from the human nature, I switch to the leadership aspect of Arthashastra. So how does it say that he defines a leader's preamble? How a leader is supposed to be? Born in a high family, he should be pious, truthful in speech, not breaking his promise, grateful, liberal, of great energy, not dilatory with weak neighboring princes, resolute, and having mean counsel. And most of all, the last line which it says that these qualities should of one easily approachable. That if he is a leader, he has to be approachable to his Janapada or the people that he commands. Then he talks about he should have qualities of intellect. And how does he explain it? He should have retention, understanding, reflecting, rejecting, and intentness of the truth. This is where the intellect comes in, that we have an analytical mind. It is not that we are absorbing facts the way they come to us, the way they are presented to us, like today's WhatsApp universities which are going on. So this is what a leader should do, that when knowledge is being presented, it should not be accepted as such. We should analyze that knowledge. We should retain it and then process it and use it for the welfare of your employees, your subjects, or the people under your command. Then he talks about the qualities of energy. Then he talks about amenable to guidance. That's a very important aspect that Arthashastra brings out, that although you have all these qualities that the preamble gives out, but as a leader, you should be amenable to receiving guidance from more experienced or the expert. So that is why even if you are a leader, even if you are the king, even if you are the CEO, you must listen to your advice. You must listen to your counsel. So these are the aspects which Arthashastra brings out. He should be just. And he should be Raj Rishi. Raj Rishi is the term that has been coined and has been defined almost 3 to 4 times in Arthashastra, which defines that a Raj Rishi is the one who has self-control. In the morning sessions, our speakers have mentioned about self-control, discipline, doing what is required, regulating the mind and regulating the environment. This is what the Raj Rishi concept in the Arthashastra also mentions. Then is done, is punishment. It is the concept of, as we study, the positive and negative reinforcement, which is taught to us as part of our psychological concepts, where it mentions the king, which is severe with the rod, becomes a source of terror to beings. If the king is mild, agar king kya hai, ढीला है और अपना काम नहीं कर रहा है, तो then the fishes of the stronger swallow the weak. Then in उसके राज में जो लोग कमजोर हैं, उन पे जो लोग स्ट्रांग हैं, उन पे हावी हो जाएंगे. लेकिन जो राजा just है, who is balanced, is the one who uses the road after full consideration and does the subjects with spiritual good, material well-being and pleasure of the senses. So this is so very clearly defined how to be just and balanced and regulated in our conduct in treating our subordinates. Then leader as a Vigushu.
So you have 5.
I'll just finish. I'll just finish in 5 minutes. Yes, it is just 2 more minutes. Then it talks about the Vigushu. It talks about that a leader is the one who aims for achievement. A leader who does not aim for achievement is no more a leader, because then he will inculcate mediocrity into his organization. Now there are certain management issues which also talks about. It talks about proper selection. What should be the qualities when we select people, salaries and wages. It talks about the contract of management. It talks about the obligations of employees. He talks about the rights of the employees. He also talks about obligations of the employers, rights of the employers, and social security. And one important aspect of the conflict resolution. We must have heard of something called as Sam, Dam, Dand, Bhed. So what does it mean? Sam means conscious decision to reconcile or reconcile. Baatcheet. Dam is giving. If I have to get something done, you will get this. You will get this price. Then is Dand, by the fear of punishment. And then is Bhed. Bhed is anyone? No one. So Bhed is that I will present to you facts which are not even known to you, and I will coerce your mind to follow the path that I took. Then he talks about communication. It's a very important aspect. What are the effective ways of writing? Proper arrangement, connection, completeness. It should be sweet. Lucidity. And what are the defects of writing? Whenever we write our papers, whenever we write anything, absence of charm. We contradict ourselves. एक लाइन में कुछ लिखा, अगले लाइन में कुछ लिख दिया. So that is contradiction in our own writing. Repetition and creating confusion, not being very clear. And also it talks about how important are the facial expressions in conveying and communicating in a social structure. At last, I will like to address a very important issue of the nation. What is a nation? Nation is a collective conscious of individuals. There was a very, I might be diverging, but in the 1980s, before the First World War, a Treaty of Westphalia was carried out, was concluded, in which earlier there were only states, there were no nations. So a nation state was defined. A nation is where people live. A state is what? State is just boundary. So a nation is a collective conscious of the population. And it's when the nations are dealing with each other, it is not lands dealing with each other. It is the collective conscious of these people which are dealing with each other, the sensitivities which are dealing with each other. So the mandala theory is a very important treatise of strategic psychology, in which how nations are interacting with each other, in which it defines the circle in which my friend, जिसे बोलते हैं दुश्मन का दोस्त, मेरे दुश्मन का दुश्मन, all those things have been defined in the mandala theory, and it is a very important document which is taught in the foreign services, it is taught in the armed forces to understand the strategy, how nations think. And that is where we coined this term called as the cross-cultural psychology or strategic psychology, which is important here. In the end, I would just like to say that these are very small. This is a huge document. This is a huge research in itself. Every chapter has got meaning. Finally, I will only touch upon this. It tells us about organization, how an organization should be, how the leader should be, how the employee should be, and how we can create a conducive organization culture to be happy. Finally, what is the percentage of happiness that our work gives us? I must tell you, it is more than 50%. We draw our happiness from our workplace. So that is why having happiness at the workplace is very important. And yes, Kautilya makes it efficient a workplace. An efficient worker is always praised. An efficient worker always is happy. So having learned these aspects from Kautilya, we can always become a more happier and a content person. Any questions? If there are none, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing such a deep wisdom of yours. We shall remember this for longer than we know. Now, I request Director Sir Aibas to grace this moment by presenting a token of profound gratitude to our guest. Sir, please.
शेयर करें प्रॉपर्ली उसमें शो भी करा था स्क्रीन शेयर फुल टेक्निकल आपके पता सर बोलिए
Thank you, sir. The next eminent figure amongst us who has inspired students, scholars, and peers alike, both through his scholarly contributions and his visionary leadership, Professor Dr. Ajay Pratap Singh, Head of the Department of Psychology at VBS Purvanchal State University, Jaunpur. Professor Singh is a venerated educator and administrator with over 25 years of teaching and research experience. Holding a DPhil from Allahabad University and MPhil and MA degree from Delhi University, he has to his credit 40 research publications in peer-reviewed and Scopus-indexed and several book chapters. As a distinguished academic leader, Professor Singh has served as Dean, Faculty of Applied Social Sciences and Humanities, and has numerous key administrative roles at VBS Purvanchal University. His contributions to research curriculum development and academic governance has left a lasting impact on the discipline of psychology. We are honored to welcome Professor Dr. Ajay Pratap Singh to share his expertise and insights with us at this event. So please.
खड़े हुए हैं क्या? You don't like them?
सर है हाँ सर है सर है वहाँ पर
Sir?
आ गया the video of the video my Instagram
सर ऑलरेडी एडमिट है
I request Ajay sir.
आपने कुछ नहीं करना
Yes, it is there.
Thank you very much. I am really grateful to the organizer of this conference on the Indian knowledge system, organized by the MIT Institute of Behavioral and Allied Sciences, Gwalior. And in this session, basically, I will be talking about the Bhagavad Gita. And the focus will be basically on identifying the different psychological constructs in the Bhagavad Gita and how these psychological constructs are useful for us for the individual well-being as well as for the social well-being for all of us. So basically, I will be moving with my slide and I am going to share my slide with you people. Slide is visible to all?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, the topic will be basically the locating psychological constructs in the Bhagavad Gita, implications for the individual and the social well-being. And the focus will be on the how the different psychological constructs as mentioned in the Bhagavad Gita, they work for us in the individual capacity as well as in the social capacity. Okay. So the Bhagavad Gita, one of the most revered scriptures in the philosophy, is not merely a spiritual or the religious text. It is psychological treatise that explores the complexity of the human mind, emotions, and the moral decision making. And the composed as a dialogue between the Lord Krishna and the warrior Arjuna on the battlefield of the Kurukshetra, the Gita delves into the inner conflict of the duty versus desire, offering insights into the self-awareness, motivation, emotional regulation, and the human behavior. Basically, it is all the chapters of the Bhagavad Gita is basically they are basically about the dialogue between the Lord Krishna and the Arjuna, and basically it tries to address the different phases of the human life, and it tries to address the different issues which are faced by the human being across the different phases of the life, and how the dilemmas, how the conflicts in the real life situation, how they can be handled. Basically, the Gita provides us insights about that. The Bhagavad Gita is deeply connected to the Indian psychology, serving as a foundation text that explores the human mind, emotions, well-being. Its teaching offer psychological insights and the practical guidance for the mental health, self-realization, resilience, making it highly relevant for the both traditional Indian and the modern psychological frameworks. Basically, the focus in the Bhagavad Gita is on how we can explore the human mind in terms of what are the different conflicts within the human mind, how human beings are affected by their emotions, their attachments, their culture, their family, and how the teachings of the Gita are helping the Arjuna in handling all the situations of the conflict and the dilemma. हाँ सो अच्छा एक मिनट I think now the slide is visible to all. Okay. So I will be talking about the different components which have been mentioned in the Bhagavad Gita one by one. First, I will be talking about how the idea of the self-development has been mentioned in the Bhagavad Gita. I will be starting with this slok. ममय वांशो जीव लोके जीव भूते सनातनः मन सष्टानि इंद्रियाणि प्रकृति स्थानि कर्षति. It says that an eternal portion of myself, having become a living soul in a word of life, draws to itself the five senses with the mind as the sixth, abiding the nature. It means apart from the five senses which we are having, the mind is basically adding to the another sixth sense, which helps us in realization of the self. And basically its approach is on the inside out. Inside out means key to how the human capital development, the self-knowledge and its significance has been realized in the Bhagavad Gita. The another slok also tells about the self-development. the person is a composite of the consciousness, mind, and the body. Indriyani pranya purindrebhya paramana. Manasastu para buddhiyo buddhe buddhi paratastu shah. It means ki they say that the senses are superior to the body and the mind is superior to the senses. The intellect is superior to the mind, and he, self, is superior even to the intellect. It means the self is above all. Okay, self is above mind and the mind is above senses. In this sense, they have tried to create a hierarchy of the different layers of the parts of the component of the human mind. So the Gita's perspective on the human nature encompasses the body, mind, and the soul, describing three layers of the human existence: gross body, subtle body, and the causative body. Its teaching aligned with the contemporary psychotherapies, particularly cognitive behavior therapies, addressing the universal question about the identity and the happiness. The another component which has been well addressed in the teachings of the Gita is the emotions. The Bhagavad Gita offers profound insights into the nature of the emotions and their role in the human behavior and the psychological well-being. From the psychological perspective, the Gita provides a rich framework for understanding emotions, regulating them, and integrating them into a holistic approach. Basically, the issue of the emotion has been well addressed in the dialogues of the Gita, where the Arjuna was having the different types of the conflicts when he was trying to fight with his relatives in the Mahabharata, and he was having this type of the conflict that how he can fight with his own relatives. So basically, the Sri Krishna was trying to convince him that basically it is not about the emotions, it is more about the rationality, logic, and the other things. So in this way, the focus is basically he is trying to convince to the Arjuna that once the person is having the understanding of the emotions, he can regulate the emotions, and he can again integrate these emotions for the holistic approach of the life. And it has been well mentioned in this sloka of the Gita. The Gita says that just as the mind is the source of the human suffering and also a source of the achieving bliss, so too are the senses. In their proper utilization lies in the human happiness. So it has been well addressed in this sloka ki indriya she indriya yarthe rag dvesho vyavasthito taryon vash mag gatche hashe paripanthiyo. Attachment and the aversion for the objects of the senses abide in the senses. Let no one come under their sway, for they are his enemies. It means that if anything is coming in between, so it can be handled in the regulated manner. Here in the another sloka, they are saying that Mana Prasada Somayatto Mon Matma Vinigraha Bhav Shansu Virit Tatapyo Man Samuchyate. The serenity of the mind, good-heartedness, self-control, and the purity of nature. This is called the mental austerity. Basically, the Bhagavad Gita is talking about if the person is having the good-heartedness, self-control, and the purity of the nature, so it is all the treasure for the human being. And in this way, it basically offers the valuable insight about how emotions and their management can be regulated. It presents the three ethical perspectives. One is the autonomy, community and the divinity, each corresponding to the different approaches to the emotions and the moral reasoning. Another component which we have tried to address here is key how we can modify our emotions and attachment, because in the Bhagavad Gita, the entire focus has been on key how we are trying to change the emotions, and in this way the focus is again on key how the person's ego is interacting with the external world, and the until unless the person is not having the emotional regulation and the self transformation, the person will not be able to address the realities of the external world. And if the person is having the ideas of about his gunas like the sattva, rajas, and tamas, the person will be able to handle the things in the better manner. The text teaching align with the modern concepts of the emotional intelligence, promoting calmness, equanimity in the face of the pleasure and pain. And the research has shown that applying the Gita's principles can enhance the positive emotions like the gratitude, forgiveness, and potentially reducing the occupational stress. Another component which I have tried to discuss here is the emotional regulation and the psychological well-being. The Bhagavad Gita has emphasized the importance of the emotional regulation. It means how we can be unaffected by the different types of the emotions. Because if we are unaffected, or if we are having the control over, I am having control over how I am going to be affected. It is basically the cornerstone for the psychological well-being. Emotions such as fear, anger, and attachment can disrupt mental equilibrium, leading to the suffering. The Gita advocates for the cultivating emotional stability, that is called the sthiti prajna, through mindfulness and the self-awareness. This concept aligns with the modern psychological theories of the emotional intelligence and the mindfulness-based interventions. The Gita reflects the understanding of the nature and the functions of the Indriyas is necessary for gaining control over them. Appropriate control of the functioning of the Indriyas is helpful in, number one, to achieve the excellence and to reach the transcognitive states. It means if a person is having control over his or her Indriyas means senses they are talking about. So it means if the person is having control over his senses, so the person will be in a position to remain emotionally stable in the situation, and he will remain calm, and he will be having the state of the mental equilibrium. Here there is one sloka related to this regulation and the psychological well-being. Indriyana hi charanta yan mano nuvidhiyate tadasya haranti pragya vayun vabhi vabhasi. For the mind which follows the wake of the wandering senses carries away his discrimination as the mind carries away a boat on the water. It means key for the mind which follows the wake of the wandering senses. If because the mind is basically about key, mind is always having the different types of the ideas coming through the different senses, because and it is like the wind carries away the boat on the waters, because the types of the thoughts which are coming in the mind, and basically they are basically navigating you towards the destination, and the person is not having the control over where he or she wants to go. So it should not be like that. It is like if idea is coming to the mind, it means it should be decided by the human mind itself, not by the senses itself. In this way, the Gita's teaching on the emotional regulations are rooted in the concept of the three gunas, which I have already discussed, which influences the emotional states. Sattva is associated with the calmness and the clarity, Rajas with the passion and the activity, and the Tamas with the inertia and the darkness. The text encourages individual to cultivate sattvic qualities to achieve the emotional balance and the mental peace. Okay. Another component which has been well addressed in the Bhagavad Gita is the idea of the emotional intelligence. And this notion of the emotional intelligence is very much in use nowadays in the psychology, as well as in the organizations, as well as in the clinical psychology. Everywhere we are using this idea. The focus is in the Bhagavad Gita is basically about in emotional intelligence. We talk about recognition, understanding, managing, and controlling the our own emotions as well as of the others. The Gita's emphasis on the self-control, empathy, and the detachment resonates with the EI's core components. And the Gita says that Manas has dual functions. It processes sensory inputs and it acts as the sixth sense and receives input from the internal states. It means Mame Vansho Jeev Loke Jeev Bhute Sanatana Man Srashtani Indriyani Prakrtisthani Karshati. An eternal portion of myself, having become a living soul in the word of life, draws to itself the five senses with the mind as the six senses abiding the nature. A key verse from the Gita underscores the importance of the remaining unperturbed by the pain and pleasure, a state akin to the emotional resilience. This aligns with the EI's focus on managing emotion to achieve the personal and interpersonal well-being. It means it is basically it is basically talking about how we can remain in control if we are affected by some exaggerated level of stress, some exaggerated level of emotional upheaval. So basically it talks about with the help of this, if we are having the prior understanding, prior knowledge of the emotions, what type of the things are going on in the mind of the person in front of me, so I will be having the better idea of handling that person. And it has been the case in the Bhagavad Gita itself, because the Sri Krishna was having all the ideas what is going inside the mind of the Arjuna, and how.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. I request you to please wrap up in 5 minutes. Thank you so much.
Okay. So basically the focus was there on if we are having some prior idea about what is going inside the mind of the other person, so we can handle the other person in the more better manner. Okay. The another component which is here in the Bhagavad Gita is basically the component of the moral and ethical decision making, because the entire discourse of the Gita is basically about the conflict and the dilemmas related to the moral and ethical decision making. Because on the one hand, Arjun don't want to have a war with his brothers, his uncles, his grandfather. So basically he is having the conflict within his own mind. So the focus here is on how the different preachings of the Sri Krishna has helped the Arjuna in navigating, in coming, in handling the conflict within his own mind. So here the focus is basically the Gita explores the interplay between the emotions and the moral decision making, particularly through the dilemma faced by the Arjuna who grapples with the guilt and compassion on the eve of the battle. The Krishna's counsel to the Arjuna highlights the importance of the rising above the emotional turmoil to fulfill one's duty, dharma, without attachment to outcomes. This teaching reflects the integration of the emotional regulation to the ethical reasoning, a concept that modern psychology recognizes as essential for moral development. The senses of the Indian traditions are considered more than the physical instruments or the physiological organs. The senses registers the energy pattern emanating from the world of objects and reflect them to the manas. However, it is the manas that triggers the cognitive process. The thing is that here, the manas or the role of the mind is more important, because whatever type of the sensory stimulation we are getting, until unless it is not well interpreted, we cannot respond in the desired manner. Okay, there is one sloka again here related to the sankalp, the abandoning unreservedly all desires born of sankalpa and completely restraining the whole groups of senses by mind from all sides. So if we are having determination, if we are having sankalp, so we are in a position to control our thoughts, our desires, and we are unaffected by the worldly desires or the other elements which may have adverse effect on us. Okay. The psychological well-being is the another component. I will be concluding in a very short while. Okay, the Gita's teaching on emotions are deeply actually I am not able to control my slide. एक मिनट ठीक है now it's okay. Okay, the Gita's teaching on the emotions are deeply intertwined with the psychological concepts such as the mindfulness, self-awareness, and the cognitive restructuring. For instance, the text advocates for observing emotions without becoming enslaved by them, a principle that aligns with the cognitive behavior therapy. The Krishna's dialogue with the Arjuna can be seen as a form of the psychotherapy where the distorted thinking and the emotional distress are addressed through the rational inquiry and the mindfulness practices. Okay, this is the one point which I would like to mention here is the mental health is defined as the absence of the psychological disorder, and it is important for a person to keep his health harmonious. Mental health is not a matter of the present day society. It has been considered through yoga and the meditation. It is true that the yoga and meditation provide the positive energy to the person and teach a person to make a connection with the individuality and its ultimate source. In the Bhagavad Gita, the meditation in its various form is helpful to gain the control over the sensory process. And this is the brief about how the different types of yogas are helpful in making the human being a more perfect human being. And with the help of the different types of the yoga, we can have better self-control, we can have better self-realization, we can have the better state of the mental well-being and the self-actualization. Okay, I will be skipping this slide because okay, this is about what I have already said in the previous 20 slides. The Bhagavad Gita, through its timeless dialogue between the Krishna and the Arjuna, offers a rich and deeply layered psychological framework that remains remarkably relevant to the contemporary context. This study has explored the key concepts, the constructs from the Gita, such as the emotional regulation, moral reasoning, self-realization. Okay, all these are the Gita's emphasis on the concepts like the sthiti prajna, nishkam karma, and the influence of the gunas on the behavior and the emotions aligns closely with the current approaches of the psychotherapy, emotional resilience, and the leadership development. Okay. By examining the Gita not just as a spiritual text, but as a source of the indigenous psychological insights, this discussion contributes to the broader discourse of decolonizing psychology and integrating the culturally contextual knowledge systems. Its principles, when applied thoughtfully, can enhance both individual and the societal well-being, making the Gita a practical and the philosophical tool for the human development in the 21st century. As modern psychology continues to evolve, there is a growing need to incorporate such cross-cultural paradigms that address the complexity of the human's psyche with the depth, inclusivity, and the spiritual sensibility. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your perspectives and enlightening us on well-being through the Bhagavad Gita. I am pleased to extend a warm welcome to an eminent academician and scholar of national repute, Professor Avinash D. Parthedkar from the Department of Human Resource Development, Faculty of Management Studies, VVS Purvanchal University, Jaunpur, UP. Sir brings with him over 25 years of rich academic, research, and administrative experience. He is currently serving as professor in the Department of HRD, Executive Director of the VBSPU, Incubation and Innovation Foundation, and Director of the Center of Excellence in Vedic Management Studies. A distinguished researcher, he has authored 37 publications, including several in highly reputed Scopus and ABDC listed journals, and has successfully completed major research projects sponsored by UGC and ICSSR. His contributions extend beyond academia through consultancy projects with UNICEF and the Department of Labor Government of UP. Sir has been honored with multiple prestigious awards, including the Outstanding Reviewer Award and Best Business Academic of the Year Silver Medal from the Indian Commerce Conference. He has also served as a resource person for numerous reputed universities and institutions across the country. Today, we are privileged to have him deliver the plenary session where he will share his insights drawn from decades of experience in the field of human resource development, organizational behavior, and Vedic management. Please join me in extending a warm and respectful welcome to Sir.
Very good afternoon to each one of you. It is my really privilege to speak before you on such a very important topic for which I am these days working on. So when it was being discussed with me, kindly suggest some topic with regard to Indian knowledge system and well-being. So there is a saying in this, सावन के अंधे को हरा ही हरा नजर आता है. तो everything I would like to draw towards dharma, because these days I'm working on this dharma. Various shlokas are there, so I would focus on 2 or 3 on that. Then I would directly come to my actual research topic, which I have taken up in this. So my topic is on dharma and sustainable organizational outcomes and empirical evidences. There is very famous shloka on this dharma, the Sukharth Sarvabhutanam Mata Sarva Protaya Sukham Nasti Bina Dharma Tatmat Dharma Parova. All beings strive for happiness. Actually, ultimate goal of life is what? Happiness. But happiness comes from where? So our Shastra says, our scripture says, happiness comes, or happiness is not possible without dharma. So dharma, everybody should devote to dharma. And there is very prominent part of this shloka of this, yato dharmas tato jaya. Where there is a dharma, vijay is there. So it's what motto vakya of even Supreme Court. Where there is a dharma, so we have the vijay of that. Then there is another important shloka on this is what? Dharmena rakshito raja aptena sukhamedite vigrahen viryantasya vittena samruddhi ragata bhashayam pratibhatasya dandena nyaya sahita mitren parirakshita vijnanena vijnanama. So all together, I am just sharing my this shloka so that everybody can see on this on the screen. So there are 8 variables if we talk about this shloka. So there are 8 altogether, 8 variables in this. Dharmene rakshito raja, dharma se rakshit raja, dharma ka palan karta hai. Whosoever is the king who follow the path of dharma, he dharma ka palan karta hai. Dharma se rakshit raja, dharma ka palan karta hai. Then aptena sukhamedite, whosoever his friends, uske sayogi rajya ke hiteshwari, means those who are the well-wisher of that king or mantrigan, or those who are those who suggest him, they all look for the state, not to the individual. Whatever is right, definitely they will say this is right for the rajya. Then third variable is what? Vigrahin viryantasya. विपरीत परिस्थितियों का सामना करने का बल होता है. Those who follow the path of dharma, he can take up the challenges whatever come before the rajya. Then vittena samruddhi ragata, vitta se samruddh hota hai. Those who follow the path of dharma, the king who follow the path of dharma, uske rajya mein with the financial crisis doesn't come. Then bhashayam pratibhadasya, bhasha se pratibhashali hai. Bhasha se pratibhashali, but it is not simply eloquent. He is very clear, he is very effective, and he has the effective communication as far as bhashaya pratibhadasya is concerned. Then next is what? Dandena nyaya sahita. Danda se nyaya ki shakti प्राप्त करता है. Means he is rational to each and everything. He is not partial. So the king who follow the path of dharma, in that rajya, always the danda and nyaya would prevail. Means whatever the nyaya he would award to the followers or to the people, that would be based on nyaya. Then मित्रेण परिरक्षिता, मित्रों से घिरा रहता है. मित्रों से घिरा रहता है यानी कि उसके राज्य के friends, all the surrounding states of his rajya, all are surrounded by such people who are friendly, who have the friendly behavior with such king. Then last is what? Vijnanena vijnanvan. Jnanvan means ज्ञान, समझ और व्यवहारिक बुद्धि. Means it is not simply knowledge, but the actual व्यवहारिक बुद्धि means worldly behavior, art, the wisdom, and the understanding which is general, which he possesses. So this is what Vijnanena Vijnanvan. So altogether, what I mean to say, if I would look this in context of any leadership style in the at the workplace or the organizational behavior context, it means what? Wherever the leader or the manager who would follow the path of dharma, all 8 outcome variables he would have before him. So this is what dharma. Then coming to the main point of mine, this is what the very famous shloka of Manusmriti, and this is a 92nd shloka of Manusmriti of 6th chapter, which says Dhriti Kshama Tamosteyam Shaucham Indriya Nigra Dhir Vidya Satyam Krodho Dashakam Dharma Lakshana. So what is this? What this shloka is says all about? I would explain very briefly. Dhriti means patience. Kshama means forgiveness. Dam means spiritual upliftment. Asteya means non-stealing behavior. Shauch means cleanliness, means body and mind cleanliness. Tan ki or man ki shuddhata. Snan dhyan. Indriya nigra means self-control. Dhi means virtuousness or righteousness. Vidya, again the Vidya has got 2 sub-dimensions, Paravidya or Aparavidya. Paravidya means Parmeshwar ko janne ki, that to understand the ultimate Brahma. It is what? Paravidya. And Aparavidya means Sansarik Vidya, to which we are talking about, is what? Aparavidya means Sansarik Vidya. Then Satya. Satya means truthfulness, and Akrodh means anger control. All these 10 sub-variables are the part of this dharma. So basically, this is what the shloka has, the exhaustive operational definition of dharma. Then, actually, I have conducted my research on this dharmas and different outcomes which are sustainable in nature, and for which I am going to deliver my lecture. Basic methodology which I had adapted, the universe of this study was the automobile sector, the employees of the automobile sector, banking sector, insurance sector, education sector, school and college, including school and college, and health sector. So all sectors are included like this. And the altogether 644 respondents were considered for this data. And what is the desirable size for sample? That is what 384 means. If we collect the data from 384 people, so ultimately means all kind of means conditions for data collections means as far as sample size is concerned, we just follow that. So the Kocharan has given this criteria in the year of 1977. So if we collect the data from 384, it would be sufficient. The purposive sampling method style of data collection was adopted. Respondents were full-time employees, including male and female, aged from 23 to 59 years of, and education starting from 10th to postgraduate. And the time period, the data was collected from between the February 2023, and still it is continuing. Means different phases. I'm working on different variables in the different phases. So since 2023, as I was being introduced by that lady. Actually, I look after here Center for Management, Vedic Management Studies here. So this part of the research is being conducted in that side. So altogether, the scale was divided into 2 parts. I would later explain what are the contents on this. Then 2 parts. For the first part is demographic profile of the respondent. The second is what? Attitudinal survey items. And 7-point Likert attitude skills was adopted in this, from 7 strongly agree and for 1 for strongly disagree. So total items were 52 in this, and out of which 30 items were of dharma, and 16 for performance and 6 for innovative work behavior. So as our topic says, sustainable HR outcomes. So what is sustainable outcomes are? Employee performance, innovative work behavior. Those organizations which focus on innovation and performance, they sustain for a longer duration. So it was the basic idea on which I could focus on this. So 30 for dharma means 30 items was designed to measure this dharma. So dharma it is already been explained, has been explained. So dharma 30 items, self-developed. So altogether reliability was found 0.86. Since this is the new skill which was being developed in this research, that's why I'm quoting. Otherwise, employee performance and innovative work behavior found very outstanding reliability as far as this study is concerned. So employee performance, 16 items were there, which was developed by Swantech in the year of 1999. And then innovative work behavior, it has got 6 items, Scott and Bruce scale, which was adapted, which was developed in the year of 1991. So again, I would say, as we when we develop any kind of scale, so composite reliability and average variance expected was calculated. So all 10 items, it has there are 2 basic criteria which has been you can see in the bottom. So what is the actual criteria? Composite reliability should be at least 0.7. So in all the sub scale items, in this composite reliability value was found more than 0.7. And average variance extracted, again, it has got the value should be more than 0.5. So in all kind of sub variables, this value meets the all standard criteria. And third criteria is what? CR should be more than average variance extracted. So as far as Fornell and Larker criteria given by in the year of 1981. So this is what very famous article of this Fornell and Larker. So all conditions given by Fornell and Larker was satisfied as far as this study is concerned. So thereby we can establish both kind of validity, discriminant validity and convergent validity. We could satisfy this. Then again, the another extensive part means, since we had applied the most advanced research skills in this, so different kind of model fit indices, those who understand the structural equation modeling part of this, they can see the C-mean upon degree of freedom, that value should be ideally it should be less than 0.3. But in our case, it is less than 0.5.0. So it is desirable, reasonable fit as far as this model is concerned. And this comes due to, because since we had many kind of items in this, so sometimes when you borrow the items more than 30, definitely you would encounter such kind of problems. But in this case, we have found less than 0.5, which is 3.536. So it is desirable. NFI, IFI, TLI, CFI, all the values should be more than 0.9. So in all the cases, we have found the all NFI, IFI, CFI and TLI, all the values we have found more than 0.9, or in NFI case, it is 0.898, very close to 0.9. And there is what RMS, mean square error of approximation. So what is the error chances in this research? So ideally 0.08 is acceptable. In our case, it is 0.063. So again, the criteria was given by Tavaknik and Fidel and Klein also. And factor loading, all the items factor loadings should be more than 0.7 for each item. So it would justify the convergent validity criteria. Again, it was given by Hare et al. In the year of 2010. थोड़ा क्लास चल रही है, थोड़ी देर से नहीं, द्विवेदी सर हम नहीं, द्विवेदी सर उधर बैठते, थोड़ी देर क्लास चल रही, प्लीज सर. Then confirmatory factor analysis in this, what you can see in this, if you would see, I'm just zooming it out. The patients, PET for patients, 2 items, 0.7 and 0.8. So this is what factor loading. Similarly for forgiveness, again it should be more than 0.7, 0.81, 0.89. Then spirituality, again ultimately what I'm trying to say is all the items are having the factor loading which is more than 7. But another thing which you would be observing in the patients, only 2 items are there. So 1 item was eliminated. Due to this, since it had less factor loading, ultimately we were developing the scale in this now. So that's why it had to be eliminated, because since you are developing a scale, you cannot compromise. Similarly for the spirituality, again 1 item was deleted, and similarly non-stealing behavior, 1 item was deleted. So altogether, out of 30 items which were designed, 3 items were eliminated because this criteria was not fulfilled in our study. So I simply eliminated. Now the basic idea, the model was proposed like this: dharma influencing performance of the employee, dharma influencing innovativeness. So which I have already talked about, both are the sustainable HR outcomes. So that was the basic proposed model in my study. Then again, this is what the complete model which I have found out in my research. So the complete model I had found in this. You would observe this job performance dharma is leading to job performance. Here you would found in this is what this value is, what 0.72. It means what? Those who follow the path of dharma, they are 72% more performer in comparison to those who don't follow the path of dharma. Similarly, in this innovative work behavior, you would find the value comes, which is what 0.30. It means what? Those who follow the path of dharma, they would be 30% more innovative at the workplace. So this is what ultimately this was our hypothesis, and we could prove this, fortunately. So in a very simple term, a simple language, dharma leading to employee performance, it is contributing 72%. Dharma and innovative work behavior 30%. Then
Sorry to interrupt, sir, but you have 5 minutes more to wind
okay,
up.
I would wind up. So sometime what I would say, anchoring people, they become very harsh. Actually, I was indulged too much in explaining my model. So no problem. Model that identified means all kind of values was ideal and satisfy all kind of conditions as far as model development is concerned. So what is the practical implications? What for we should study in this? The practical implication was society, design the society's mindset and prepare good citizens. Ultimately, dharma is the, I would say, the panacea for the life, panacea for the society, and panacea for the workplace. Because workplace do exist in the society. So if we raise our children as far as these 10 qualities are concerned, so definitely we would be having good citizens, good human being, good father, good mother, good daughter, and we would get also good employee. These are the qualities which even the employers, they also looking for. And the managerial aspect is what? Implication is what? This can be adopted in recruitment and selection process. What happens when we select an employee? At the first stage, we give them some question paper. We simply check the knowledge test. Then we interview them, and in that we judge them. Means HR round is what? Then we judge them whether they understand the job or not. And the third phase, where the CEOs or the top class of the employees, those who discuss with them, they try to identify these 10 criteria on the employee. Tata says we cannot teach the employees those who are not following the path of dharma, not exactly dharma, means what are the qualities which would Tatas look for. But ultimately, the actual, this is like this. So recruitment and selection process, if we would definitely adopt these, consider these 10 qualities, definitely the organization would be more sustainable. Still, the research is still continuing. So dharma, engagement and satisfaction, again, it was in the next stage, it was very well found. Those who follow the path of dharma, those employees who follow the path of dharma, they are engaged, and those who are engaged, they are productive. Dharma who follow the path of career satisfaction, definitely they would not chide themselves. They would be satisfied in their career also. And data collected recently, it was collected data in the mutual trust in the workplace. Those who follow the path of dharma, their workplace would be prevailing mutual trust. And dharma is again the resilient. Resilient means those who are the resilient, most flexible, lachila. And out of 10 important qualities, resilience is the important quality. And last time I was reading some good research paper. So resiliency is the very good characteristics which the employers look for. This is what my Dharma scale. So what are such questions that I would like to discuss about on this? The first part, demographic profile of the respondent, and the part 2, there are different items. The items are, मैं प्रतिकूल परिस्थितियों में धैर्य बनाए रखता हूं. I keep patience while working with people of opposite temperament. I maintain patience even in the case of profit. All the three items are of patience. Next 3, I easily forgive such people who hurt me. I pray for well-being of even those who hurt me, and I am not revengeful with such people who hurt me. So this is what
So the scale items are not visible.
Oh, it was not open?
So the scale items are not visible.
Okay, I'm just opening up. Okay, just hold on. Just confirm me. Once it is open, once it is visible, then confirm me. Now is it open? It is visible.
No, sir. It's not.
It is buffering. It is not opening, sir.
Okay. Well, I found out some problem. I'm able to locate what is the problem in this. Just give me some time. Huh? Yes, now it is it visible?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes. So these are the items that I would be sharing with you if you require. All the first, second, third item is relating to dharma. 4th, 5th, 6th, shamashil, forgiveness. Similarly, like this, all 30 items are of dharma. And then 16 items are of performance, and 6 items are of innovative work behavior. So this is something like that. So ultimately, my punchline is what? A good manager is not necessarily a good person, but a good person will always be a good manager. So always we should hire a person who should be a good person, not a good manager. And good person is what? Very well operational definition, which is given by in Manusmriti in our Shastra. So all 10 qualities, Dhriti Kshama Damostayam, Shaucham Indriya Nigra, Dhir Vidya, Satyam Krodho Dashatam, Dharma Lakshana. So this is thank you from my side. Over to the audience. If you would like to ask any question, definitely I would love to answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. The understanding of Dharma is what defines who we are. Continuing our esteemed lineup of speakers, it is my immense pleasure to introduce a beacon of inspiration, Professor Dr. Tosendra Dwivedi from Alliance University, Bangalore.
Namaste. Namaste, everyone.
Professor Dwivedi is an acclaimed authority in the field, researcher and trainer who over 2 decades of experience in teaching, research, counseling, and capacity building, holding a PhD in psychology from the University of Delhi. His work spans diverse domains, including resilience building, stress management, positive psychology, and mental health advocacy. He has authored multiple books, contributed extensively to Scopus and Web of Science Index publications, and delivered over 75 invited lectures, keynote addresses, and training sessions across prestigious institutions in India and abroad. A recipient of several honors such as the Indian Humanitarian Award and Outstanding Leadership Award, Professor Dwivedi is also recognized for his contributions as a resource person to UNESCO programs, national television expert panels, and government-led mental health initiatives. I request all of you to welcome Professor Dr. Tosendra Dwivedi to share his valuable perspectives and elevate the discourse of this assembly. Sir, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for inviting, and I feel proud and privileged to be presenting in this such an auspicious occasion. And having heard from Ajay sir and Avinash sir, I feel much delighted to have been blessed by our seniors and elders. I'm Professor Toshendra Dwivedi, and I have been connected to MET headquarters for 10 years, so it's like a homecoming to me. I greet and welcome. I greet and thank Navratan sir and Tomar sir and Kaushik sir for giving me this opportunity, and our beloved founder sir and Ashok Chauhan ji and Atul Chauhan and Amol Chauhan sir, etc. I have been blessed by them. Especially, I keep listening about MET Gwalior from Dr. Atul, who is a gem of a friend, and he keeps telling me. So not without, I know it's a 1:30 and it's a time for your lunch, so I won't waste your time and I'll go ahead. I'll start with, I also welcome all my BSc, MSc and PhD psychology fraternity of MT University. I start by invoking resilience because the topic, name of my topic is Resilient Minds, Ancient Indian Wisdom for Modern Stress. So, मंजिलें उन्हीं को मिलती हैं जिनके हौसलों में जान होती है, पंख से कुछ नहीं होता, हौसलों से उड़ान होती है. And who else can talk about resilience than we Indians, who have been the ancestors of Bharat. I mean, Bharat country was named after the son of Dushyant, and he used to play when in the lion's with his fingers in the lion's mouth. So we can rightly talk about that. We belong to the country of Vivekanand ji, who's an youth icon worldwide. So we see. And of course, resilience is the required, because the new Q, we do not talk about IQ or emotional intelligence. The new Q is adversity quotient. The more rough, robust, rustic you are, the more you can withhold the hostile situation, the higher you grow. That's why to the IS officers, I have trained approximately 2,500. I find many of them, some of them tried to commit suicide and all, because IQ is nothing if you are rough, robust, and rustic. So bank upon inculcating and living a resilient life, and bank upon adopting resilience through Indian psyche and self. We don't have to look outward. We have lot of resilient examples like Vivekanand ji, Tilak Manji, who was resilient enough to cut down the entire mountain. Paramveer Chakra Vijeta Hanumat Thappa, who was deep buried in the ice of a big building of size, and still he survived. So a lot of example. So let's come back to the topic. Ancient Indian wisdom offers profound insights for navigating today's complex stressors. So this presentation explores how just a second. Yes. So this presentation explores how timeless practices from yoga, Ayurveda, Vedanta, and Bhagavad Gita can help develop mental resilience and emotional stability in our modern world. So we are living in a VUCA world, which is volatile, irritated, and a lot of competition. So this multiple challenges are there because the lifestyle has changed. The joint family to nuclear and individual family, a lot of uncertainty, constant digital connectivity and digital addiction, information overload, work-life boundary erosion. People are constantly either workaholic or they have different problems. Environmental constraints, you can see a lot of ups and downs in the environment, and economic uncertainty as well. So this leads to a situation called as polycrisis. I mean, overlapping stressors create what it culminates into polycrisis. So next is, so Indian knowledge system provides a quite good insights to fight stress, so that aap ast aur vyast na rahe, aap mast rahe, right? So yoga is one of them. Yoga is a holistic system for unifying body, mind, and spirit through physical posture, breath control, and meditation. Yam and Niyam, the first two parts of Patanjali Yoga, are basically about Sanyam, abstaining, and purity of thoughts, etc., which we call as right attitude or right belief in CBT paradigm, which you say. Then Ayurveda is all about the science of life, personalized health system based on constitutional type doshas, Vata, Pitta, and Kapha, which sirs have already told in the previous lecture, and balance of them. So either less or more of anything is harmful. That's why we call about golden middle path of Buddhism, or Tyaktena Bhujinta of Gita. Then Vedanta is a philosophical teaching emphasizing self-knowledge, non-dualism, and ultimate reality beyond physical existence. Then there are a lot of things about Bhagavad Gita which I might not repeat because our previous professors have already covered that. So, well, we all crave for happiness, and we want permanence of happiness and prosperity. So the Indian philosophy, sukha or happiness represent a profound state of contentment that differs significantly from Western concept. I mean, we are not dependent on external condition. Sukha is something which is internally flowing, the state of harmony and music within. And then if you are positively charged, if your bowel is complete, you can pour positivity, you can pour harmony. If you are happy, you make others happy. So we talk about sustainable concept of happiness. So based on inner harmony and balance, sustainable regardless of circumstances. You should not, that's why the concept of sthiti pragya of Gita is important. Your happiness should not be dependent on if someone has commented upon you or some life situation has become bad or something. It should be balanced. I mean, it should be away from it. So it comes from alignments to one's true nature, which is Atma or self. So that which begins in happiness and ends its happiness is true happiness. That which begins in pleasure but ends in pain is merely a temporary gratification or sensation. Then there is a philosophy of karma, detachment, which is taught by Karma Yoga. There is rightly said in Gita, Karmande Vadika Raste Ma Phaleshu Kadachana. A lot of IAS officers whom I've trained in Delhi and here, 150 of them qualified. I find many people are so obsessed about visualization that they forget to pour their best, indulge into the karma. That's why live for the moment, live by the moment, and live into the moment is the new dictum for the young psychologist. Then equanimity. I mean, situation will come and go. You should remain unperturbed by the hardships, because sometime bhagya also decides that. We believe in bhagya, and which is the biggest source to make a comeback. You see, when a person dies and everything, people say jo hona tha karm mein likha tha, atma amar hai. So these kind of things have existential significance in counseling. And then you can vipassana and other things have witness consciousness, means sometimes you just observe, just witness, and things pass, because it gives you awareness to cope up. It gives you enough consciousness to cope up with the things. Then dynamic resilience also is developed through epic stories, Jatak Kathas, Buddhist Mahavanar story, or you see a lot of stories are there in Panchatantra. And you know, storytelling is one of the biggest form of inculcating, sharing, accepting, and dignifying resilience to fight back stress. So Panchatantra is a fables teaching practical wisdom and strategic thinking through animal characters, navigating complex social situation, which can be these days all the school curriculum in CBSE, when I go, they are focusing much towards visualization, positive affirmation, and storytelling, through which a person becomes resilient in the odd situations. Mahabharata also tells about that when Arjuna was King Kartavya Vimud, means he was not able to fight his own. Then Krishna was, I would say, he is the first counselor. He asked him, he made him resilient, pepped him up, which is an example, and which every Indian psychologist must study. Then Ramayana also said that Rama was not perturbed when he got Vanvas of 14 years. Rather, he did his work beautifully, and Rama became grand by giving to the world, by accepting it. So acceptance is the key, which is the source of resilience through Ramayana. Then, of course, Indian lifestyle, since ancient time, it is said, Sada Jivan Uch Vichar, the principle of simple living and higher thinking. And of course, if you adopt to minimalism, lot of cognitive bias, cognitive loads, lot of comparison is shed off, and your mind is 100% efficient to make a bounce back from any odd situation of life. So reduce mental attachment, be detached, do your karma and be detached. If someone is not talking, don't force him or her, just be little distance. Then cultivate santosh. The concept of santosh has been lauded in our scriptures. If you have santosh, then a lot of mental health and miseries can be, miseries can be prevented, and mental health and resilience and a sense of bounce back can be inculcated. Practice simplicity. You see, even Zuckerberg, you can always find him in gray t-shirt only, because the more simple life you live, the more adverse life you live, you are actually, you're making your mind less stressed or less burden, and it can fast perform. Right, just like opening a lot of files in the laptop or mobile, it performance diminishes, it drains out the battery. So learn to live a simple life, align daily actions with higher values. That's why in Indian, you see, typical Indian family, you find early morning rise, gratitude giving, saying namaste and praying the food or drink you eat. So sense of gratitude also gives a lot of bounce back tendency or positivity in you. So inculcate attitude of gratitude. Then in Advaita Vedanta, we learn about it teaches that stress arises from over-identification with the body and mind. So by recognizing our deeper essence, which is Atman, which is immortal, we develop a witness perspective that transcends temporary difficulties. So one can keep on chanting, and one can keep oneself self-reflecting. I'm not this body, I'm not this mind, I am witness and awareness behind all experience. So sometimes if you say it is my body suffering, I am a disconnect from this. So this detachment is also practiced in Vipassana and other meditation of Indian tradition. So one should live up to it. So this perspective shift is cultivated through practices like Vipassana meditation, which develop moment to moment awareness. That's why it is said, live for the moment, live by the moment, and live into the moment. The next moment is bound to be good only. There's no looking back. Then next is, of course, I won't go to the details of it because I know it's a lunchtime, 1:30 is a lunchtime in all amenities. So, asanas like pranayam, inhaling and exhaling. While inhaling, you can imagine the positives or high or the gratitude or the happiness which you receive. By exhaling, you can vent out any negative thought person which is bothering you or which is getting on your nerves. Then, of course, Ayurvedic self-care is also there, like Dinacharya or daily routine. You know, your routine is a king. Rise before sunrise or Brahma Muhurit, aligned with natural circadian rhythms. Morning sunlight gives a lot of, it regulates circadian rhythms and improves sleep quality. Then Abhagya, concept of Abhagya in Ayurveda, self-message, positive affirmations. Warm oil massage before bathing stimulates lymphatic systems, which fights against stress. It calms nerve systems and grounds scattered energy. So all these things are there. And then personalized nutrition, eat according to your constitutional type or dosha. We know that there is a 3 kind of a dosha as per Indian mythology: Vata, Pitta, and Kapha. So each dosha has got a particular strength and weaknesses. And in the evening also, so one should eat one's food as per the dosha type of personality. It's just like id, ego, and superego of a Freudian notion. Vata, Pitta, and Kapha, you must study if you are psychology student. Then evening rituals, there is a gentle yoga, meditation, or reading before the beds, avoiding screens, drinking warm milk with nutmeg, cardamom, ashwagandha, etc. to promote deep sleep. Again, sleep is a superpower. If you can ensure deep sleep, it is the first key to bounce back early in the morning and to take any challenges of the life head on. Then doshas I have talked about. Now you see, Vata, Pitta, and Kapha, dosha, which personality type you are. Now, Vata is more anxiety and fear and restlessness type. Pitta is more anger and irritability and frustrated type. They have a lot of digestive issue. Kapha is withdrawal, lethargy, heaviness, lack of motivation. So what resilience practices should be done for Vata type? It is grounding routines, warm food, self-message or affirmations. For Pitta type, it's cooling activities, breaks in between, self-compassion. For Kapha type, it's invigorating activity, light diet, uplifting socialization. So these are the key for inculcating immediate and long-term resilience for the personality type. Then, of course, my previous speakers have talked about Sthiti Pragya or emotional regulation. Bhagavad Gita has written, a person of steady wisdom whose mind remains stable regardless of circumstances is actually a person of substance, is actually a person with resilience. So cultivating this stable mind requires regular practice of conscious breathing to interrupt stress response, multiple observations of thoughts without attachment, and recognizing impermanence of all situations, developing dispassion towards fleeting
Sorry to
emotions.
interrupt, sir.
But I will finish up in 5 minutes. I know it's lunchtime in Amity.
Thank you.
I'll try. I'll finish up in 5 minutes. Now, the philosophy of karma also should be remembered. It means you should have a right intention, just like previous sir has said. Right intention, it starts with the perception and right intention, which leads to action, which leads to consequence, and integrated lessons learned allow each experience to refine understanding and improve future choices. So this the philosophy of karma is always true. Your right karma makes you a lot resilient. Though this is scientific validation of ancient practices, 40% of regular meditation practices has been shown to reduce cortisol or stress hormone. Participant practicing yoga or yogic sleep reported 68% improvement in sleep. There is a better focus with 8 weeks of consistent meditation practices. And your density in brain regions grows by 25%. Heart health grows by 15% by regular pranayama. So the journey forward is integrating ancient wisdom. Start small, create rituals for yourself, give positive affirmations, find a community of like-minded people, and apply wisdom daily. Thank you for listening me. And this is my LinkedIn profile. I invite all my young psychologists to join me on LinkedIn. Thank you once again. I express my gratitude towards the organizers and towards the organizing committee for this fabulous opportunity. And I express once again Nauratan sir and my friends Dr. Atul and Subhangi madam and everyone, gratitude and namaskar from Bengaluru Alliance University. Namaste. Over to you.
We are deeply grateful to you, sir, for your enlightening lecture and for providing us with such enriching perspectives. As we now approach the concluding remarks for this plenary session, it is indeed an
Actually,
auspicious.
I just wanted to speak one sentence. As Professor Doshendra, am I?
Yes, yes, sir. You are visible, and I can hear you, sir. Thank you for asking.
Professor
Please.
Doshendra, you have wonderfully presented your topic, sir. Just a small feedback. Actually, you just said that in our Indian mythology. So when we talk of Bharatiya Gyan Parampara, so if we spend the moment we say all the mythology word derived from myth, so we simply negate all these things. So my small suggestion, humble suggestion, if we will speak that these are being quoted from the mythology, so we negate everything which has been developed by our.
I got the point, sir. I got the point and taken it for future use, sir. Thank you for your feedback, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
As we now approach the concluding remarks for this plenary session, it is indeed an auspicious moment to formally acknowledge and express our heartfelt gratitude to all those whose contributions have been instrumental in making this National Conference on Indian Knowledge System a success. To offer these concluding observations and extend our collective appreciation, I have the privilege of inviting our esteemed professor and head of the department, IBAS, Dr. Rajendra Sharma. Sir, may I respectfully request you to kindly grace the podium and deliver the concluding remarks for this plenary session.
So, ladies and gentlemen, so now finally we have came with the final plenary session remark. So first of all, I would like to applaud and congratulate all the eminent speakers who delivered their lectures and communication. It was so wonderful and enriching. Yes. Now, I think from all the eminent speakers, Dr. Sachin Jain has talked about the practices and then the integrative approach of the, practices and resilient. The one of our eminent speaker, Harshdeep sir, has talked about the, the Chanakya and Kautilya, which is very relevant. If we thought about the construct of psychology or Indian knowledge system, it is wonderful that every content has been let down with the Kautilya expressions and all those methodological expressions. Coming to the next, our eminent speaker, Ajay sir, and then Avinash sir. I think Avinash sir has talked about the 10 commands, which is absolutely followable. Actually, if we are going to practice this, that is going to happen like anything very significant. End of the session, I would also like to congratulate and appreciate Toshindra sir, who has talked about the concept of this resilience and ancient is Indian wisdom. With these few words, I would like to culminate our remark and thank you so much.
We are deeply grateful. We are deeply grateful, sir, for your thoughtful and inspiring concluding remarks, which have greatly enriched the session. We extend our sincere gratitude to all the esteemed members of the chairing committee for their invaluable guidance, unwavering support, and significant contributions to the success of this session. Now we will meet for scientific session at 2:30.
Thank you. Namaskar, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. Everybody asking PPTs and that scale. I'm not able to transfer these. So, is there any group where on which I can contribute this? Thank you very much.
Sir, sir, I request you to please email the PPTs and we'll share in the group. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
ये दो की रखी हुई है उसको सेशन का डिटेल है क्या? हाँ सेशन का डिटेल है सर वो आ जाए सर तब फिर उसके बाद शुरू करते हैं तो ठीक है इनमें से कोई भी रहेगा या हम लोग को मिल जाएगा सर क्या इनमें से हाँ ये क्या तुम स्टार्ट होएगा तो एक बार टाइम का पास और उसमें से और So online people here because
तो प्रेजेंटेशन किसने सेव था एग्जाम
प्रेजेंटेशन अगर ऑनलाइन है तो वो लोग करेंगे आपका प्रेजेंटेशन कनेक्ट करना है इसका क्वेश्चन पीपीटी कहाँ पे है सर
तो ऑफलाइन है ना उसका पहला प्रेजेंटेशन लगा दीजिए
हाँ पहले उनका करा
तो ऑफलाइन है उनका पहला
और मीटिंग में एंटर कर लो जितने पीपल्स आर मीटिंग जो दिखा रहा है पीपल आर ऑनलाइन आल्सो इसमें दिख रहा है कि पहले तो इनवाइट कर रहा है ना तो इन्होंने जो पीपल पर्सन हु आर वेटिंग ऑनलाइन करना पड़ेगा ना म्यूट करना पड़ेगा कहाँ पे है ये तो समझ नहीं आया अच्छा इसमें ये देखो रूम में जो लोग हैं उनको वापस उनको अंदर लेना है ना जो वेटिंग में है हाँ तो वो कर लो हाँ ये बात कर लेते हैं हम लोग इधर बैठेंगे मैं बस और आप आ जाओ पहले तू कम बस कम
ये मेरे ये और ये आईडी
It's
We need to join the scientific session, but we are not being allowed to get into it. It is saying that you have to wait for the host.
अगर रिमोट नहीं होना मैम तो आपको है ना जो आईडी है वो आपको बोलना पड़ेगा माइक पे एंड फिर को शेयर करना मैं उस पे ला नहीं सकता
रिमोट था यहाँ पे सिस्टम का रिमोट
वही होगा कैसा है वो स्लाइड से कितना चाहिए ना स्लाइड से
हाँ
पता नहीं क्या मेरे पास होगा जूम पे एक्सेप्ट कर दीजिए कौन कर रहा है
जूम का हम कर रहे
हैं तीन लोग हैं वो मैं
आप प्रेजेंट कर रहे हो आप प्रेजेंट नहीं कर रहे ना अभी स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं तो आप स्टार्ट करो प्रेजेंटेशन से स्टार्ट करो
मैं स्टार्ट कर रही हूँ
स्टार्ट कर बच्चे तो जो भी आएगा ऊपर ना
आई गेस आपका पीपीटी हाँ अच्छा यही है पीपीटी मेरा लैपटॉप एक्सेस करना तो मैं एक इंट्रो दे रही हूँ जब तक तो मैं निकलवाती हूँ उनका ठीक है मैं इंट्रो से स्टार्ट कर रही हूँ
आपको आईडी पासवर्ड करती है आईडी
हाँ एनसी आई गेस
आईडी
हाँ एनसी आई गेस 2025 स्मॉल आई गेस 2025@gmail.com AI VS 2025
एक बार बोल स्टार्टिंग फर्स्ट टाइम वाला असली
Commencing forward to the scientific session, an integral part of any academic conference where research takes center stage. In this forum, scholars and practitioners present their original studies, innovative ideas, and critical analysis to a community of peers. The scientific session serves as a platform for evidence-based discussion, rigorous critique, and the exchange of knowledge that advances the frontiers of the discipline. It is here that theories are tested, perspectives are broadened, and collaborations are often born. Today's session will showcase a diverse range of research contributions, each adding valuable insight to our collective understanding and opening pathways for future explorations. The rules for the same are each presenter will get 5 minutes for their presentation that will be divided into 3 sections, 1 minute for introduction and their affiliation, 2 minutes for methodology and results, 2 minutes for outcomes and conclusion. The presenters are requested to strictly adhere to the above instructions. From here, I hand over the events to the esteemed chairing committee of each session.
But most of these are not present. Supposed to Saurabh and Mehta.
I request Saurabh and Mehta to please start their presentation.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So I'm not sharing my like a PPT file because time is given only to 5 minutes. So I'll just try to summarize my work, that what we are doing and what is our like a future plans for that. So shall I start?
Yes, please.
Yeah, so this is Dr. Saurabh Mehta. I am currently working as a Chief Academic Officer and Professor at the Vidyalankar Institute for Technology. And basically we are a engineering institute, and under NEP 2020, we have made several changes. And one particular thing that we have observed, it is related to health of engineering students. And as we are progressing in NEP 2020 and more technically demand related to skill subjects is coming up, and because of that students are facing the anxiety. So we were thinking that how we can actually deal with this particular like a problem, and to find a solution for that thing, what we have done is that we have included like a mindfulness as a subject. And currently we are doing a study related to this. It is an ongoing subject because just from last 1 year we have introduced this thing. And beside that we have also introduced many seminars and subject to include related to food habits, and how to improve on their food habits, how to improve on a small kind of like habits which can help them to take care about their anxiety, take care about their mental wellness, right? Just for one example, we celebrate here 1 day detox day, so where you are not going to touch any of your mobile communication devices or laptop or this thing. You stay away from the screen for a certain number of hours, and then we take their basically like a feedback. And we are introducing 2 hours weekly mindfulness course where they practice mindful methodologies. And then we try to collect the data that what changes has been done in their lifestyle and this thing. But this particular like a study is still under process, and we are collecting this data. And we are hopeful that after this particular like a semester we'll be able to publish this as a like a full-time study, that what impact it is giving us. So that is what we try to do in engineering setup, and same thing we wanted to replicate even for our PG student in MMS. And we will report our results and our findings related to that. So one particular observation that we have seen in our implementation is that the reluctance that students, when they have to work towards the detox, they generally they resist. That temptation is always there. Within 2 minutes they wanted to touch, but as the time progresses we see that there is an improvement in this thing. So one this particular like a hurdle is coming. So what we have done is that in fact all teachers also follow the same practices, so they get motivation, right? We follow the things. So we started to follow teachers first, the policy, and then we try to do this. And at the same time, when we are conducting a mindful sessions, we are also keeping the same kind of like a sessions for faculty members, so that there is a proper match between these two. And so these are some of the hindrance as well as some of the observations that we have. And towards like results, so as I said, like we are collecting the data, we have collected actually many feedback. And from the feedback we got this message that students they are finding it very like useful, but just how to make it as a habit, that is where they stuck. So we are working towards it. So that's all from my side. If there is any particular question or any query, I may be able to answer that.
Next one, next. Very next. अरे इतना पीछे मत बैठो, दीप से बिल्कुल दीप से डॉक्टर साहब दीप से हाँ
So any question, any query?
माइक दबाना कोई क्वेश्चंस नहीं क्वेश्चन है सर
हेलो सर माय नेम हिमांशु पाल
या
सर मेरा क्वेश्चन था कि वेलनेस पे आपने बात किया तो वेलनेस का डेटा कैसे कलेक्ट किया और कहाँ से
सर वेलनेस का डेटा हम दो तरीके से कलेक्ट कर रहे हैं. एक हमने एक वियरेबल सॉल्यूशंस बनाया है IoT के थ्रू, एंड उसके थ्रू जनरली वी गिव इट टू लाइक अ फ्यू स्टूडेंट्स and we are collecting. And another way to collect the data is that we have prepared our feedback form, and through the feedback we are collecting the data.
But sir, any places like
Any places? I'm not clear.
सर डेटा कहाँ से मतलब कहाँ से आप कलेक्ट कर रहे हैं कौन से सिटी या कौन से
तो
शहर?
ये हम स्टूडेंट्स नहीं, हमारे हमारे कॉलेज में ही सर हम लोगों ने ये सारी चीजें इम्प्लीमेंट किया है. वी आर अ टेक्निकल इंस्टीट्यूट इन मुंबई. सो हमारे पास करीबन 540 स्टूडेंट्स है हु आर प्रैक्टिसिंग दिस थिंग. So we are collecting data from those students as well as from the faculty members. It is from
Okay,
within
sir.
the institute only, not to any other institute.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
And we have included this mindful as a class in their curriculum, and then we are trying to understand its impact.
So there's a question from the panel that how you're using IKS in the anxiety management. Can you please explain?
Yeah, so what we have done is that, I mean, we have consulted to several kind of like IKS, and we try to understand that how we can deal with the anxiety. So they have given like, several kind of like a mantras. Just for example, when we are taking this mindful class, so it is started with a Gayatri mantra. So, and in our studies, basically from the feedback, it seems to us that, okay, that anxiety level is going down. And when even during the night time, when I mean during the sleep time, the students, they have given some calmness music, and they listen to it for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and then we record their basically like a feedback. So that's how we are tackling with the anxiety problem. I mean, not completely, it is studies going on, but we are looking at their impact.
Thank you, sir. Now I will request next participant to please present. Dr. Kuldeep Singh, I request you to please present.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Kuldeep Singh, I request you to please present your paper. So he's there, but not answering. Okay. I request Miss Kavita Gupta to present her paper.
Hello, am I audible? Hello?
Yes, you're audible.
Yeah, I have already mailed you my PPT because there is some technical error that is coming
Ma'am,
up.
your voice is not clear.
Just hold on. Shall I join from my mobile because this is
Sure, yes, you can.
Okay, just hold on. Hello. Hello.
You're audible.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible. Start presenting.
Yeah. Is it audible now?
Yes, now it's clear.
I have already shared my PPT. आपको मिला वो PPT email पे?
Ma'am, can you please share from your side? Is it possible?
एक्चुअली मेरा प्रॉब्लम टेक्निकल सेशन में ऐसा हो रहा है कि मैं मोबाइल से बात कर पा रही हूँ और लैपटॉप पे मेरा पीपीटी है तो मैं शेयर नहीं कर पा रही. So that's why I have shared my PPT via email.
Hmm.
Yeah. Shall I start?
Yes, please.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kavita, Dr. Kavita Gupta, and I have been working as an assistant professor in the Department of Psychology, Faculty of Education and Psychology, the Maharaja Sayaji Rao University of Baroda in Vadodara. The topic for today's presentation is exploration of the effectiveness of mantra chanting on impulsivity and aggression in adolescents. I am presenting this paper along with Mr. Ashok Patel, sir, who's there working in Amity University, Gwalior, and we both have collaborated while working on this paper. Coming on to the introduction, I have just given the operational terminologies over here. Adolescence, it's a critical stage of development that's significantly marked by physical, cognitive, social, and emotional changes. Then impulsivity, which is defined by rapid and unplanned reactions. Mantra chanting, which is a repetition of sacred sounds, words, or phrases, often that's been used in meditation or religious ceremonies. And aggression, which is associated with impulsivity and challenges, which is there hindering in emotion regulation. This is review of related literature, so I won't be going in detail. Now, the need for the study was because the mantra chanting has been shown to reduce aggression and improve emotional regulation, which can further reduce stress and stress, which is a trigger for impulsive and aggressive behavior, thereby promoting relaxation, mindfulness, and emotional balance. Looking on to the significance, it is, we all know that adolescence is marked by emotional volatility and immature impulse control. And this mantra chanting can promote psycho-emotional well-being during this critical developmental period. Looking on to the scope, it is encompassing a broad multidisciplinary approach to evaluate mantra chanting as a holistic, culturally anchored intervention for emotional behavioral regulation among adolescents. The methodology that's been used here in this paper, looking onto the aim, attempts to investigate the effectiveness of mantra chanting on the levels of mindfulness, aggression, and impulsivity among school-going adolescents from selected school of Gujarat in India. So the objectives were to evaluate the effectiveness of mantra chanting on mindfulness, levels of aggression, and levels of impulsivity among school-going adolescents in the experimental group. Now, the research hypothesis, we kept it as a null hypothesis where we suggested that there exists no significant improvement in the level of mindfulness, in the level of aggression, and in the level of impulsivity after the intervention of mantra chanting among the samples. The research variables that's been used here were the mantra chanting, that was independent variable, and mindfulness, aggression, and impulsivity as the dependent variables. Looking on to the methodology, the research design for phase 1, since the study was conducted in 2 phases. So the phase 1 was quantitative and it was a cross-sectional survey, and the phase 2 was post-experimental study. The population in the sample, it included adolescents in the age range of 14 to 18 years, those students who were studying in the school of Morbi, Gujarat. The sampling technique for both the phases were non-probability sampling method that included convenience and purposive sampling method. The tools that were included in the study were self-reported questionnaires, that was the mindfulness attention awareness scale, the aggression questionnaire, and the Barat impulsiveness scale. The data analysis included the descriptive and the inferential statistics. Looking on to this research design, it included the pre-test, post-test design without the control group. The intervention was done on 20 participants, and here it can be seen that 4 mantras were used, where a pre-test assessment was done, and after 30 days, that included 10 sessions, post-assessment was done. So this is the detailed intervention plan that was included in the study that includes the sessions. The results included the correlation among the 3 variables, and it showed that the correlation was significant at the 0.01 level. Coming on to the Wilcoxon sign rank test, because the data was not normally distributed, so we use Wilcoxon sign rank test, and here it showed that significant differences in the improvement in mindfulness and reduction in impulsivity and aggression levels was there due to mantra chanting intervention. So coming on to the discussion, a negative correlation existed between mindfulness and both aggression and impulsivity, while aggression and impulsivity were positively correlated. Coming on to the phase 2, the Wilcoxon sign rank test indicated significant increases in mindfulness and decreases in aggression and impulsivity following a mantra chanting intervention. So these findings suggest improved self-regulation and emotional control that fosters a positive school environment. Coming on to the conclusion, these findings suggest that mantra chanting holds promise as a practical and accessible strategy for promoting psychological well-being among adolescents. And here, the decrease in aggression and impulsivity signifies a reduction in negative behaviors and tendencies that contributes to a more harmonious and conducive learning environment within schools. So looking on to the limitations, because the data was not normally distributed, the convenience and purposes sampling might have introduced the bias. The sample size was very small. The immediate post-test assessments might have provided only short-term insight, necessitating the long-term follow-ups, and further research is needed to validate the findings. The recommendations can be, the research is necessary to delve into the prolonged impact and underlying mechanisms of mantra chanting interventions with their potential incorporation into the wider mental health and educational program for adolescents. And through this exploration and enhancement of such interventions, we can come up with effectively bolster the psychological well-being and adaptability of young individuals as they confront the complexities of adolescence and beyond. So coming on to the implications, it could enhance the mindfulness, leading to better emotional regulation and stress management. Reduced aggression can foster safer school environments, while improved impulse control could aid in decision-making and academic performance. The study also offers insights into the mind-body connection and neural pathways that influences the behavior of adolescents. The findings could also inspire the structured school-based mantra programs and influence educational policies. And it can also contribute to mindfulness research, encouraging further exploration of holistic adolescent mental health interventions. So these are the references that were included. Thank you. And if you have any queries, I'm open to it.
क्या फॉलो स्टडी का ड्यूरेशन क्या था स्टडी ड्यूरेशन 5 मिनट को बता रहे हैं या यूजर टाइम और ड्यूरेशन ऑफ 5 minutes of chanting the mantra is there any comparative study if you enhance the time from 5 to 10 minutes what will be the effect?
Hello, the voice is not clearly audible.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have questions from the panel.
Hmm.
What were the mantras that you used?
Hmm.
Question. Second question.
Hmm.
The duration that you've mentioned is 5 minutes.
Hmm.
What happens, or have you taken any have you taken any comparative study that what if the time increases or you increase the duration of 5 minutes? Anything?
Okay. Coming on to the first
And one
question
more
answer.
thing. Question 3, that what is the follow-up? Have you taken any follow-up after this? Okay.
Okay. So coming on to the first question, that what mantras did I use? The first one was the Gayatri mantra, and the second one was Mahamrityunjay jap, and Om wala pura jap tha. Coming on to the second one, iska last one ki iska follow up, we didn't include that follow up, and that was the main limitation of our study. हम लोगों ने follow up नहीं लिया just because कि उन बच्चों के board exams हैं and we were not given that much of time. And third question, comparative study you are talking about, experimental and control group, right?
Yes.
So we wanted to include, but we had this because बच्चों के board exams थे, तो हम लोगों के पास बहुत कम sample आया था, because in phase 1 we recruited the sample, और sample में हमें इतना sample नहीं मिला कि हम उसका comparative study कर पाए experimental and control group पे. So we decided that we'll go with the pre-test and the post-test experimental group के साथ ही. And yes, another question that I can recall right now is that you asked that कि 5 minutes का duration था, उसको increase करा जा सकता था, but still we are lagging just because of the time constraint. हम लोग lag कर गए, तो यहाँ पे पहले हमने बच्चों को वो pre test करके हमने ये बच्चों को पूरा एक बार orientation और educate करके ये पूरा मंत्र करवाया, और मंत्र करवाने के बाद we were only given 5 to 10 minutes daily for intervention.
Ma'am, can you also tell us that what was the impact of both the mantras? Was that same or different?
ओके, वी डिड नॉट इंडिविजुअली हम लोगों ने इसका असेसमेंट नहीं किया, हम लोगों ने तो ये ग्रुप में ही पूरा सेटिंग किया था। जो भी मंत्रास हमने लिए थे प्री टेस्ट में हम लोगों ने और इंटरवेंशन में हमने मंत्रास इंक्लूड किए थे। तो वी डिड अ कलेक्टिव, हम लोगों ने 3-4 मंत्रास इंक्लूड करके वी केम अप विद दिस कैन बी हम लोग नया एक इम्प्लीकेशन ला सकते हैं कि इंडिविजुअली अगर हमें मंत्रास का इफेक्ट देखना हो। आई डिड नॉट गो फॉर दिस।
Mantra.
Hello.
Okay, ma'am, why did you choose these two mantras only? Why not some other?
ओके, ये मंत्र इसलिए चूज किया बिकॉज वाइल गोइंग टू द थ्रू द रिव्यू ऑफ लिटरेचर, हमारा जो गायत्री मंत्र है इसका बहुत सारे स्टडीज मिले थे, पावरफुल इम्पैक्ट है। इवन इन द वेस्टर्न कंट्रीज वी आर सीइंग कि गायत्री मंत्र की वजह से और ये माइंडफुलनेस बहुत ज्यादा कोरिलेटेड है। सेकंड मंत्र जो महामृत्युंजय वाला जो मंत्र है वो कहीं ना कहीं बच्चों के आईकेएस में, हम वहाँ पे जो मॉर्बी स्कूल है वहाँ पे ये लोग प्रैक्टिस वैसे भी करवाते हैं महामृत्युंजय। तो वहां पे इन दोनों का, ये जो बच्चों को ये मगअप करने में प्रॉब्लम ना हो तो इस वजह से भी लिया, और दूसरा जो आरओएल किया और जो वेस्टर्न स्टडीज का हमने देखा उसमें ये गायत्री मंत्र का बहुत मिला, महामृत्युंजय का इतना नहीं मिला। तो वी जस्ट एक्सपेरिमेंटेड विद दिस महामृत्युंजय वाला, लेकिन गायत्री मंत्र का तो था।
Thank you so much, ma'am.
राइट, थैंक यू।
The next participant, I request Mridula B. Kulkarni. I request you to please present. Am I audible? Ma'am?
Next is Akansha Dubey.
Okay, now I request next participant, Akansha Dubey, to start presenting. Miss Akansha, I request you to start presenting.
Stays Manali Jain Patel.
Okay, moving on to the next participant, Manali Jain Patni. I request you to start presenting.
Yes, ma'am.
Please start. We're just presenting. Please start. Manali, please start.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, Mridula Kulkarni is sharing the screen. I'm not able to share.
After this, after Manali, you can start presenting. Okay?
Hello?
So please. First, Manali will start. We are starting with Manali Jain. After that, I request Mridula to start presenting after Manali, okay?
Manali is not able to present her screen, so that's why she's. So you're saying you're gonna present her.
Manali, the screen we are sharing.
Yes, so tell her you are.
Manali, Manali, we are sharing your screen.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you good with it?
Ma'am, I'm also able to share, lastly, I've shared if that was visible. I don't know.
Sharing your presentation. Please start speaking.
Okay, ma'am.
Presentation visible to you?
It's blur, ma'am.
It's blur. Okay. Please start presenting.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, am I audible? Hello, am I audible, ma'am?
You are audible.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to esteemed panel and guests. I am Manali Jain Patni, representing Amity Institute of Behavioral and Allied Sciences, and my research centers on adolescent mental health in the digital age, with a special focus on developing culturally grounded interventions. In this presentation, I introduce the Integrative Digital Wellbeing Framework, a model that synthesizes the ancient Indian knowledge system, particularly Indriya Nigrah, that is discipline of the senses, and Dinacharya, that is daily routine, with contemporary digital health strategies. The aim is to address screen induced lifestyle disorders among Indian adolescents, such as digital fatigue, sleep disruption, anxiety, and sedentary behavior through a culturally resonant and scalable approach. Us, ma'am, shall I keep it forward?
No, you continue. You continue.
Okay. To construct this framework, I employed a comparative qualitative methodology, and the process involved a systematic literature review of over 60 sources from PubMed, PsycInfo, and Google Scholar, focusing on adolescent screen use and its biopsychosocial impacts. Parallel analysis of classical Indian texts such as Charak Samhita, Bhagavad Gita, and Yoga Sutra to extract the principles relevant to sensory regulation and lifestyle balance. Thematic synthesis using Braun and Clark six-phase approach, allowing for integration of ancient wisdom with modern behavioral science. The result is Integrative Digital Wellbeing Framework (IDWV), which comprises three interlinked pillars, that is, Indriya Nigrah, fostering mindful screen engagement through sensory discipline, Dinacharya, fostering structured routines to counter digital disarray, supportive ecosystems, that is, involving parents, educators, and tech platforms in co regulation. Then key findings reveal that adolescents experience high rising levels of digital eye strain, sleep irregularities, and anxiety. Existing interventions like screen time limits or digital detoxes are often short lived and lack cultural depth. So, IKEA's principles offer a proactive value driven pathway for sustainable behavioral change. The anticipated outcomes of applying this framework include psychological benefits, psychological resilience, social empowerment, and scalability. In conclusion, this research underscores the urgent relevance of Indian knowledge system in addressing modern mental health challenges. Indriya Nigrah and Dinacharya are not merely philosophical ideals, they are actionable strategies that align with neurobehavioral science and public health goals. The next phase involves empirical validation through pilot interventions and exploring tech-enabled delivery, such as principles into app-based nudges, school wellness programs, and digital literacy campaigns. Thank you for your attention. I welcome your insights and collaboration.
Question? Any questions? Mhm. There is a question from the panel. Can you please give any reference from the
Yes,
Charak
ma'am.
Sutra that you're using? Charak Samhita that you're using. Do you have any reference from there?
Reference of Indriya from Charak.
Reference of Indriya?
From Charak.
Not Sorry, ma'am.
Indriya Nigrah that you're referencing from Charak Samhita. Can you give a reference?
Not direct reference is there. I've just considered the text and the research papers from there involving those.
Can you give reference of Dincharya that you're talking about in the paper?
Yes, ma'am. Basically this Indriya Nigrah and Dincharya from Charak Samhita, if we talk about, then it is functioning from our mind that we have taken from Charak Samhita, chapter 1 and 2 and 21, where the functions of mind were described. So these functions were stated as Indriya Nigrah from those controlling the sense organs. That's it.
From कहाँ से? Okay, for your reference, our panel are suggesting that you can take the reference of Dincharya from Swasth Vrit. Okay?
Okay.
Yes, please note
Okay.
down these suggestions. Thank
Okay.
you. Thank you so much. We'll move on to the
Thank
next
you so much.
presenter, and that is Mridula. Yes, she's there. Miss Mridula? You're not audible. Miss Mridula, start presenting. Ma'am, she's there. She is present.
She is present.
We are not presenting this PPT. Miss, you're not audible. Okay, so we'll move on to the next presenter. Till the time Mridula is joining from her cell phone. Akansha?
Next is Akansha.
Akansha Dubey, you are next. Please start presenting.
and 10 other.
She's there.
Tomar, Preeti Pandey,
Mm-hmm.
and Dr. Rajiv Goel to be ready.
Akansha Dubey, I request you to start presenting. After that, it's Nandini Goel,
Nandini Tomar
Nandini Tomar,
and Preeti Pandey.
and Preeti Pandey. Please be prepared. Akansha Dubey, are you there?
Akansha is not there, so ask Preeti Pandey.
Oh, she's there. She's there.
Yes, sir. She's there.
You're not audible.
Admit Madhura, बंद क्यों कर दिया है उसको प्रश्न
Ask her if you know the bias.
Okay. Mridula, please join again.
आकांक्षा को बोलो प्रेजेंट कर
Is connecting her audio. She's connecting her audio. Akansha Dubey, we cannot hear you.
next one presenter.
Mridula is there. Mridula, if you can hear us, please start presenting.
Yes, ma'am. I hope I'm audible now.
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
you're.
Let me share my screen.
Sure.
I hope my screen is visible now.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Very good afternoon to the panel, respected panel members. I am Mridula Kulkarni, a PhD scholar at Amity University, Gwalior. I am working under the guidance of Dr. Jangjit Chahal. Today, I'll be sharing the work of my research along with my mentor. And today, I'll be talking about exploring the relationship between Triguna personality traits on workplace engagement among the academicians. I'll give a brief background of why this was taken into consideration. This study stems from the idea that while Western models like Big Five personality traits are majorly dominating the workforces, however, the Indian concepts and Indian scales, particularly the models like Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas, popularly known as Triguna theories, are not given that prominence. And accordingly, this also helps us understand the culturally rooted significance of our personality traits and how this can impact on our professional engagements. So these are few literature review which I have quoted here, and there are few research gaps that we have come across, particularly starting from the lack of empirical integrations of Triguna with the workplace engagement. There were not solidified studies that were found, particularly with respect to the Triguna traits, whereas few occupation and few sectors were majorly focused, and particular niche was not a very domain that was taken into consideration. Methodological limitations were also seen and witnessed over a period of time as no much studies were brought into concern. Whereas cultural and conceptual underrepresentations were also one of the research gaps that we could come across. The methodology, the aim of this test was to examine the relationship between Triguna personality traits and workplace engagement among the academicians. Major objective being to explore the correlation between work engagement and trigona traits, and also to compare various work engagement levels across different dominant trigona traits among the academicians. There were two hypotheses that we framed. There will be a significant relationship between trigona traits and workplace engagement among academicians, and there will be a significant difference in the trigona traits and the level of work engagement. Our variables was trigona traits by itself. However, the Vedic personality inventory was used to measure the same, and work engagement was used. The quantitative research design, correlational design was used, and sample size was very small, and it was just 30 in number, where 30 faculty members from both private and government colleges across disciplines were taken into consideration. Inclusion and exclusion criteria had +1 year of experience, and someone who is below 60 years of age were taken into consideration. And we proceeded with the help of the Google Forms via emails and other social media platforms to reach out the participants. And data was analyzed using the SPSS. This is the validity of the questionnaire that was used. Later, data was analyzed during descriptive statistics. Findings showed that the work engagement was generally high among participants, with tamas scoring highest among the various traits, followed by the sattva and rajas. Correlation analysis revealed a small but non-significant relationship between sattva and workplace engagement, and negligible association for rajas and tamas, whereas ANOVA results indicated no statistical significant difference in the engagement levels across the three dominant traits that were taken into consideration. This study offers the overall cultural relevance insight by applying trigona models in academic workplace setting. While result did not have a strong influence, or they did not have a strong predictive power on the traits, particularly because the sample size was very low and there was no equal representation of the trigona traits that could be analyzed, which would give a justification to why this was seen. However, scientifically provable things were not showcased, whereas negligible aspects were seen, where sattva being dominant with respect to how work engagement is calculated. However, the study will help in understanding the Indian philosophical thoughts and how it can also tackle well with the Western models over the period of time. This small sample and unequal distribution or representation of the traits was a major limitation for generalization of this research, but for the future references and for future use, it can be very well calculated, or it can go hand in hand with the Western models, and then it can be utilized for the cultural differences that we generally find with respect to our research studies and personality traits. And that's all from my end.
Sample size is very. Sir, yeah, sir. इसको बंदी कर देंगे जैसे बैठ सकते।
Mridula, there's a suggestion from the panel that your sample size is very less. We cannot
Yes,
make correct predictions with that sample size, okay?
Right, ma'am.
Okay.
रिसर्च डिजाइन में इन्होंने लिखा हुआ है, वहां पे क्वेश्चनर भी लिखा हुआ है, वहां पे कोरिलेशनल लिखा हुआ है, सर्वे भी लिखा हुआ है। तो एक चीज वहां पर लिखे कि डिजाइन कौन सी यूज की जा रही है, ना कि वहां पर डेटा कलेक्शन मेथड्स वहां पर।
Okay, the other suggestion for you is that you have mentioned survey, questionnaire, and test, and a lot of things. So please mention the method, not the tools or the techniques, okay?
Okay, ma'am. I'll make a note of that.
You said that it would go very best model, but how do you address potential skepticism among modern academicians?
We have another question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
So you said that it could go very well with the Western model, but how exactly do you address potential skepticism among modern academicians towards integrating a traditional framework like Triguna into organizational psychology?
Well, a very good and a thoughtful question from you, ma'am. I understand modern academicians, however, the current state, I would say, the sample size that have taken is from 25 years. I understand a small amount of Gen Z are covered with respect to this aspect. Very few of them would be a part of it. At least 5 years of 5 years of Gen Z population is a part of it. But Triguna is rooted in any individual. It doesn't specify anything in particular, but it talks about the traits, like what are the sattvic traits, which are also embedded with the Western concepts. Maybe a very no, the Western concepts and Western tools have a specification. Particularly when you say Neo FFI, it has 5 different traits, whereas the same thing is absorbed within Triguna traits in one framework. The tamas is analyzed and assessed in a different manner, which can also be one of the traits that we see in the big 5 personality traits. And the rajas, more of a leadership quality, someone who would take leads, who would make differences. That quality is embedded among the triguna traits as well, which is also a part of our Western scale. So with modern academicians, one thing that we see among academicians is to have the ideology of being compassionate, understanding, and you are working across the clock. So that is already there. So all these elements and in a right balance would be required. And as I said, the sample size is very small for the study to conclude anything. And it just gives a small tinge of understanding how and in what way, as per various texts and scriptures, support sattva being very high on any outcome that we could see. This also gives the hint, but the traits were not equally represented to make a conclusion. If this is taken forward, then it would definitely make an impact.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Now I request next participant, Nandini Tomar, to present.
Good afternoon, respected panel. Good afternoon to dear colleagues and whoever are the fellow presenters in the meeting as well. So, hello, my name is Nandini and I am presently affiliated with Unacademy Bengaluru office and I am an educator there. Presently, I was working upon reading a lot of things. So I came across one such study that pertained to actually fit in the theme. And that is what I have picked up, which is the Ayush integration model. And that was a co-practice that was majorly done by AIIMS Bhopal. So, yeah. So while I was reviewing the paper, I actually came across the fact that Ayush integration along with the modern medicine, that is the allopathy medicine, was something that was taken into consideration times, and it was realized that to a certain extent it was working up really well with certain diseases. For an instance, it was working well with our lifestyle diseases, it was working well with our anxiety and stress related issues, and it was also working well with all the say issues that we pertain to face with respect to having issues in our BP, diabetes, etc. However, the methodology that was used here to explain all of it was case study only, and that was a qualitative method that was majorly based out of studying the reports that were presented by various AIIMS. It was not just AIIMS Bhopal. This co-location model was implemented by Bhopal, but the evaluations were done of various studies that were presented across AIIMS, which was AIIMS New Delhi, AIIMS Raipur, AIIMS Bhopal as well. and all of the references are made towards the last in the paper. So that was something that we actually did. However, there were certain challenges also that we were like really came across, which we mentioned it herein, that can be worked up. That is pertainly with regards to the things we can engage in towards the later part of the studies. So yes, so as I was saying, and I'll do this, no problem. Yes. So as I was saying that the study was done with regards to integrating the Ayush model and the allopathy model. Herein, it is very important for me to also elaborate on what is Ayush. So for everyone, Ayush is basically a model which is integrated in 2017, basically by the National Health Model, wherein we spoke of integrating Ayurveda, Yoga, Unani, Siddha, and homeopathy all together for actually working up with diseases wherein allopathy was not giving us result, or giving us, say, certainly side effects that were again a cause of concern for the patients. That is why it was realized by the doctors, as by integrating IKS with, say, mantras, chanting, it was realized that okay, this is also something that can be worked upon in the later period of time, and we can essentially also focus on this. And that is why this was something that was majorly worked up by the psychologists there, and also the this was also done for the very respect of our continuous medical evaluation, which is basically a practice done by the health practitioners who are actually practicing even in today's paradigm. So that was done. If I talk about the data resources that I did, then as I mentioned that I used institutional records. It was also the patient health records, the interviews, and various survey that I basically found out online, of which the references are basically attached, and you can also see it. And that was pretty much about it, as this was a qualitative study. The result that we actually withdrew from the entirety of the study was that co-location was something that worked up well with us, which is to say, in hospitals we can actually implement the idea of integrating various models of medicines to treat various kind of diseases, as for all the diseases there is no one size fits all approach that can be used. So that was something that we majorly worked up with. However, it was reported that for the best results were in case of stress, anxiety, and also irritable bowel syndrome, with respect to which this particular collaborative co-located model worked up really well. And also the training was something that could be a major drawback if we go upon on integrating all of these ideas, because again, accessibility is something, and making it available for everyone in the most efficient way is the other. So that is something that should be worked upon in the later studies, because of course there was high patient satisfaction, because people usually do not align with the idea that they can take allopathic medicines for the rest of their lives. Because if we see the people who really are facing chronic ailments today, they don't like the idea of gulping in a lot many medicines. So that worked up well with them. But all at the same time, the modern generation was something that was again skeptical of integrating all of this, as our traditional systems basically yield us results, sure, but it takes time. So, and time is something that, of course, we people, or the generation that we all are in, we are on the run. We look for shortcuts. So that is something that we need to work upon, and that is pretty much about it, because we have already scaled up with the national framework. Integrating with the global idea is something that we can do in future, and that is pretty much about it. Hope you like the research idea. Thank you. Any questions?
Like you are a psychologist, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what, like you are studying the effectiveness of lives, like is what I understood. So specifically psychology, or overall you are only studying the apps? Because you have mentioned something like pain and stress and all. So that I just want to relate it with the psychology. So how it is related to psychology? Because otherwise also we can any model like medical models, because you have your title also. The word like medicine, and also have you did some books focusing more on psychology, or you were overall just developing lives?
So, thank you for the question. So, sir, the idea was to evaluate it across the model, but when I came across the outcomes equation, I actually found out that this particular model works up better with psychological ideas. As I said, that irritable bowel syndrome was something that was, and that is something that I also learned while I was studying, integrating the idea of stress, whatever our lifestyle is, and naturopathy. Then I feel that more of the ideas are, of course, generic in nature, but they certainly are related to psychology also, and that is why I pertain to integrate it.
In Ayush, I'm not much aware of it. In Ayush, they have psychologists or some.
No, sir. It's see, I'll elaborate on the idea of Ayush. A is for Ayurved, wherein
That I know.
Huh.
That I know. But in,
Of course, sir.
I just wanted when you are taking this is I think as you are taking secondary data. Like model.
Yes.
And then you are using that as a psychologist you are studying that. So I just want to know, is there like was there any kind of psychological input in any method like in
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
if there was there any psychologist involved in that so that what like as you said like these symptoms or syndromes they get improved anyway too. So that is what I because I just want my purpose is just want to understand how your state is related to the Indian knowledge system and psychology.
Okay, sir. Yes, sir. The psychologists were involved because this particular model was taken like across our medical practitioners, which was GPs, cardiologists, neurologists, psychologists, and even the dietitians, even the people who support us, that is the nurses. Everyone was involved, so we can very well comment on that. Yes, the psychologists were involved.
What psychology?
Yes.
Because if you are doing your psychologist, you are doing your PhD or whatever you are doing, that's to क्या psychological input क्या था that is important.
Thank you, sir.
ये जो मेडिकल साइंस जो मेडिकल साइंस उसके साथ किया गया था बहुत सारी रिसर्च ऑलरेडी हो चुकी है और उसके बाद इसके साथ अल्टरनेटिव थेरेपी डाला गया।
Yes, sir.
मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है कि जब इतनी सारी रिसर्च ऑलरेडी है कि इस पे काम कर रहा है फिर ये कौन
सर बिकॉज ये वन ऑफ अ काइंड था क्योंकि अभी ऑफ कोर्स रिसर्चेस आर डन लेकिन हम लोग ग्राउंड लेवल पे उसको कितना इम्प्लीमेंट कर पा रहे हैं तो भोपाल में ये हुआ एंड आई एम नॉट सेइंग कि सिर्फ वहीं हुआ एज आई सेड कि अदर एम्स भी इसको इंटीग्रेट करने का आइडिया लिया एंड हाँ सर एग्जैक्टली इसीलिए मैंने बोला कि हम लोग ऑफ कोर्स इसको नेशनलाइज भी कर रहे हैं बट अभी इज द टाइम दैट हम इसको ग्लोबलाइज भी करें तो आई थिंक दैट वुड बी अ बेटर अप्रोच एज पर व्हाट आई थिंक यस मैम ग्लोबलाइज करना है हाँ जी
There are certainly very much lack of robust scientific evidence, right? So what do you think the lack of fitness in the medical community or lack of robust scientific evidence?
I think thank you for the question, but I think integrating both of these ideas also require that what is our population that we are majorly working upon. Because if we go back to the ages wherein say my grandmother, my grandfather, they would happily take it. They would happily take the idea of Ayush, they will buy it because they certain to have the evidences. Yes, exactly. So that is something that we as psychologists should work because again, IKS is something that comes into play. And I think that is the need of the hour. So yes, the lack of scientific evidences, not evidences, the lack of knowledge, that is the lack of sensitization would be the better word here, is something that could be worked upon so that this model could be integrated in a better way. Because again, if we come back to the shortcomings of the allopathic medicines, then they are a lot. And that is also something that needs to be sensitized, and it is only then that we actually address to all the shortcomings, and then only we can say that this is working or this is not working. So I think the idea is that sensitization is the need of the hour, along with which, of course, pushing up for all of this while integrating the idea of, say, our predecessors would something that could work upon all of this nuance promotion. Welcome.
सर ने पूछा था
which is the Ayush, what is the aspect of Ayush which psychologists makes a difference?
Yes, sir.
So, yes, there is a one concept known as yoga counseling.
Yes, sir.
You know, counseling on yoga. So, some fusion they are doing it. To find at the ground level that you study counseling through some method. So they say, is there some model which is there? When you are speaking about some model now, Ayushka model and some model is there. So which is this model?
So the modern model is the allopathic medicine model that we practice in the hospitals. And the psychological perspective that I'm giving here is जो आयुष में त्रिदोष theory पे आ जाता है हमारा, हाँ, और हमारा जो पूरे elements of yes, yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Parth.
Now I request next presenter, Ms. Preeti Pandey, to present her presentation. Preeti Pandey, are you there?
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you all hear me?
Yes, you're audible. Please make yourself a little clearer.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Will you
And
be sharing the presentation or shall we do that?
I have already presented my screen. Can you see my screen?
Okay.
Is my screen visible to you all?
Yes, it is.
Great. I will. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Preeti Pandey. I'm wellness lead at Titan Company Limited and a PhD scholar at MET University Gwalior. And my topic today is reclaiming balance, Indian knowledge system and its relevance in preventing lifestyle disorders. Lifestyle disorders basically are grouped together to start with. For example, diabetes, hypertension, obesity, and chronic stress, anxiety issues that is on a rise worldwide. To give you an example, WHO reports that lifestyle disorders now account for about 74% of global deaths, which is a staggering number for all of us. And in India, they contribute to about 60% in total with respect to disease burden in India. Modern medicine excels at treatment, but prevention often takes a backseat. And this possibly is where Ayurveda and Siddha, two ancient system of medicine from our Indian knowledge system, stands out. They focus on balance and prevention throughout lifestyle regulation, diet, seasonal routines, and regeneration therapies, specifically for any kind of chronic stress and anxiety. Today, we'll quickly explore on how these preventative frameworks can be scientifically validated and integrated into modern healthcare and workplace wellness, addressing these pressing health challenges that we all see. The burden of lifestyle disorders is not only a medical challenge, but also a social and economic one. Since long-term treatment costs reduce productivity and declining quality of life is some consequences that we all are seeing day in and day out, and it actually makes it extremely difficult for us to manage our lifestyle.
Ma'am, please come to the methodology.
Okay. A systematic review of clinical studies published between 2010 to 24 using databases such as PubMed, Scopus, and Ayush research portals and Google Scholar was done. The inclusion were specifically on studies that had Ayurveda or Siddha interventions for preventing or managing lifestyle disorders, and they had to report measurable health outcomes. We ultimately reviewed about 28 studies, 18 focusing on Ayurveda and 10 on Siddha, covering interventions like herbal formulations, rejuvenation, dinacharya, ritucharya, rejuvenation therapy in Siddha, and so on. And result shows sorry, I will go back. Result. The result shows from Ayurveda studies, we found strong evidence on preventions like Triphala during Ritucharya, which is seasonal routine that we do mainly when it's raining, what do you eat, how do you sleep, and so on, actually has which reduces fasting blood sugar and glucose levels to up to 12%. Also it helps in reduce when we actually practice ahara and viraha, it reduces cortisol levels by about 25%, significantly improving perceived stress scores. And dinacharya, which is daily routine programs, enhances digestion, sleep quality, and also mood, which actually helps in bettering the productivity of any of a normal, usual, healthy adult. In Siddha studies, herbal formulations were seen improving fasting blood sugars and also cortisols, while Kaya Kalpa therapy, which is rejuvenating self or energized exercises, helped improving digestion and also sleep quality, making cognition better for individuals with high risk of stress or even anxiety. These results suggest that Ayurveda and Siddha have clinical measurable preventative benefits for both physical and mental health. In conclusion, Ayurveda and Siddha offer comprehensive preventative framework that tackle the root cause of lifestyle disorders, not just their symptoms. Their approaches are culturally relevant, cost effective, and can easily integrate itself into modern healthcare systems. Adopting these systems within public policies and workplace wellness programs could significantly reduce the prevalence of lifestyle disorders, mainly mental well-being. The future scope that we can have that is required a large scale study focusing on mental health and lifestyle disorders directly related to only mental health. Why? Because as you see here, the studies that I have tried bringing here has both physical and mental health. The references drawn here are from PubMed and Scopus Index journals, as well as Ayush research. They represent peer-reviewed evidence supporting the findings that I have presented
Please
today.
don't mention the references. Thank you.
Thank
Any
you.
questions?
First suggestion is that the font size should be that much big that it can be visible to everyone.
Okay, there is a suggestion for you from the panel that next time when you revise a PPT, please make it a little more, well, keep point wise, mention things in point wise, and keep larger fonts, and please have larger fonts.
Sure, noted for sure.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much.
The next participant is Dr. Rajiv Goel. Okay, moving on to the next participant, Dr. Samta Jain Goel. Next, Dr. Madhvi Dhingra. Okay, next is Shambhavi Jain. Okay, then we have Shrishti Singh.
Yes, I'm here. I'll just present my screen.
Yes, please present your PPT from your side.
Yes. I am trying, it's not happening. Just give me-
You're trying to present? Is there a problem?
Yes. Yes, it's not happening because I'm trying to present it from my mobile phone. I'm not having my laptop with me right now.
Okay.
So,
Can you just present?
would that be possible that I share it with you in the new presentation.
Okay, okay. So please mail it on the mail ID. Moving on to the next participant.
Sure.
Till the time we contact with Srishti. Moving on to the next participant, Gopal Bhagat. Gopal Bhagat. Okay. Janvi Arora, Sushma Suri, and Shobha Sharma.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here. Am I audible?
Would you like to present from your side or shall we do it?
I like to present from my side.
Okay, sure. PPT भेजी हुई है PPT भेजी हुई थी इससे कुछ
Okay. Am I audible?
Yes.
Good afternoon to everyone present here. My name is Janvi Arora and I'm a first year master student from Amity University, Noida, and I'm presenting this research in collaboration with Dr. Shobha Sharma, clinical consultant in Yashoda Super Specialty Hospital, and Dr. Sushma Suri, HOD of Psychology Department in Jamia Millia Islamia. Today, I will share our findings on the effectiveness of the dynamic meditation in alleviating depression and improving quality of life. Dynamic meditation developed by Osho combines active physical movement, cathartic release, and mindfulness awareness. Our study investigates whether a structured 21-day dynamic meditation program could serve as an effective non-pharmacological intervention to reduce depression and enhance holistic well-being. Methodology and results. We conducted a randomized controlled trial with 100 participants aged 30 to 65 years, equally divided into experimental and control groups. Within each group, there were 25 males and 25 females. Measures used were Beck Depression Inventory for depression severity and WHO QOL brief for quality of life across physical, psychological, social, and environmental domains. Intervention. The experimental group practiced Osho dynamic meditation daily for 21 days at Osho Dham, Delhi. Results. For depression, before intervention, most participants were in the moderate depression range. Post-intervention, moderate depression was eliminated entirely in the experimental group. Large reductions were seen in male depression scores that dropped from 21.56 to 14.92, and in females were 20.84 to 13.88. The control group showed no significant results. For quality of life, the control group showed no significant change. Significant improvement across all the domains for the experimental group: physical, psychological, social, and environmental well-being. Control group showed either decline or negligible change. Discussion. Substantially reduced depression symptoms across gender, enhanced quality of life in multiple dimensions. The intervention's holistic impact addressing emotional, physical, and social well-being makes it valuable addition to mental health care, particularly in community and preventive context. Compared to passive meditation forms, the active and cathartic elements of Dynamic meditation may contribute to faster emotional release and deeper relaxation, making it especially effective for individuals struggling with mood disorders. Thank you.
Question?
Any suggestions?
Sample लिया है, that sample easily diagnosed depression patients की that kind of care. How she can come to know that whether they
We have a question from the panel that how do you know that the patients are in the condition of depression? Like, have you diagnosed or did you take the data from somewhere?
Sorry, my connection is a little unstable. Can you please repeat?
Shall I repeat the question?
Yeah, please. Yeah.
Okay, so how do you know the patients were diagnosed depressed? Did you do it or did you take the data from somewhere else?
No, we took the data from somewhere else.
Somewhere else.
At Osho Dham, yeah.
like see Osho Dham से data लिया है ना? So Osho Dham में जो लोग आए हैं, ऐसा तो possible नहीं है कि सारे depression वाले की सारे depression की आपको एक जगह पे मिल जाए. कैसे diagnose हुआ है? Psychiatrist से diagnose किया है या वहाँ पे जब ये गए हैं इन्होंने simply test किया है और जिसका ज़्यादा आया है उसका
Depression का test किया है.
So what was the method? Is not clear because you cannot force, because it is ethically wrong. You cannot force anyone to join any program, right? That is one thing. To he's saying, "Hey, वो वहाँ के data, वहाँ का data," but who has diagnosed them?
Okay, there's a query from the panel that you have taken the data from Osho Dham. Who diagnosed it that the people coming or joining the program were depressed or they had a problem of depression? How do you know that the people joining the program were depressed? So the panel is trying to understand that how did you diagnose or who did diagnose it for you?
I did my mentor, Dr. Shobha Sharma, been there. Excuse
So
me.
you administered the test for depression on the patients there?
Yeah, we took the data from Osho Dham at Zatikra Mode, Delhi. First, initially, we just took the data on the back depression inventory. That was a baseline data. And after meditation, 21 days of a meditation, we applied again. And after that, we compared the through the pair t-test, the difference between the pre and post.
Okay.
It was already diagnosed.
They were
and
already
we apply
diagnosed.
the test back depression inventory again.
Fine. Thank you so much. Thank you. Moving on to the next participant, Shrishti Singh.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Shrishti Singh?
Yes, I'm here. I have mailed you.
Yes, we are presenting.
Okay.
Is the PPT visible?
Yes.
Okay, start presenting.
Okay. So I'm not able to see it. Is it for everyone or just me?
Everyone can see it's there.
Okay. Okay, I'll present it from. For me, it's a blank screen coming. Okay, so I'll start. So my title is Rethinking Psychology Through the Lens of Indian Knowledge System, Exploring Ancient Truths in the Shadow of Western Theory. So basically, my purpose is to, because for many years, we have followed Western psychologists and their ideas like Freud, Pavlov, Skinner, Maslow. So the gap that I basically focus on, can you please come to the research gap section?
Yes.
Okay. It's fourth slide, perhaps.
Where they are on the research gap, please present.
Okay. So research gap, So basically, the research gap that I found was that IKS is often missing or tokenized in textbooks and classes. There are Western tools that may not fit Indian culture and spiritual needs. There are many IKS claims lack large, rigorous studies and standardized measures. There are very few models combining clinical protocols with yoga, meditation, and Ayurveda. And therapists rarely learn culture-sensitive IKS norm-informed skills. And there are limited guidelines on safe ethical integration in public health. If I'll come to methodology part. So basically, it's a review-based study. It's qualitative in nature. So I have picked up the sources like ancient texts, modern works of Dr. Girishwar Mishra, Dr. Kiran Kumar, and then I have also taken academic journals like Journal of Indian Psychology, Journal of Ayurveda, and Integrative Medicine, and the reports from Ministry of Ayush and WHO, and also a few documentaries. So based on that, I have done this review study. So if I'll come to the discussion part, so uh, I'll say that Western models emphasize diagnosis and symptoms, whereas IKS emphasizes causes like imbalance, ignorance, and disconnection from self. Yoga, meditation, pranayam, ethical living as daily. I'm not able to hear you. Are you saying something?
We're not saying anything, just continue.
Okay. So yeah, this is the discussion part, and I'll quickly come to the findings and results section. So basically, findings were that ancient Indian psychology recognized that mind and body are connected. It focused on balance for well-being. Texts like the Vedas, Upanishads, and Ayurveda described ways to keep the mind healthy through meditation, self-reflection, and discipline. Indian philosophies such as yoga and Buddhism explored emotions, thoughts, and consciousness in detail. These ancient ideas match with some modern psychology concepts like mindfulness and stress management. Using these ideas in today's world can help improve mental health approaches. So basically, the conclusion of my study is that India holds a long, nuanced science of mind that complements modern psychology. So the goal is not to replace Western ideas, but to widen the lens and decolonize practices and integrate IKS into teaching, clinics, and policy with scientific care and cultural respect, and invest in trials, standardized measures, and translations for wider access. So simple daily practices like yoga, meditation, breath, ethical action can strengthen mental health at scale. So psychology becomes richer and more human when Indian wisdom stands as an equal voice. So this is the conclusion of my study.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Moving to the next participant, Dr. Madhumita Bhattacharya.
Hello, I'm there. Am I audible?
Yes, please make yourself a little clearer.
Yeah, so my slides are visible?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
Please keep it on a slide share mode.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is, I'm Dr. Madhumita Bhattacharya. Thank you all for the opportunity. I'll be presenting on the topic of cognitive behavioral play therapy techniques that I have used in so many adolescents. I have shared 2 case studies over here. There's no conflict of interest or any funds involved. So the introduction is basically that, children, if have any kind of trauma or even, any kind of anxiety or, any kind of history of bully or anything, if that their direct, other than direct cognitive techniques, if we can involve CBT or cognitive behavior play therapy, that actually becomes helpful. So what we have done over here is why we have taken CBPT, that is cognitive behavior play therapy for adolescents with anxiety. is basically, we can do some age appropriate engagement. There can be safe space for expression. And the aim is to build resilience and coping skills. So the techniques that I have used here is role play, art and drawing, storytelling, and cognitive games. So as we have seen, there is a lot of, research papers, which is actually showing efficacy in cognitive behavior play therapy in children of different disorders or conditions, psychiatric conditions. And so that is the reason why cognitive behavioral play therapy were used. And so here, the thing is that we where the play therapy enhances motivation. There is symbolic expression of fears, and that helps build therapeutic alliance also with the therapist. So the role of the therapist was to be an active facilitator here, creates safe, engaging environment, and which I have already shared, encouraging self-reflection. The challenges that I faced was to, maintaining the engagement sometimes, because, the school and all those things that the children had, managing severe trauma reflections and family involvement. The core CBPT components that I have tried to use over here is cognitive restructuring, behavioral rehearsal, exposure, and play-based engagement. And the goal was to externalize fears, challenge irrational thoughts, gradual exposure, and emotion regulation. These are the basis of which I selected them. Basically, there was diagnosis using ICD-10. And, but we have excluded is any kind of PTSD, that is post-traumatic stress disorder, elective mutism, or, proper obsessive compulsive disorder or a phobia. These scales were used to basically assess the children's anxiety on the baseline. 11 to 15 years old children I have taken. There is no psychiatric medication for past 2 months these children were only taken. Family environment scale score was average, and there's no history suggestive of any psychiatric illness in the family.
Results.
So the case study that in the first...
I request you to please move on to the results now.
Yeah, so the techniques, after the techniques, we have found that, there was significant reduction in the, scale scores that we have used in both the cases. And so there's the graph of both the child that I have shown over here, and the cognitive behavior play therapy techniques which we have used showed effectiveness. And that indicates that there is more play therapy techniques along with the cognitive behavior therapy that we can include for the children. Thank you so much.
Question? There is a question from the panel that how you have incorporated Indian knowledge system in this whole study.
Okay, Indian knowledge system, right? Thank you for the question. The thing is that the play behaviors that were in the standard procedures, came from, the Western culture. We have adopted to the play therapy, the puppets. We have used the Indian dolls, into it, and that's how, which is accepted in our culture. That's how we have incorporated it.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity.
The next participant is Bhavna Gurnani.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. Start presenting, please.
Yes, ma'am. Is my screen is visible?
No, it's not.
Just a minute.
Yes, it's visible now.
Good evening, I'm Bhavna Gurnani, and under the guidance of Dr. Shubhagta Awasthi, we are presenting on Ayurveda as a preventive and holistic approach to health. We'll highlight how this ancient wisdom aligns with modern preventive healthcare needs. Ayurveda, the science of life, emerged in India over 3000 years ago, focusing on preserving health before diseases appears. It's based on balancing the three doshas, that is Vat, Pitta and Kapha, which defines each person's constitution or prakriti. Health means maintaining that balance. While rising chronic diseases due to poor diet, inactivity, and stress, Ayurveda's preventive strategies, daily and seasonal routines, personalized diet, herbal use, and detoxification offers cost-effective tools to promote wellness. Three central concepts, that is Agni, digestive fire for metabolism and immunity, Ojas, the body's vital essence for resilience, and Ama, toxins for poor digestion or lifestyle. The goal is strong Agni, abundant Ojas, and minimum Ama. Modern studies confirm benefits of key Ayurvedic herbs, that is turmeric, anti-inflammatory and immune support, ashwagandha, stress reduction, immune boost, and tulsi, respiratory and immune benefits. These findings helps bridge Ayurveda with evidence-based medicines. We consider a narrative qualitative review using databases like PubMed, Scopus, and Ayush Portal. We included peer-reviewed studies from the last 20 years on prevention, immunity, digestion, and detoxification, and excluded non-peer-reviewed work. Data synthesis focused on concept, mechanism, and clinical relevance. Integrating Ayurveda can support personalized care, early intervention for lifestyle diseases, cost-effective public health strategies, and herbal-based complementary treatments. All potentially reduces chronic disease burden. Now comes to the limitation and the future research. Challenges include individualized treatment, complicating trials, and lack of standardization in herbal products. Future research should focus on pragmatic clinical trials, biomarkers for dosha balance, and long-term studies of preventive interventions. Ayurveda offers a time-tested, preventing approach that aligns with modern healthcare priorities. With rigorous research and collaboration, it can enhance patient-centered care, improve population health, and reduce cost globally. In conclusion, Ayurveda offers more than remedies. It offers a way of life that nurtures balance, resilience, and vitality. If we can integrate these timeless preventive practices into a modern healthcare system, we can empower individuals to take charge of their health before disease takes root. Thank you for your time and attention, and I look forward to your questions. Thank you so much.
पूरे डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल पर जैसे इससे पहले जो रिसर्च उसको इम्प्लीमेंट किया है अब ये रिसर्च करने की आवश्यकता नहीं है ना रिव्यू करने की आवश्यकता है कि ये एक वैलिड या
Ma'am, is there any questions?
Yes, yes.
वो काम करता है
Okay, so there is a suggestion from the panel that the research that you're presenting now is already a well established theory, okay, and also approved by Ayush. So reviewing it again won't be beneficial for you. And it is already well established. A question is.
निर्दोष नहीं उसके अलावा भी बहुत कुछ है हम लोग सिर्फ निर्दोष इसीलिए साइकोलॉजी के अकॉर्डिंग दूसरा ये कि जब ये आयुष रिसर्च हो रही है तो ये साइकोलॉजी के अकॉर्डिंग बताती है तो ठीक था लेकिन जब हम ओवरऑल हेल्थ ले रहे हैं तो सिर्फ निर्दोष तक सीमित नहीं रह सकते और आयुर्वेद सिर्फ उसको नहीं है इतना तो सब जानते हैं मुझे लगता है कि इसको और ज्यादा कहने का भाव है कि
बहुत सारे और चीजों पर बात की जा सकती है except
Tridosh. Okay. Okay. So another suggestion for you from the panel is that you can also cater other aspects from Ayurveda, not only Tridosh, because it is yes. So you can pick up apart from Tridosh relating
Okay.
to psychology. Okay.
Noted, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you so much. The final presentation will be from Akriti Bhatt and Himalaya Bansal.
Hi, yes, I'm Himalaya.
Okay, so will you be presenting from your side?
My co-author Akriti will be presenting the presentation.
Okay.
Here is the book.
I request Bhavna to please stop presenting.
Bhavna was presenting as a कर लेना.
Bhavna, please stop presenting from your side.
Okay, so a very good evening to the esteemed faculties, my fellow researchers, and everyone else present here. I'm Himalaya Bansal, presenting a paper titled Exploring Relationships Between Prakriti Dosha and Sleep Quality Among Young Adults, along with my co author Akriti Bhatt. Beginning with the introduction, Prakriti Dosh in Ayurveda refers to an individual's inherent constitution determined at birth, characterized by the predominance of one or more of the three fundamental bodily energies or doshas, which are Vat, Pith, and Kaph. These doshas define a person's physical, physiological, and psychological traits, forming a unique and unchanging natural balance that influences health, behavior, and susceptibility to diseases. Vata, Pitta, and Kapha are the three fundamental Ayurvedic dosh representing bodily energies. Vata governs movement and communication, Pitta controls the metabolism and transformation, and Kapha provides structure and lubrication. On the other hand, sleep quality refers to an individual's satisfaction with their overall sleep experience, encompassing how quickly they fall asleep, the continuity and duration of sleep, and how refreshed they feel upon waking. It reflects how restorative and efficient sleep is influenced by factors such as sleep latency, awakenings during the night, and feeling rested during the day. As for the research, we used Prakriti assessment scale by the Ministry of Ayush Government of India of 39 items and Jenkins sleep questionnaire having 4 items. We employed purposive sampling and the data was collected through survey method by the Google Forms from 56 individuals aged between 18 to 25 characterized as students and others including individuals working as private or government employees, self-employed or freelancers, homemakers and unemployed young adults. 7 null hypotheses were formulated to assess the correlation and independent sample t-test. The result showed that the descriptive statistic shows average of Vat, Pith, Kapha, and sleep quality. The correlational analysis revealed only weak associations, both positive and negative, between doshas and sleep quality. No significant differences in dosh scores and sleep quality between students and others. And all null hypotheses were retained, that is, no meaningful statistical relationships were found. Even though no meaningful relationships were found, it was noticed that Kapha was negatively correlated with both Vat and Pith, which means that when the level of Kapha increases, the level of Pith and Vat both decreases. The conclusion showed that Prakriti dosh alone was not a strong predictor of sleep quality among young adults. Weak and non significant links may reflect the multifactorial nature of sleep influenced by lifestyle, psychological, and environmental factors, and self report limitations may affect the precision of results. Along with that, further studies should use a larger sample, and objective sleep measures should be taken for better detection of associations. Thank you, everyone.
Question? No question? Thank you so much, Akriti.
Thank you.
Coming to the end of scientific sessions, we have diverse range of research contributions, each adding valuable insight to our collective understanding. We'll be beginning the report in a few minutes.
एक्सक्यूज मी, कोई सुन रहा है?
Is there any queries?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, please.
मेरा पेपर प्रेजेंट नहीं हुआ मैडम.
And your name is?
हिमांशु पाल and Deep Singh Tomar.
Which scientific session were you in?
First session,
Scientific session number
8th.
1, 2, 3, 4. Which one?
Okay,
Please refer to the scientific
okay,
session.
Okay, ma'am. I'm checking.
Please. Take it. हिमांशु पाल हिमांशु पाल नहीं था
Session 1, ma'am.
Scientific session number 1, serial number is 8. Yes.
I request you to kindly
Hello.
join the meeting link of session 1 and try to present there. If the scientific session is over, we would gladly accept the research paper. Okay?
Ma'am, your voice is lagging. Please repeat. Hello. Ma'am, your voice is lacking.
Okay. Am I audible now? Hello? Audible?
Yes, audible.
Okay. So we are waiting
Yes.
for,
Yes, ma'am.
for our guests and we'll begin the session once the guests arrive. Please wait till then.
Okay.
नहीं ये अभी ज्वाइन किए हैं इससे पहले नहीं
Ma'am, first question I put in first session.
So you were there in first session.
Yeah.
Okay. So the question is. Sir, your question is.
क्वेश्चन मैं बताता हूँ आंसर बताता हूँ मुझे आंसर पता कहाँ है क्या नाम है आपका
हिमांशु पाल
हाँ गोपाल जी आपका सेशन 1 में था एंड टाइम इज ओवर दिस इज सेशन 4 so now time is over like we will accept your paper that's it so now we are हम लोग वैलिडिक्टरी की तरफ जा रहे हैं सो अभी प्रेजेंट नहीं हो पाएगा आपने गलत सेशन ज्वाइन कर लिया था
मैंने लिंक पे तो उसी पे सर ज्वाइन किया था गलत कैसे हो गया सर
ये शो नहीं हो रहा शो नहीं
Now, to present the report of this national conference, I have the privilege of inviting Dr. Deepak Kumar, Associate Professor IBAS. Sir, may I request you to kindly come forward and present the conference report.
थैंक यू अंजलि मैम आदरणीय कुलपति डॉक्टर MP कौशिक जी निदेशक महोदय, आचार्यगण, विद्यार्थीगण तथा देश विदेश से हमसे जुड़े हुए ऑनलाइन मोड में सभी विद्यार्थी और प्रतिभागी हों। इस एक दिवसीय राष्ट्रीय संगोष्ठी का जो सारांश है वो प्रस्तुत करने का मुझे दायित्व प्राप्त हुआ है। तो संगोष्ठी के विचार का जो मूर्त रूप में परिवर्तन विश्वविद्यालय के हमारे मुख्य संरक्षक परम आदरणीय डॉक्टर अशोक के चौहान और डॉक्टर असीम के चौहान के आशीर्वाद से संभव हुआ। तो राष्ट्रीय संगोष्ठी का शुभारंभ हमने ज्ञानाग्नि से शुरू किया। तत्पश्चात माननीय प्रतिकुलाधिपति लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल वी के शर्मा जी अति विशिष्ट सेवा पदक से अलंकृत एवं माननीय कुलगुरु प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर RS तोमर जी के कर कमलों द्वारा संगोष्ठी का औपचारिक उद्घाटन संपन्न हुआ। इस अवसर पर प्रति उपकुलपति अनुसंधान, छात्र कल्याण अधिष्ठाता, संकाय अध्यक्ष, अकादमिक, सभी विभागों के विभागाध्यक्ष और देश विदेश से आमंत्रित सभी प्रतिभागी हमसे ऑनलाइन मोड में और ऑफलाइन मोड में हमसे जुड़े। निदेशक महोदय ने अपने स्वागत भाषण में सभी आचार्य, शोधार्थी एवं प्रतिभागियों का हार्दिक अभिनंदन किया। उद्घाटन सत्र में माननीय प्रतिकुलाधिपति लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल वी के शर्मा जी ने अपने उद्घोषण में सभी विद्यार्थियों को, युवाओं को अनुशासन के माध्यम से भारतीय ग्राम परंपरा के जो मूल मंत्र है अनुशासन, कर्तव्य, और इस चीज को और ज्यादा अच्छे तरीके से परिभाषित करने के लिए दो महान विभूतियों का उदाहरण देकर के हमको प्रेरित किया, जिसमें विवेकानंद, शंकराचार्य, और बताने की कोशिश की कि हम उम्र से हमारा कोई परिचय नहीं है, हमारे जो कार्य हैं समाज के लिए वो हमारी पहचान बनते हैं उम्र से ज्यादा। तत्पश्चात माननीय कुलगुरु प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर RS तोमर जी ने अपने उद्घोषण में उन्होंने अपने भारतीय ज्ञान परंपराओं के माध्यम से हम अपने जीवन में कैसे उद्देश्यपूर्ण और सार्थक बना सकते हैं, भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा में योग के आधार बनाते हुए हम कैसे अपने मानसिक और शारीरिक स्वास्थ्य को समझ सकते हैं और इसका हमारे जैविक जीवन पर, हमारे जो बायोलॉजी है उस पर क्या प्रभाव पड़ता है। हम योग करते हैं तो योग के माध्यम से, ध्यान के माध्यम से हम कैसे अपने इंटरनल पावर्स को जान सकते हैं, इसके ऊपर ध्यान दिया। तत्पश्चात सतीश चंद्र जी, पूर्व विभागाध्यक्ष, अनुप्रयुक्त मनोविज्ञान एवं परामर्श केंद्र, मुंबई विश्वविद्यालय, ने अपने अभिभाषण द्वारा भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा मनोविज्ञान के क्षेत्र में समावेश की महत्ता पर प्रकाश डाला और तीव्र वैश्वीकरण करने वाले विश्व के में आंतरिक और प्रासंगिक भारतीय विचारधारा की संभवतः गहराई के रेखांकित किया तथा यहाँ बताया कि मन, चेतना और आत्मा के सिद्धांत पश्चिमी मनोविज्ञान के औपचारिक रूप से उद्भव से बहुत पहले हमारे भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा में निहित हैं तथा मन, भावना और स्वास्थ्य, मानसिक विकास को समझने में एक प्रतिरूप प्रदान करते हुए, और उन्होंने आयुर्वेद को भी आत्मसात करते हुए भारतीय ज्ञान परंपराओं की चीजों को बताने का प्रयास किया, हमें समझाने की कोशिश की कि किस तरीके से हमारी भारतीय ज्ञान परंपराएं हर क्षेत्र में, चाहे वो आयुर्वेद हो, चाहे वो हमारे मानसिक स्वास्थ्य से रिलेटेड कोई भी पहलू हो, सभी में कितनी गहराई तक पहले से ही निहित हैं। हम सिर्फ यहाँ जब हम वेस्टर्न साइकोलॉजी पढ़ते हैं तो वो हमारी ही पुरानी परंपराओं से परिष्कृत रूप में निकाल करके कुछ यहाँ पर स्टडी किया और उनको हमारे सामने ही नए नाम से हमें ही प्रस्तुत किया। पूर्णाधिवेशन की बात करें तो प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर सचिन जैन, PhD, NC प्रोफेसर, मनोविज्ञान विभाग, डायन कॉलेज, त्यासाली, एरिजोना, USA, भारतीय ज्ञान परंपराओं के जो लचीलेपन की रेजिलियंस, लचीलापन, कल्याण में सुदृढ़ एवं समन्वित तरीके से शरीर, मन, आत्मा, समाज को एक साथ कैसे जोड़ा जाता है, इसका उद्देश्य देते हुए जिस प्रकार से वो अपने चिकित्सक मनोवैज्ञानिक के रूप में वहाँ भगवत गीता को आधार बना करके उन्होंने कुछ मॉडल्स तैयार किए हैं, जो वहाँ अपने USA में जो क्लाइंट हैं, पेशेंट्स हैं, उनको वो चिकित्सा का आधार बनाए हुए हैं और उससे जो थेरेपी है वो प्लान कर रहे हैं। तत्पश्चात हर्षदीप जी, कर्नल हर्षदीप, जिन्होंने बहुत ही अच्छा एक टॉपिक पर हम सबको अवगत कराया। चाणक्य, कौटिल्य, विष्णुगुप्त, ये 3 नाम एक ही व्यक्ति के हैं और उसने जो भारतीय दर्शन, भारतीय अर्थशास्त्र को इतना ज्यादा महत्व दिया गया और वो अर्थशास्त्र इतना पॉपुलर हुआ कि उस अर्थशास्त्र पर ही मैं समझता हूं कि हजारों, कम से कम पत्र लिखे जा चुके होंगे। इतना विस्तृत उनका अर्थशास्त्र है। उस अर्थशास्त्र में किस तरीके से किसी भी राज्य की जो राज्य व्यवस्था है उसको कैसे चलाया जाता है, इस कूटनीति क्या है, सैन्य प्रबंधन क्या है, व्यक्तिगत जीवन में नेतृत्व का क्या महत्व है, ये सारी चीजों को समन्वय करते हुए हर्षदीप जी ने बड़े ही शॉर्ट रूप में इस चाणक्य या कौटिल्य के अर्थशास्त्र को हमारे सामने रखा और बताया कि इसका हमारे इस जीवन में कितना उपयोग है। क्योंकि अर्थशास्त्र का मतलब वहां सिर्फ ये नहीं है कि अभी हम आज बात करें तो अर्थशास्त्र का मतलब सिर्फ हम पैसे कमाने या बिजनेस की बात करें। कौटिल्य के अर्थशास्त्र का मतलब था संपूर्ण राज्य के संप्रभुता, संपूर्ण राज्य की अखंडता, संपूर्ण राज्य की संप्रभुता की बात करते हैं। उसके बाद श्री डॉक्टर अजय प्रताप सिंह, जिन्होंने भगवत गीता की शिक्षाएं और भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा में जो अर्जुन की भावनात्मक स्थिति थी उससे अवगत कराया कि अर्जुन जब बहुत ज्यादा भावनात्मक द्वंद्व की स्थिति में सामने खड़े हुए और कृष्ण से पूछा कि मेरी स्थिति अभी अच्छी नहीं है, मैं द्वंद्व की स्थिति में हूं। एक उस भावनात्मक क्षोभ या उस भावनात्मक द्वंद्व की स्थिति से बाहर निकालने के लिए कृष्ण ने पूरी गीता को बनाना पड़ा, गीता को सुनाना पड़ा और उसमें इतने पहलू रखे गए। और ये जो विषय था गीता का विषय कि कहने के लिए कहते हैं कि हम गीता लिख दिए, इतने सारे क्वेश्चंस अर्जुन ने किए और ऐसे क्वेश्चंस करने के लिए सभी स्टूडेंट्स भी, मैं सभी विद्यार्थियों से कहूंगा कि जितने ज्यादा आप क्वेश्चंस करते हैं उतने ही ज्यादा आप निखरते हैं। अर्जुन अगर इतने क्वेश्चंस नहीं करते तो कृष्ण कभी भी इतनी अच्छी गीता नहीं लिख पाते। उसमें ऐसा कोई भी पहलू नहीं है हमारे जीवन का जो कृष्ण अर्जुन ने ना पूछा हो और उसने कृष्ण ने उसमें जवाब ना दिया हो। तो ये भावनात्मक हम अपने जो द्वंद्व है उसको कैसे संभाल सकते हैं, इसका गीता के माध्यम से अजय प्रताप सिंह जी ने बहुत अच्छे तरीके से एक्सप्लेनेशन किया। तत्पश्चात अविनाश, डॉक्टर अविनाश जी, उन्होंने कैसे धर्म को और नैतिकता, कर्म, समरसता, व्यक्तित्व की आत्मोन्नति से साथ लेकर के कैसे चला जा सकता है, कैसे इसका हम उपयोग अपने प्रबंधन में कर सकते हैं। हम अपने जहां भी हम प्रोफेशनल या हम कहें कि हम जहां कर्तव्य अपना कर्म करते हैं, जैसे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, इंस्टीट्यूशंस, संस्था में हम अपनी सर्विसेज देते हैं, वहां कैसे इस चीज का हम अनुपालन कर सकें, इस चीज को ध्यान में रखते हुए उन्होंने गीता के ही माध्यम से चीजों को क्लियर कहा। गीता सिर्फ इतनी ही नहीं है कि अर्जुन ने सिर्फ द्वंद्व की स्थिति बस युद्ध के समय में रखी है। युद्ध सिर्फ युद्ध नहीं था, युद्ध हम हर दिन हर पल अपने आप से युद्ध करते हैं, अपने द्वंद्वों से युद्ध करते हैं। तो इस चीज को बहुत अच्छे से अविनाश जी ने एक रिसर्च पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से भी समझाने का प्रयास किया। तत्पश्चात उसेंद्र द्विवेदी जी ने भारतीय ज्ञान परंपराओं के एक और विषय को छूने की कोशिश की, जहां योग, ध्यान, कर्म योग, वात, पित्त, कफ, इन सब त्रिदोषों को कैसे मैनेज करना है, किस तरीके से इन दोषों के माध्यम से हमें कौन कौन से विकार उत्पन्न होते हैं, उन विकारों का मानसिक स्तर पर क्या प्रभाव पड़ता है, इसके बारे में हम सभी लोगों को अवगत कराया। और वैज्ञानिक सत्र लास्ट में, वैज्ञानिक सत्र जहां पर भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा आयोजित इस वैज्ञानिक सत्र में नियर अबाउट 75 रिसर्च पेपर्स हमारे ऑनलाइन ऑफलाइन पढ़े गए, जो 4 अलग अलग हमने जो साइंटिफिक सेशंस थे, वैज्ञानिक सत्र थे, जो 4 अलग अलग साइमल्टेनियसली चलाए। और 75 से अधिक शोध पत्र प्लेटफॉर्म पर प्रस्तुत किए गए, जिसमें हमारे एमआईटी यूनिवर्सिटी और मतलब पूरे भारत के विभिन्न प्रांतों से स्टूडेंट्स उसमें उपस्थित थे। कुछ स्टूडेंट्स फॉरेन से भी थे, विदेश से भी थे। तो उन सभी ने अपने अपने जो भारतीय ज्ञान परंपराओं से रिलेटेड पत्र थे वो पढ़ करके व्यापक सहभागिता को उसका प्रदान किया। इसी के साथ ये पूरी रिपोर्ट मैंने आपके प्रस्तुत की। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
Thank you, sir, for helping us retrace the learning, knowledge, inspiration, wisdom, energy, and days of endless effort. It is my privilege to invite a visionary leader and distinguished scientist whose work has left a mark on both national research and higher education. Professor Dr. M.P. Kaushik, the Pro Vice Chancellor and Dean Research of MIT University, Madhya Pradesh, is a scientist and administrator of eminence who had an illustrious tenure at Defense Research and Development Establishment, Government of India, from where he supernaturally to different parts of the world, including the USA, Finland, Sweden, Germany, France, UK, Tunisia, Czech Republic, Dubai, and Switzerland, Geneva. In recognition of his significant contribution to research and innovation, he has been awarded several prestigious awards and honors. A few to mention are DRDO Cash Award, Defense Technology Spin-Off Award, National Technology Award, Technology Group Award, DRDO, Scientist of the Year Award, DRDO, and Agni Award for Self-Reliance. Dr. Kaushik has a research academic background and has taught at MITS Gwalior, as well as Utah State University, Logan, USA. An avid researcher, Professor Dr. Kaushik has, to his credit, over 181 research publications in national and international journals of high repute, 20 patents, and 9 technology transfers. Dr. Kaushik joined MIT University Gwalior in April 2015 as Pro Vice Chancellor and Professor of Pure and Applied Sciences. Please join me in welcoming Professor Dr. M.P. Kaushik, Pro Vice Chancellor of MIT University, Madhya Pradesh, to deliver valedictory address and bring today's proceedings to a meaningful conclusion. Sir, please.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction. Honorable Dr. Narottam Sharma, Honorable Satish Chandra Kumarji, and all the delegates on the dais as well as off the dais, faculty members, my dear students. At the outset, I'd like to thank Professor Narottam Sharma as all the IBAS faculty for taking up the initiative to talk about the Indian knowledge system. Indian knowledge system is very strong by itself. As far as the traditions are concerned, the knowledge systems. So I will not be able to go into the mind, soul, and other aspects of it, which has already been covered. Being a scientific background, I will just concentrate few examples I like to give you, the panacea to elevate health issues. You know, Indian knowledge system is so strong that whatever we are talking today, it was already existing. But it was in the raw form. It was not, there was no some of the scientific basis was not there. That's why it was not accepted at that particular point of time. And we were used to believe कि जो दादी माँ और हमारी नानी माँ या जितने senior बुजुर्ग लोग हमें treatment देते थे, we used to believe that and never used to happen. Nowadays, if you go by the simple mechanism, if there used to be any mechanical cut, हमारे हाथ में जख्म हो गया, फलाना हो गया, तो what I still remember, my own दादी माँ used to burn एक कॉटन का कपड़ा जला के उसके जो डस्ट निकलती थी वो घाव पे लगा दिया, घाव अपने आप भर जाता था. Nowadays वो तो कहते so many problems will crop up if at all we go by that mechanism, because there was no scientific basis, was not that it was not, we are not accepting it. But Indian knowledge system is so strong. I'll give two examples. For example, take an example of tuberculosis. tuberculosis, the treatment was known, I think, even 200 years back also, and with the help of Indian knowledge system only. I know one Ayurvedic doctor, or I should not call it a doctor. He was a traditional Indian knowledge system having the knowledge of Jadi Booty. And there was a conflict was there between two groups. I'm talking about my own state, where the two communities, they were fighting each other and they were never to treat each other. And the gentleman was belonged to one community. So one woman who was already married, her husband had a tuberculosis. I'm talking about 1950s or 1960s. So there was those treatment never used to be there. And ultimately, whenever if anybody is suffering from this type of disease, then ultimately death used to be the ultimate, the outcome of that kind of a disease. This lady went to that particular homeopath or the Ayurvedic knowledge he was having, the Indian traditional knowledge which he was having with respect to the all Ayurvedic Vedas. He says, no, I'm not going to treat your husband, because he was belonging to a different community. It was basically Gurjars and Thakurs. So that was a conflict between these two groups. And ultimately what he told, fine, perfectly all right, if you don't want to do one thing, मेरे हाथ में जो चूड़ियां हैं, मुझे इस पर डंडे मार के मुझे विधवा कर दो. If at all you don't want to give the treatment, in that case, this is the ultimate going to happen. Anyhow, वो थोड़ा सा पिघल गए और ultimately उसने कहा, okay, perfectly all right, I will give you the treatment. And you will be surprised to know he did all that. He जड़ी बूटी पहाड़ों से निकाल के लेके आए, ट्रीटमेंट के लिए उसकी भस्म बनाई, उसका ट्रीटमेंट किया, and this gentleman lived his own life and he died at the age of approximately 70-80. So this kind of a knowledge system, you can imagine the 1960s or 1950s about tuberculosis, this type of treatment is there or not. Same gentleman about whom I'm talking about is, he with the help of Nadi, the knowledge ke hisab se, can you imagine that some of the lady professors are sitting over here and young girls are also sitting over here, which is unbelievable in today's scenario. With the help of one Nadi, he predicted to a pregnant woman that आपके बच्चे में fetus को mother से blood की supply नहीं हो रही. Can you imagine? Can you tell? If at all anybody is pregnant and fetus is there in this mother's womb, then with the help of simply with the Nadi predicting that the child or the fetus is not getting the blood supply from the mother, then what is the proof? Who will believe this? So when this boy was born, the people or the doctors or the nurse or the dai those days, they were not able to touch that boy when he was believed. It was so weak. It was difficult. They were thinking, if isko haath lagaya to mar jayega. So that was a direct proof that the child was not getting the blood supply from and that he could predict with the help of this drug only. Another thing which I have done my own, why I'm saying that, why scientific evidence is required for all this, then only people will believe. So no doubt. And what is the drawback was that these type of people, those who are having the Indian knowledge system about all this kind of medicine which I'm referring to, it was not translated. It was not given to the next generation. And it was not documented also. It was not written text. So it means that the knowledge went along with the people, the person who was having that knowledge. That was the major drawback. I myself was in the Defense Research and Development Organization, DRD, being a scientist. I was told that my own director gave me some leaves, some powder he gave it to me. He says, you please work on it, and it is give the treatment for malaria, filaria, and all kind of disease which normally happens with the mosquitoes and related insects. As scientists concerned, as a common man like all of you, मैंने भी सोचा वो डेस्क में रखा था, हमने सोचा कि बेवकूफ बना रहे हैं हमें, जितने भी जादू टोने वाले हैं इसमें लगता है कोकेन की और क्विनिन की टैबलेट मिला के मिक्स करके पाउडर बना रखा होगा. I never bothered about it, but he was followed it me. He says, no, you have to check it and see what exactly happened. So I myself told him, I'm not going to do this powder business at all. I myself want to see from where the origin of this powder has been originated. So I went to Brahmaputra across that was in Assam. And the locations was across Brahmaputra. So Brahmaputra was flowing during the rainy season. I went over there personally, took one person with me. So there were two herbalists was there. Herbalists means जिनको की पेड़ पत्तों की जानकारी, medicinal plants की जानकारी थी. And you will be surprised, no, I stayed there overnight and then went to the two herbalists were there. हर एक ने एक plant पकड़ रखा था. And उसके बाद में घर पे गया and a long queue was there of the patients, including the IPS officer's mother was also in the line. She was also waiting that okay, my turn will come. And उसके छोटे से घर में एक स्टोव चल रहा था. स्टोव पे एक भगवानी थी जिसमें पत्ते बॉयल हो रहे थे. एंड एक छोटा स्टूल था, छोटी उसकी कुर्सी टूटी हुई थी एंड उसके एक रैक में छोटे छोटे जगह पाउडर से रखे हुए थे. सो आई सेट ओवर देयर, देखा उसको ऑब्जर्व किया. आई सेड व्हाट आर यू डूइंग? ही सेज आई एम गिविंग दिस ट्रीटमेंट. आई सेड व्हाट इज योर क्लेमिंग? ही सेज माय क्लेम इज दैट इफ यू टेक दिस डोज फॉर 3 days कॉक्शन दैट जो पानी बॉयल हो रहा था उसको एक गिलास को आधे कप कर लिया. कप करके उसको इफ यू गिव 3 doses to any patient suffering from malarial parasite, and sometimes it is dangerous, it means it's fatal. The malaria is fatal in case of particularly Assam and Tinsukia and particularly in that area. And he says, if I give you 3 doses, you will never have the malaria in the next few years until the fresh mosquito bite doesn't take place. Otherwise, it will not happen. And this is unbelievable. Then in that case, what has happened is, I picked up some of the powder from the shelf which he was keeping. I says, come along with me in the jungle. I want to see that particular plant. You will be surprised. No, I brought that plant. Approximately 10 kg. I brought it through by air, brought it over here. They did the complete analysis. So one herbalist was taking one plant, another herbalist was taking another plant. And then we investigated. It took 6 months' time. We came out with a new molecule, which I have patented in 25 countries. And international patent is also being taken. And that was giving the complete protection against the malaria parasite. It means it was an altogether new molecule. It was not the molecule which is already existing in the literature, or it has been being given in this one. In China also, they are the first inventors of the mosquito treatment or the malaria parasite, the drug which they are giving. But this is another molecule. So this is what I'm saying. Until we do not have a scientific basis, so it means whatever they were treating, they may not be knowing what is the actual component which is responsible for our malaria parasite or which is giving the treatment. So which proved it scientifically. We published that paper also, identified the molecule, and then it was patent was taken, which was taken a European patent, and then it was applicable for 25 countries. So this is what I'm saying. So it means Indian knowledge system is strong, but some of the scientific basis is required. The way I explained to you that how it is can be done, it can be explored. So it is for us to understand that if at all like large number of the stories can be there of this Indian knowledge system, which you would have come across. But only thing is, the people will believe only if at all there is a scientific basis there. There is some proof is there that yes, it is can be done, something of that kind. Another last example which I want to give you. One person was suffering from rheumatoid arthritis. Rheumatoid arthritis can take place to the human the man as well as woman, and it is such a acute problem कि आदमी जो patient है suffering from the rheumatoid arthritis, joints में pain होता है, bones में pain होता है, and वो ultimately cry करता रहता है, उसका कोई answer नहीं. Any kind of the painkiller you give, but even then it is not. If you give too much of a painkiller, you are compromising with your kidney. All other aspect of you compromising. So it means the difficulty is how to treat it. So the same gentleman gave the example of that tuberculosis. This gentleman used to roam around like a Baba in jungle, man. Then he used to, everybody used to say the Baba. I myself have seen that gentleman. And then my father told him कि बाबा इसका इलाज कर दीजिए. बुढ़ा बाबा सुबह से लेके शाम तक चिल्लाता रहता है, हाय तौबा करता रहता है. तो उसने कहा कि बेटा मैं इसका इलाज करते दूंगा, या तो ये इधर या उधर. इधर उधर का मतलब जो ट्रीटमेंट देने वाला हूं, या तो ये मरेगा या जिएगा. That kind of treatment is there. And you'll be surprised, no, he gave him a poison. Poison in terms of arsenic oxide. Arsenic oxide in terms of scientific phenomena is a poison. If you give arsenic oxide to anybody, there's every likelihood that he will die. But he had a certain formulation, the composition, that in how much dose it should be given and in what form it should be given. So it means he made that particular formulation, और जिसको कहते भस्म उसने बनाया, भस्म बना के उसको ट्रीटमेंट दिया, and then he was all right. After that he became perfectly all right. Which is not even today's scenario. Whatever the medicinal chemistry or the medical science has grown up, but rheumatoid arthritis, there is no treatment as in today also. So, Indian knowledge system is so strong, but only thing we have to explore, we have to identify. And I'm sure that whatever the lectures which have been given in the morning session, at the plenary session, and scientific session, which have been told just now, some of definitely would have got benefited. And you may also pick up some of the ideas for your research purpose or research ideas. You can take it up further and see to it that you come out with the new ideas, new philosophy, new product, new knowledge, if you can generate it. So it means the whole basic purpose of this national workshop of Indian knowledge system, particularly the panacea of elevate to health issues. I talked about health issues only. So definitely it will go a long way that you will be able to learn something of that. Thank you very much for patience listening. Thank you very much. The student strength has gone down, but anyhow, whatever you have understood, that I think the seminar would have served the purpose. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Your words always inspire us. Gratitude is the fairest blossom of the soul. To present our heartfelt thanks to all dignitaries, speakers, participants, and organizers, I now have the privilege to invite Dr. Shubhangi Gupta, Assistant Professor IBAS, to deliver the vote of thanks.
I have seen the faces, and I will take only 2 or 3 minutes so that we can part free. So, respected dignitaries, esteemed speakers, fellow academicians, dear students, and honorable guests, it's my humble privilege to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks on behalf of the Amity Institute of Behavioral and Allied Sciences. We are deeply grateful to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor R.S. Tomar, and Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor M.P. Kaushik, for their inspiring leadership and constant engagement in fostering platforms that celebrate the confluence of tradition and innovations. A special note of appreciation to our director, Professor Narottam Sharma sir, whose vision and scholarly guidance have shaped the very essence of this conference. His commitment to integrating Indian knowledge system into contemporary discourse is truly commendable. A special thanks to our speaker, Professor Dr. Satish Chandra Kumar, Professor Dr. Sachin Jain, Colonel Harshdeep, Serving Officer, Indian Army, Professor Ajay Pratap Singh, Professor Vinash Parthedkar, Professor Toshin Dwivedi for sharing their profound insights. Their contributions have illuminated pathway for holistic well-being and sustainable development rooted in our rich intellectual heritage. We extend our sincere thanks to Dr. Deepak Kumar for the comprehensive report and to all paper presenters and participants whose scholarly engagement enriched the discussion and added depth to our collective learning. We are thankful to our organizing committee members, volunteers, supporting staff, whose tireless effort behind the scene ensure the smooth execution of every session. Their dedication is the backbone of this successful event. A heartfelt thanks to our technical team, whose seamless coordination enabled a hybrid experience that connected minds across geographies. Finally, to each one of you present here today, thank you for your active participation, your queries, and enthusiastic spirit. May the dialogue initiated today continue to inspire research, practice, and pedagogy that honors our indigenous wisdom while addressing contemporary health challenges. With gratitude and hope, we conclude this conference. A lot of thanks to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I request Professor Dr. M.P. Kaushik sir to please present the token of gratitude to the guests, chairs, and presenters. Professor Dr. Satish Chandra Kumar. Dr. Vikas Kumar Sharma. Miss Josna Singh. Dr. Jamjeet Chahal. Miss Anjali Singh. Dr. Atul Verma. Miss Purnima Chauhan. Dr. Shubhagata Avasti. Ms. Rituparna Das. Dr. Sandhya Garg. Ms. Nandini Tomar. Mr. Raj Parvan Singh. Ms. Anjali Mishra. Ms. Alia Hassan. Thank you. Thank you all. Respected dignitaries, esteemed guests, faculty, and dear participants, as we come to the close of this remarkable gathering, let us carry forward the wisdom shared, the connections forged, and the inspiration ignited today. Remember, as the great philosopher Rumi said, unquote, let yourself be silently drawn by the strange pull of what you really love. It will not lead you astray. Quote, may this conference be a beacon guiding each of us to follow our true passion in the pursuit of knowledge and service to humanity. Thank you all for your gracious presence and wholehearted participation. May I now request everyone present to kindly rise for the national anthem.
Okay, start.
भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जवल जल की तिरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गावे सब जया गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Very quickly, group photo.
Photographs are the bookmarks of our memories. Therefore, to frame this moment in time and treasure this day, I request esteemed delegates and guests to gather together for group photographs.
All quiet, all
May this be the prelude to many more such occasions when our paths will cross again and our shared journey of knowledge and camaraderie will continue. Until that next rendezvous, Yatra Yatra Bhamem Punar Milam. Also, happy Independence Day to all of us.
कल मिलेंगे शक्ति नहीं ले सकती मैडम आप।
एंड कर दो एंड एंड
फोटो
क्योंकि ये पहली बार अगर मैं सोच रहा था कहीं एब्सेंट ना लग जाए।